Now, those are the type of vibes you want on a Monday. One that can just let you smoothly groove your way through the hardships of an opener week. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. That's right, it's time for the round of 16. We're going to be kicking off with B versus Dragavan. Core versus MSN, I already put the score in because that one, there isn't a full series to be had there. There was an issue, so after one game, MSN had to forfeit. But outside that, we are going to be aiming to get through probably about 7 to 8 series today. We'll likely have 1 or 2 quarterfinals to have today also. So we'll even have some live series. In particular, I'm keeping an eye on Miyamika versus Numadon. That series should be live. I'm just going to double check to make sure I'm 100% correct. I believe it was 3 p.m. my time, so in about 2.5 hours, we should have Miyamika versus Numadon, which, I don't know, I got a feeling that could actually be a pretty wild series, considering their playstyles. And yeah, so we are T-minus 2.5 hours from that Numadon Miyamika series. So we'll go with B versus Dragavan, and then maybe look to slot in Starflark versus Dumu. Would probably make the most sense. But let me get the game started up. Waste no time at all. Oh my god, dude! I've been sent so many keys. I just installed all of them, and then I went to like click AoE4, and it's all the way across on my Steam like list. What's up, Brit Boy? Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, it was a pretty long day. Like we're in the second series, go to game 5. I was like, oh Jesus, this is gonna be the experience. I can't believe how bad my core was on the Mongol Iber game in WAM series. Like the Desert Raiders looked like they were gonna carry that through. Then we had like a little bit of a technical hiccup where like the screen faded temporarily, and I'm like, well, this looks like yeah, let's just call it because like this looks like it should be. And then we came back and I'm like, oh, oops, I look a bit dumb. So yeah, I think it's really deceptive as well. Like some of the color schemes, I'm trying to remember were they yellow and blue or some crap. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm leaning towards, and I'm going to talk to Tune about this, I might legit just across the board say you always have to be red and blue. Because, like, it does actually, like, it complicates the fights. Even if you're not colorblind, it clashes them together, especially with Cavalry, because Cavalry are big body entities that already have other color bleed, right? Like, a Camel has yellow, right? So things get weird. But, no excuse. But, like, that I was just thinking about it, that, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to have that color diversity. I mean, some players aren't going to like it, but, like, suck it up, Sally, okay? Like, most games are red and blue in comp. That's just the way of the world. So, game number 1, it's actually going to be Rus versus Delhi. Well, this is quite winnable for Delhi, actually. We've seen beat it a lot. I'd roll with players always have to be the same color. I think, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, wait, Brit Boy, you've... Brit Boy, you might want to read that sentence. You've basically, you've kind of put by the same color. You mean whatever color they want to choose? Because like it kind of sounds like you've just argued both sides of the argument. So you want them to be the same color, but then you also want them to have individuality. Just trying to confirm that I'm following that correctly. Yeah. Just like, I was realizing, like, am I stupid? Did I miss something here? Oh, no. Okay, I see what's happened. Yeah, no, like, to me, it's like, cool. You want to express your individuality, but, like, the color scheme's not really the way to do it. Like, dude, do you think in Halo they get to choose to be green or yellow or purple? No, they're red and blue, right? Like, it just makes sense. Yeah, and it's like, in some cases, they just switch between series as well. I've seen that before. But yeah, like, I think across the board, it always should be a case of the players have to be red and blue, just because you need that coherency and that consistency regardless. There's some colors that really just confuse crap, like green against certain backgrounds is a mess. Teal can be, I think, more deceptively weird on water. BC chooses purple, then he's purple forever. Yeah, but like, but that doesn't fix the issue of like, if BC picks purple, but Crackety likes pink, and you're a viewer, how much do you hate me and them right now, right? How's it going, Crackety? You having a good day, mate? Good start to the week. I just think like red and blue is just reasonable. It's 100% reasonable. Like you can maybe find another extreme like purple and yellow or something, but in my opinion, it should be red and blue. And like, you know, if capture rate worked correctly, this wouldn't be a problem. I'd just be able to do it on our end, right? But like, I can show you guys, right? So when we hop into game here, so when we're in game like here, and then if we just, there you go, so everything's rendered. So you got purple and yellow, right? So these colors, they're fairly far apart, right? It's not too bad. But here's the thing. You got purple and yellow. I want red and blue. There's a button to get red and blue. So I have it on insert. Congrats, we are now red and blue. However, and by the way, this is actually best case scenario what it's done here. It's actually converted correctly. It usually doesn't do this. You guys have seen me try this before, where it'll be red and blue like in-game, but not in the UI, or vice versa. So golf clappers, if they hot fix that. But there's another issue. You see the problem? This is why you can't use the in-game option. Because when you switch player, it switches who's blue. Right? So, like, that's not a solution either. So players really just need to start using coherent colors, I think. I mean, dude, it's something that other tournaments... I don't know why we have to be weird about it, right? Like, it's something that's been enforced by other tournaments. I don't know if you guys realize this, but, like, Red Bull typically runs that. I believe it's blue and yellow, if I remember correctly, or red and yellow. Like, one player has to... Like, the home player has to select one color, the other has to select the remaining. You don't have expression to pick any color. StarCraft is red and blue, right? Like, it's very, very important. Because the whole thing you have to keep in mind is when you're running a tournament and you're running a spectator sport, coherency matters, so you need to have a universal anchor point. I've talked about this with like Dota 2 as an example. Like, why does Dota 2's camera play work? Because you're up in the sky, always looking from the same angle. So even though you have 120 plus unique heroes, you don't lose yourself in the moment. All right, you guys ready? Round of 16 is upon us. One and all, welcome back to the channel. We've got a fun one here. B versus Dragavan. I have a feeling no matter what, this is going to be a quick series. B likes to play aggressive. Dragavan even more so. Opening game is going to be Delhi versus Roos. This is actually a pretty good matchup for Delhi if you go by B's track record. We've watched him destroy Roos multiple times with the Delhi. Let's see if he can defend himself against what Dragavan's going to be cooking here. I'm curious actually if Dragavan has been taking notes from B's game and has the same idea in mind. Typically, the way you want to proceed with this is you open with the Ghazi, immediately go into Spears, and then you basically go for an all-in attack push timing, knowing that the Roos player is obviously going to go Pro Scouts because they are obsessed with going Pro Scouts. And yeah, we were just having a talk actually. Like, I'm curious, because if this is going to get uploaded, I want to get other people after the live moments opinion. I think that all tournaments probably have to universally force red and blue on the color scheme. I think there's viewers that obviously have color indiscrepancies, like they're colorblind. But I think even more so than just that, it's the coherency of the POV, right? It's like going game to game, players shouldn't be changing color. And going series to series even, like red and blue, like if you think about it, it's a weird kind of subconscious thing where you adapt to certain things in the environment. Like if you're looking at a game, the first hour you play it, it's very confusing. You're learning things, and the longer you look at it, the more things just kind of instinctively click. I think like color scheme actually goes a lot into that as well. And it's like when I look at most of the competitive games that I've been a part of or have watched historically, they always, almost unilaterally actually, go with red and blue everywhere. And it's sadly something that I can't enforce. I mean, if the devs just wanted to add an option so that observers could enforce that, that works too. Because like there is a button, but watch what this button does. You see the problem here? When you swap, the color swaps too. So we are stuck with the yellow and purple. Thank God the players didn't actually mirror with like blue and teal. But yeah, we have got the double hunt cabin opening. Pretty norm here. 36 gold per minute. Really nice. You already see he's got plenty of gold to work with. It's actually the food that's kind of lagging behind. Meanwhile, on the other side, that is a different approach. Wait, what? Tower of Victory. Can we Gamba? We'll have some live series for Gamba today, yes. I mean, that's kind of wild, though. I don't feel like Tower of Victory is entirely necessary here, no? I guess he's thinking Archer Spears instead of Ghazi Spears, which is curious. B on the other side is going for the Golden Gate. Likely, we could see 1 or 2 Knights to open. It's not the worst of ideas to poke your opponent, but in most cases, just rush Pro Scouts, get it all in. B's best action here would be to start shoving the deer towards his base. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't done that. Something that a few players do, in particular, I've noticed, like WAM and Pop people do this a lot. Even if they wanted Pro Scouts afterwards, just shove the deer, right? Like, it gets it closer, which optimizes your drop-off. What about Grand Charcoal? No. Wait, no, we should release... Yeah, we should release a gray color scheme. $10. people would buy it just so they could grief and pretend they're surrendered. So Tower Victory already has this taking a really different direction. Like, I can't believe that we're in a timeline that says this, but Tower Victory rarely ever gets built. There are a few matchups where you consider doing this. Do you guys know those matchups? I'm curious if you guys have been listening to too much of me at this point. It's actually quite linear in its focus. It's if you're up against China or Juji. So basically the Chinese. Because of Zhuge Nu, right? Like, if you don't have Tower Victory, your archers can't clear the enemy spears quick enough for your Ghazi to win. So that's where you do Tower Victory, but like most of the other matchups, you're seeing Dome of Faith across the board here. So yeah, curious what Dragavan's overall scheme is, because when you go for this type of strategy, it's an all-inner. And my worry is, like, an all-inner in Feudal Age, you know, you haven't got triple Sacred Sight to leverage for a huge gold booster. You only have 2 here. The Roos, they're not going to be hanging around to see you capture those quickly. We already have Pro Scouts on the way. And we already have the Deer shoved quite close to the base, so a nice start to this. Still surprised that B, like, with 3 scouts, hasn't taken this opportunity. He's going to be able to chase away Dragavan's scout. He's keeping an eye on what's happening on the other side, because things are different now, right? The reason why B keeps the scout here is because Tower Victory lends itself to an entirely different game. And it's going to be archery range opening, I believe. Yeah, B did actually scout that. That's kind of unfortunate, right? It's like when you play as the Delhi, like, one of the negatives of being berries is you can't stop your opponent from optimally diving to check what you're doing. So he already knows the archer's coming. This means that, you know, if he really wants, he could actually just open with stables, add in 1 or 2 knights and poke. Realistically, I think he's just not going to care. There's enough deer spread wide enough here on the left and right flank that archers can't protect it all, right? So I think from Dragavan's POV, with this archer play, the best move is going to be to try and contain your opponent. He's got full infantry comp, so there is a world in which you can actually cheesily wall your opponent in, which ruins the horse archer rush. Debating the siege again for the 1000th time, and that KP doesn't realize how stupid the changes are, or we talk about how it took AoE community 3 years to realize that you can age up passively with hunting cabins. Wait, what? You've got what? What was that poll? Oh, what you want to debate about? Oh, Jesus. I feel like a broken record going over both of these things. Can you guys get something new to controversially talk about? Like, my take, I mean, I could cover both of them, right? So the thing with Siege is mangoes are overtuned right now. We can agree on that. But I don't think Siege is in a terrible spot, per se. I think we've been seeing Springles look pretty damn good. Right? As for hunting cabins, I mean, the passive income... You could, if you want to argue passive income for hunting cabins is absurd, here's the problem. You have to argue all passive income is absurd. And this is absurd. We called it. Dragavan is going for containment protocol. I don't give a crap about your hunting cabin discussion. This is much more important. So the reason this is smart is because, like, B, he wants to go horse archers inherently, right? But now that he sees this, we're seeing a pivot. B, he's adding in the archery ranges. He's got the stables pumping knights already. Dragavan doesn't actually have that many spears here. And he spread them out, right? Because, I mean, he should be realistically to try and cover all bases. Right now, he's only containing one side. This is pretty... Oh, we're talking about the innovation of, like, hunting cabins coming in and 2 of them. Well, like, the reason why it's good now is because the order changed, right? Before, like, it wasn't quite enough gold because you didn't do Golden Gate and you also didn't have sheep giving you gold. Plus deer giving you gold, right? So, like, that's why double hunting cabin is optimal now, is all these other elements allow you to basically not ever touch gold, right? Like, he's building knights right now, and would you like to look at how much gold he's taken? You thought it's because of Pro Scouts? It's not just Pro Scouts now. Like this double hunting cabin with the sheep gathering gets you to Pro Scouts for sure. Plus the Golden Gate ticket guarantees it, optimal. But, like, it's not one piece of the puzzle. Like, I think usually when we have these controversial moments of, like, oh, this is OP or that's OP, you need to, before you just immediately gravitate towards, this is broken, you need to zoom out and look at the whole picture, right? Because, like, the reason why we're getting Pro Scouts optically for Roost, the reason why we're getting this double hunt cabin opening, is all the gold trickle around it. And you could always produce scouts out of them, right? Like, all that changed is Roost's value point off of producing scouts is different now. Right? Like, if any Civ had the option to optimally produce multiple scouts in Dark Age, they would. And here's why. It used to be about the hunting game. for the Rus. Then it changed to be about the sheep. And now, because you have pro scouts as a follow-up, you keep organic value while also having enough scouts to pretty much see anything your opponent is doing. This is ridiculous, though. It's just getting so much dear home. And Dragoman's play was... I don't mean to demean it. Cute. Like, I think this is how I describe it. It was cute because it never continued. Right? He never contained his opponent here. He hasn't blocked the west side. He hasn't blocked the east side. He hasn't even, like, short-walled here. This would at least been optimal because you would have walled here and then here. And that blocks out a full pack of deer. So this doesn't really stop B from doing anything. You know, you forced him to add in a little bit of army. And we do have a ram coming, but the problem now is, like, if B had just been fast-teching naked, sure, we'd have an issue here. He wasn't. He's built knights, he's built archers, he's got static defenses. This is not going to be easy for Dragoman to break. And we at least have the blacksmiths coming in, but, you know, it's going to be slow. Like, this is another tricky part. It's like B could have actually rushed the blacksmiths himself. But because he hasn't, he's not at disadvantage because unlike Dome of Faith, like, this build just doesn't get you there fast. We don't even have Sacred Sites being locked in yet for Dragoman. Yeah, it's like he's playing Delhi, but not, right? The only Delhi-esque thing he's done here is built a wall with infantry. Dive coming in, though, and we do have clown carring on the ram. The problem is the young garrison takes him out the wrong side there. Spear count is getting low. And the sun's about to set on this plan. Dragoman just doesn't have the spear quantity anymore to contest this. The knight count just simply too good. He's killed one worker, but that just simply isn't going to cut it. B, he's going to have to invest a little bit more in the age, but he's still halfway towards what he needs to go for that castle play realistically, right? Like, yeah, I think he decides to reinvest in the knights because he sees a counter opportunity. Because Dragoman has overextended now, right? He has too many archers, not enough spears. The bee has been let out of the beehive. Yeah, and this really comes down to the sealed arrow timing, right? It's like you might have been able to contest that a little bit with the archer play, but now with Undermesh coming through, this feels like B's for the taking. And he doesn't even need to go to Castle Ace to do so. Love this from B. Instead of extending a game unnecessarily, he reinvests for the kill. And entirely worth it as well. There's still a few deer left on the map, so he wants to be able to secure that area to grab those. Behind this, there really isn't any play for Dragoman. He didn't play for Sacred Site control. He hasn't got substantial worker kills. He's looking a little bit lost in this one. So what could Dragoman have done different here? Well, I think step one is why are we not capturing Sacred Sites, right? Like, you need that extra gold trickle to get the pump higher. The other thing is just where you wall. I like the idea of some of these walls. It's just he stopped, like walling here and here to funnel alongside here. It pretty much pushes your opponent out onto the wide flanks. It's an optimal way of walling. It's a little bit pricey, but definitely worth it for delaying your opponent and also enabling the Sacred Site play while denying pro scouts. You're not going to fully stop the Rus from getting deer, but you'll at least slow them down. And now there is no slowdown, right? There's no brakes on this Rus train. Knights moving in. Looks like the villagers will be able to shuffle away from the area. So this stage, it just feels like a matter of time before B's going to be going to the next stage. Now, he is finally touching gold. This is indication that he's rushing it. Because he's been producing more knights, it means the passive trickle's enough to prompt them, but not enough to get him up. But you're going to see him taking up High Trade House by about minute 13 here maximum. Probably going to be about 14 to get him up. And from there, it should be a game one going to be. I respect that Dragoman came out of the gate swinging here, right? But this didn't feel like the way to close. And what is up, Zuba0T? Thank you much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Twitch is bugged? That's not a bug, that's a pigeon. So, Dragoman is going to have to contest here. He's going to trade out the archers best he can. The Knights should be able to hold this back, and even though Dragoman should realistically win this fight, he doesn't have to care. Right? Like, he should have his tech coming in soon. He's adding in way too many Knights. I don't think this is necessary anymore. Dragoman doesn't have a dive point here. Like, he's too far away, right? So, like, you can add Knights, but you don't really need to sacrifice your tech anymore. Yeah, kind of maybe that shock to his system moment where he saw just how many archers. He's like, oh, wow, okay, Dragoman actually has a lot still. But the problem now is Dragoman, if he tries to attack, there's enough Knights that B doesn't have to attack him directly, right? He can just go after the backline economy. In fact, you're already seeing him shuffle around. Most of that is scouts at the moment, but the Knights are starting to arrive as well. Inception's also coming in on the reinforcements, and it just feels like Dragoman is now stuck running back to protect his home instead of running forward. Subpar rotation there by B. not really paying attention to what's happening here. I think B just needs to get out of the age. Like, the last 2 minutes of him reinvesting has actually hurt him more than it's helped him. And it's finally time to help himself. And if... Okay, no, he wants the tech timing. So it's going to be 11 in the end. He didn't go for the 14. Kind of unfortunate he doesn't feel like he has time to go around here, which is understandable because Dragovan's coming out of his base. But that would have been the big grabber. Get your numbers in for the pathetic high trade house. Problems in the Delhi Empire because although Dragovan has a big army, what he doesn't have is a big economy. He's struggling to find food here, right? He can't easily go for the deer on the backside. That's being snatched away. The berries are forward spawn. It's fair to say that Dragovan's going nowhere here. Right, like, he's got a big enough army to scare B away, but what he doesn't have now is a way of scaling anything. Pretty brutal, right? Like, I think that's interesting with Bohemia. I've been monitoring the spawns. I'm not sure if we're going to keep it in rotation for the next week. It seems like the spawns are a little bit inconsistent. This map is definitely in need of an update. Because when you look at, like, the spawn here, right, like, there's a lot of berries, but sometimes you get them on flanks. Dragon didn't have that fortune, right? So having to add in farms really aggressively here. Quick way to really lose at this stage. Did both players do pro scouts? No. I mean, you can't rush pro scouts, Johan. Like, there's literally no way a Delhi player can mirror pro scouts. You get it organically, sure, but like it comes 3 times later. So like to me, Delhi should never have their goal be I'm gonna pro scouts you. That's like the quickest way to lose, I think. Dragovan now posturing. He needs to quickly. The veterancy is coming in for the Knights. Which stage? He's pretty dead, right? Like he doesn't have an answer at that stage. His damage is going to be half. The spearman count is at 3. And although all 3 of them are here, they're not really going to be any match for 10 Knights. He even just drops the monster in his face. And this should be dive point. Veterancy even about to trigger for the archers. Dragovan, I can't believe this. It's almost 60 minutes in the game when we have a sacred site being captured. Just feels far too late here. And yeah, the gimmick of this map is meant to be like, I guess you could kind of say in some ways Dry Arabia, but more exposed. You have these small little cliff lines, but also the resource spawn is meant to shove out into the mid-map more. I just don't, I don't know. I don't think this one is that good of a map. I was willing to experiment with it because we spawned it a few times like, okay, this kind of be okay. But I think like, it was already going to be a bit weird because the Pro Scouts meta, like, this is not necessarily a God tier Pro Scouts map. It's just that every map is a God tier Pro Scouts map. Bar maybe a map that has 0 deer. Because it's just so valuable for play. But you know, maybe we'll revisit this. I'll probably talk to one of our map creators about maybe seeing if they can update Bohemia. Because I don't know... Is the map creator for Bohemia still active? Because this needs some TLC. If the spawns were consistent, it could be at least kind of intriguing. Backstab coming through here, though, and that should be the end of round number 1 for Dragovan. Remember, best of 3s, though, so he has an opportunity to strike back here, but yeah, this start has got to be feeling a little bit frustrating. I respect that he played to his all-in timing, and I think there are civs in his civ pool here, this draft, that could actually achieve kind of similar goals. Yeah, against Rus, I think the better way for Delhi to play this is just going for a good old Dome of Faith and leaning in your Ghazi. Because playing without Ghazi doesn't feel like playing Delhi at all. Rus seems unbeatable. Not true. I've watched B destroy multiple players playing Rus as Delhi. I think Delhi can actually kill Rus quite easily, from what I've been seeing anyway. It's just you have to go Dome of Faith, Ghazi, Spearman, right? And the whole idea is you monkey noise into his base and surround him before he really is able to get anything. And obviously you flood out to sacred sites. Now, it's a bit better on Dry Arabia because it's 3 sacred sites, but 2 should still be good enough. One second, let me get game number 2 ready. So mark it up. And yeah, like reminder folks, that was a Tower Victory build. I don't know. I don't think you need Tower Victory there. Yeah, Yohong pretty much hit it on the head with all the details. All right, game number 2 is going to be Borderland. Ibids versus Ottomans? That is a good way to start your day, Swaggy Professor. I mean, less so with my ugly mug on the screen, but once it's gone, oh, fantastic way to start the day. Is this... You begin your day by opening my stream. Is this addiction? No, it's Stockholm Syndrome. Welcome to the life. And I think B may have been trapped in a room with a Turkish person ranting about how good the Ottomans are. Because we have a weird pick in game number 2. B is a game up, so he could get a little bit weird with his draft, and he most definitely has, right? The Ottomans not being reserved for bridges, which would be the third map here. He picks them in Borderland. Dragavan picked Ibids. Now, looking at the draft, I think Dragavan was expecting Malians here. Because Ottomans just sounds weird. So B still has Malians or Byzantines for map number 3. And Dragavan has French or English. I think you can just Malians G3. I mean, either one of those civs actually sounds pretty good there. So we'll see how B does here. We'll see if this is more of a throwaway civ or if there's actually a clear strategy in mind. We have got the military school opening. So we'll be able to poke a little bit on the other side. Guarantees that Dragavan won't be able to think about just rushing into, say, a Pro Scouts player here. Which is on the agenda. Ibids have started doing this. I think Dragavan is one of those players that has been doing the Advanced Wing Pro Scouts play. And we are on, like, probably the most Pro Scouts-oriented map we have in rotation right now. Borderland is hella good for it. We're talking about a lofty amount of deer on the map. It's 34 deer in total, right? Because you got the 4 7 stacks and then 2 3 stacks. And it's nicely dispersed, and that's what makes Pro Scouts so good. Pro Scouts is a negative when your resource funnel is too thin. Because if, for example, all the deer spawn in the center, you'd think that's great for Pro Scouts because we can just run out and grab them quickly. But it means that if I start building spears, horsemen, archers, I know exactly where you're going, right? So I can counter your play. This map is impossible. That's why instead, what you typically see is everyone picks a Pro Scout Civ. Bet Pete chose Otto for the 3 Springolds. I wouldn't put it beyond him. Both him and Kat have been leaning into that. Like, they might add 2 mangoes, and then all of a sudden they queue up Springolds. It's interesting, though, right? Because we are seeing, I feel like, a lot more melee blobbing at the moment, which is giving some value to Springolds that might not have been apparent to people just 2 months ago. I do think that Springolds, you know, I'm glad the devs didn't rush to adjust them after there was a bit of moaning about them sucking. Because with what we've been seeing out of B and Cat recently, they look decent. They don't look crazy. They don't look OP. They don't need to be OP. I think they are a very situational unit. But if you get the right situation, they can look really good. So yeah, for me, Springolds, I'm glad that they just haven't rushed it. I think it's a reminder to us that what we think is OP at first, over time, very clearly cannot be, right? Like, when you see something at first glance, your instinct is to say it's OP because it's different. It's not something you're familiar with. It's a completely different element to the game, right? Like, Jean. I always use Jean as the pristine example of this. Jean comes out, everyone's like, wow, most broken hero ever. Even after she got nerfed time and time again. Broken hero, and then people calmed down. And then people thought about it. And then people counted. Right? The point is that anything and everything is OP until you find the counter. Right? In fact, there's an argument, like, you know, my favorite design philosophy is actually Ice Frog from Dota 2. Because for anyone who's played Dota 2, they might remember their first memories of it was, oh my god, this is OP. And that memory was for everything. That's right. Like, every single hero I touched, every single game, I went up against a different hero, I ranted about them being OP. And then I realized the genius of it. If everything's OP, nothing's OP. Right? It's just your tuning is more aggressive, which is great. I actually prefer that approach because that makes anything feel more rewarding. I'd rather have that than everything hits like a butterfly and most definitely doesn't sting like a bee. Speaking of bee, we have a deer shoving. So I wondered if he was going to try for Pro Scouts because I've seen it out of a few Ottoman players. But instead, he's just going to use his 3 units to remove the value from the map in case Dragavan is intending to go Pro Scouts. And doesn't look like he is. Judging by this, wait. We have Trade Wing, and he got, what, food, Bedouin, Swordsman, he got the stone, and we're missing one ticker. I assume it was gold for food. Why is the... Okay, why is there trade wing in my IBA games? This is fast castle trade wing into growth, right? He has got the Bedouin Swordsman coming, which is really nice. It actually directly counts the spears, right? Remember, these guys, they get bonus versus melee. And they're ridiculously chunky, actually. It's kind of hilarious. Like, if there was a way to scale Bedouin more easily, we'd be moaning about this unit in the same light that we do Freeborn from the Firma Garrison from Aliens. Because think about the stats of this, right? This is a feudal unit with 155 HP. And it does 13 base damage on one of the quickest attack speeds you'll find. It's pretty damn good. And, like, the price you're paying isn't extravagant, right? You're actually paying 75 resources per unit. It's a pretty damn effective B. With the frontline gold, I mean, the Bedouin Swordsman can be super effective here. And also, you know, inherently, when you're autos, your natural instinct is to go Sipahi. Sipahi suck here because it's another melee unit for these guys. So yeah, realistically, actually what B needed was the archer range. Because that's the thing that actually gets bonus damage against these bad boys. The problem, though, is if you go archers and luck is on his side, Dragavan can get skirmishers. It's like, I think I agree with B's thought process here, which is the better approach is probably just to try to get some cav out and overwhelm your opponent. Instead, though, he actually has switched the military school over to archers now. We have the Imam point! Okay, that might be enough to stabilize him here. Much needed as well, so quadruple spears, we had to push this back. The problem is now you made a very, very big investment as B, right? You've wasted your first point on the Imams instead of on the sheep. I'm pretty sure that is correct, yeah. So he only has 11 sheep left over. Meanwhile, Dragavan's sitting on 20 and looking pretty. He's going to have tech up on the way. This is going to be a full growth wing. Could even be industry wing knowing Dragavan because he is a fan of building certain towers that shall not be spoken of. What do you guys think? Ones if you think we're getting growth wing, twos if you think we're getting the industry wing for the wood to build the Tower of the Sultan. Before you let logic dictate your flow, remember the player you're watching here and just type 2. Other side of this B just doesn't really have much to show for it, right? He's actually going back for Pro Scouts now. Ay. I'm not sure this works against, like, fast castle IU. You need to get up yourself. Otherwise, Camel Lance is going to be coming through pretty quick here. Wow, no one wants to take a punt at the guess? We would both have been wrong. Wait, what? He doesn't even go for the eco wing. It's actually going to be military wing reinforcement. All right, this is kind of a ballsy all-in, but what I want you guys to realize is this is still him having the ability to build Tower of the Sultan, right? Because with that reinforcement wing, cavalry can also assist you in building siege. So, like, I've seen way too many Dragavan games to be convinced that this is anything but I want to build a big Tower of the Sultan. Double skirmishing point is going to be big here, by the way. Guarantees that you can't contest with archers. We do have Sipahi now getting queued up by B, but that keeps him in the feudal age longer. He has to know, surely, that attack is going to be on the way soon. That's, I think, the value play of Trade Wing, if you're going to do it in feudal, is not to play it all in. It's just, this is kind of almost like being a Byzantine player with your mercenaries. These are very, very high quality units for what they cost. Military wing's good against Ottomans. I mean, that's debatable if they have Sipahi, though, right? You have to stop them from just rushing Sipahi. And Camel Raiders, like, this is the other thing. Like, the whole argument they're good in Age 4, you're correct, Kaiser Johan. They are an overtuned unit because they do get double university techs and other techs that also benefit them. However, against Ottomans, they suck, right? Because of Janissary. Janissary just wiped the floor of you. So it's a bit of a weird and polarizing matchup the more and more we've been seeing it. Ottomans can have really solid answers. Like in Feudal Age, Sipahi destroy Desert Raiders. Drum boys here, and this is going to be needed. We have Bedouin skirmishers, and remember, because Dragavan aged up, these units automatically level up. Now hitting for 10 base, another 10 against light infantry, meaning archers, spearmen, janissaries. All these things are going to have a really bad day against the Bedouin skirmishers. B really needs a tech up. He needs gold to get there, so he's going to try to snake his way out onto the backside. Dragavan seems to be aware that something is up, though, and he's rotating around the back. The interesting part is, like, B, if it wasn't for the greed of going for these extra eco techs, wouldn't necessarily need to actively gather gold. Not with the Sultani trade network. Villagers getting sniped out. That's 2 down. Oh, this gets bad, guys. This is really bad right now because remember, the tree lines, they're fully away from you. And not just that, look at the spawn that B got. All of his tree lines are on the south side. He can't ignore this. He has to contest it. Sapai going to struggle here against the Badone Swordsman. He needs to get on the back line on the skirmishes. But he's activating... Wait, okay, thank God. He didn't go for Fortitude. The problem with Fortitude is you died too quickly here. He has got the ranged armor, but I don't think that really matters. Skirmish is just going to be able to snipe out that back line, and Desert Raiders arriving at the perfect time. It looked questionable at first, but these 3 Desert Raiders just wiped B's army. Yeah, no way you can contest this. He's going to try to retreat, but at this stage, the Imams are going to be forfeit, so that AoE heal that served you well won't really exist anymore. And this, this looks like we're going to be seeing a game number 3. Camel Lance is now arriving, and he immediately calls GG. Has the toddler finally grown up? Is he ready to play in the big boy lead? We head to a game 3 to find out. Dragavan and Gamba. I mean, come on. One of very few players that would do it. Like, it is insane as well that he done that when he was a game down. Gamba Wing is like something you typically do when you're a game up because it's risky, right? If you don't get the right ticket, it sucks. And I've watched guys in pro games get bad tickets back to back to back. And you can feel the game is over at that stage, right? So like the balls on this man to pull that out when he's 1 game down, incredible. Yeah, I still can't believe he done that. I mean, Gamba Wing when you're 1 game down is just, I don't want to say unheard of, but the risk-reward ratio just kind of doesn't make sense. Dragavan made sense of it, though. Now is going to have to solve this enigma. We've got French versus Byzantines deciding game here on bridges. B, interesting choice into the Byzantines, but works out when you look at the spawns, right? The back berries are quite luxurious here. Also, one thing I've been thinking about with this particular map is there are some interesting little plays you can do to deny pro scouts, like pulling a villager early and walling the bridge, right? That denies 2 deer stacks, takes a lot of value away. The 3rd deer stack is around the back, so I wouldn't mind seeing B do something like that, something mischievous, to stop Dragavan from just getting his value, because one of the big problems for Byzantines in this matchup, with many matchups at the moment, they got nerfed by the new meta. The pro scouts meta is not one that Byzantines is designed to play with. So with that in mind, I'm curious to see how B wants to try and approach this. Usually quite a creative player. I don't think we necessarily see fast castle Kata builds. Likely we're going to be seeing Limitane opening with Javelin. And maybe, just maybe an opportunity to poke here, considering that Dragavan did get the full forward wood spawn. So like, if you can get in here, you can deny any wood gathering. What map is this? This is Bridges. So this was a creation of Avlays, which saw a little bit of comp play in 2024, and then just fell out of rotation entirely. The funny thing is we had this now for the 2nd week. Last week, it was picked twice. One of them was grand finals and banned a lot. So I was kind of curious because, you know, before there's a lot of positivity around Bridges. So I thought it'd be a good idea to bring it back at least for 1 more week to see if there's a pattern here, if it is really that bad of a map in people's eyes, or if it just didn't fit what people were trying to prep for. It's interesting though, because the way the map gets divided, like Delhi isn't exactly as dominant as you'd think. And also, I think the other interesting part is Pro Scouts play, while it is going to be desirable, there are, as we mentioned with the wall off on the bridges, ways you can counter the play. I can't remember seeing this map before. The easiest way I can define this map, remind people of this map, is to remind people to have a flashback to Beastie versus Kiljadi, the infamous, I believe it's English-Chinese game where Kiljadi had 6 villagers at 36 minutes in the game. And he still hadn't GG'd. That was this map. Okay, we've got Imperial Hippodrome. No, come on. So, we've seen Cat try this. I believe it was in a game against Delhi. It was Pro Scouts Hippodrome. It wasn't good. Delhi's a bit different, though. I think by going Pro Scouts there, Byzantines crippled their timing. there might be more hope against French. I'm not going to hold my breath. It still feels really weird because, like, you're building cavalry against the cavalry Civ, right? Like, French knights, and you have horsemen. Wow, well done. There's a... Wait, what? There's something in the patch notes that says it's going to be DLC in April. Link me, because I haven't seen that. And something about extending the season. Okay, so what I will say... It would feel very odd for them to release the DLC in April. I'm trying to remember. I think that's where they do the Age of Empires announcement things. So you can sometimes make it work where it's like, hey, big announcement, we've got this. But like, I would rather see them do a full marketing campaign around it of like, let's now also immediately have a tournament on it, right? Let's actually have it like something different about that tournament, not just another EGC one online. Let's do something a bit bigger, right? Maybe do a small LAN environment. I think the way that I said that makes the most sense is in April, you announce when the DLC is coming. And when it's coming is Gamescom, right? So, like, Gamescom happens, and you have, like, a pre-access tournament, maybe. And then, like, immediately after the tournament finishes, you drop the DLC. That is how you build a marketing campaign. And, oh my god, he's doing 2TC. What? Well, we don't have pro scouts from B, by the way. We just have wheelbarrow. All right, this is getting weird on both sides. I've seen Dragonvan's quite a big fan of 2TC still. It feels really bad in the Pro Scouts meta to do 2TC. I'm a little bit surprised by it, because it's not like he's gone Pro Scouts into 2TC. He's wholly just punting for the second town center with only 9 sheep. Yeah, and a lot more for B, right? He's got 15. We are at least getting the deer shoving to make it a bit better for Dragonvan. So should be seeing the TC here, which will also block the rotation into his base. And he can even from there just short wall the bridge. What do I think if Portugal was added to AoE4? I think Portugal could be cool. I think Spain is ahead of Portugal in the running to get added. Just because... Like, Spain had more interactions with, say, Aztecs. So I think it comes down to, like, the Mesopotamian choice, right? It's like, Portugal, if I remember correctly, was the main aggressors against the Mayans. And then Spanish were the main aggressors against Aztecs, right? So I think you either do Portugal plus Mayans, or you do Spain, aka Castile, plus Aztecs as part of the DLC. Just do Iberian with 3 landmark choices? I mean, that's a potential option. I kind of feel like there was more interesting angles to do that with. Like, you could, like, I think if you were going to do your country identification changes based on landmark type Civ, Italy's a really interesting one for that potentially, right? Like, you become either Venice or Florence or the Papal State or Naples sort of thing, maybe. Because the thing is, like, Italy conceptually as a country didn't exist until very recently, really. Like, Germany and Italy, like, seem like long existing countries, but the reality is they're very, very young. So, wall's going up. Dragonvan has given himself a bit of insulation here, but B, we are going to be getting pro scouts. So, if you guys remember, about 3 minutes ago, I had very big reservations about this. Let me get my bike ready, because it's time to backpedal. 2TC makes this okay. I don't rate 2TC highly. Now, French TCs are much better. But at the same time, like, the value out of Pro Scouts is now an accelerated fast castle. Before this, I was worried about, you know, the amount of knights versus, like, cataphracts. But now, like, with Pro Scouts and the amount of deers getting off the map, I think you can actually justify cataphract play here with gulps. Alright, 1's if you think Dragonvan's going to win this. 2's if you think B's going to win this. And yeah, Lune, that was pretty much what we were just saying. No one wins, everyone loses. Why? Because they play bridges? Decent amount of Keshik's coming. Remember, he also does have the backup berries, but don't expect him to go for that. Like, this is how you can pretty much guarantee it's going to be gulpers. Is like, without Grand Winery, you're not really getting that many mercenaries. With Pro Scouts, you're definitely not getting any mercenaries. It's like, Golden Horn Tower could give you a trickle, but I think that trickle's bad. You don't want Golems against French Knights in Arbitrier. literally the worst unit out of all Merc choices and all contracts you could get. So that pretty much locks us in with Gulpers at that stage. In the meantime, looks like the DR being snatched away, so easy peasy grabbings here. Dragavan not really able to contest directly. The Knights were busy diving, but the Keshik's already here. That's not going to be feasible either. Look at the game. That's, I mean, like, do you mean AoE 4 collectively, or do you mean this specific game? Because, like, I can see where you're coming from with either angle right now. There is too much pro scouts. I will say it. It's like the... I'm kind of at a point where I would like to see a TC build beat pro scouts. And it be because, like, the build is better, not because it was misplayed, right? Because, like, as it stands, pro scouts is taking a dump on everything. If you don't pro scouts, it's like, are you even playing the game? So nice little dive in there, gets 3 worker kills. That was the Triumph usage, but doesn't really matter. Cataphracts don't benefit as much from Triumph as the Horsemen do. As a statistical inflation, right? Like, getting +4 damage is basically a 50% increase for Horsemen. Barely registers for Catas because they're high base damage already. How do you think they will nerf pro scouts? I've been over this multiple streams now. Like, the most obvious ways is going to be nerfing the movement speed when carrying deer. Maybe having some sort of inhibit factor where if you take damage, you drop the deer. Also, love the idea of vulnerability. Like, if you're carrying deer, you take a lot more damage, like 50% more damage. Yeah, there are options for sure. And cost is another one that comes to mind. Keshik's B was a bit greedy there. Yeah, I think he was just trying to rejuvenate his injured Keshik's, but wasteful. Wait, what? Why? Alright, I'm a little bit lost with what the strat is with Golden Horn Tower here. I don't think that Golden Horn Tower and the Eastern Contract complement each other at all. Even if B was to go infantry, like, who cares? Why would you want Ghoulims against Knights, right? It's not a great value prop. Then again, Dragavan is making it valuable. I can't believe this. He's adding in spears. I think he thinks it's Cataphracts. Because, like, keep in mind, Dragavan's blind, right? He doesn't have the scout. So he sees Keshiks, he sees pressure. Like, in fairness to him, he knows it's Hippodrome because he saw Triumph. So in fairness to him, assuming Cataphracts is reasonable, and it looks like he is going to be correct for it. So spears are coming. And he did get lucky. He's at least getting more Keshiks. Still, Cataphracts without Gulp is a little bit weird. Especially against French Knights, because if you can't commit to the fight, then you just lose over time, right? Because they heal, you can't. Wondering, considering the map control, like a Monastery drop would make a lot of sense here for B, because Dragavan isn't actually contesting the map at all. He's trying to tech up himself. Likely we're going to be seeing Arbitrier, which might make this Cataphract choice by B a little bit questionable. Has at least kept the pass open on the south side, but the problem is there's no new Keshiks coming here, so the wall-in will be successful for Dragavan. This game is getting weird. Good initial exchange there. Yeah, Dragavan knows he can't directly fight this, but he doesn't have to, right? Just shuffle away. You've got some walls to protect you. By the way, is my mic peaking at all? I'm hoping not. It sounded like the gate compression was a little bit delayed there. Wait, Guildhall? Okay, so here's the thing. If you go Royal Institute and you get Royal Bloodlines, your Knights are almost as tanky as a Cataphract, right? It's like ludicrously close because you end up with 80 extra health. So you end up with 310 health versus 360. And you'll be able to kill them because Cantor Saddles will buff you high enough, right? Without it? I mean, same idea if you want to switch Arbitrary is getting Crossbow Stirrups is actually a big deal. Gambus's admittedly kind of sucks against mass heavy cav, but the Crossbow Stirrups itself would be really nice for just pushing this back. This is a peculiar choice. Dragavan is being very greedy. I mean, in fairness, he only has, what, 8k gold inside? Or 6k gold at this stage. He does need to break through this wall. That is going to take a little bit of time, but eventually he's going to brute force his way, and you can see he's just stockpiling more and more heavy cav here. This is so obnoxious. Like, at some point, you think you have to add in a counter. Your opponent is adding spears, but no. B just continues to build in a linear direction here. He also now has Monks picking up relics, which guarantees he can afford even more cataphracts. At this stage, a switch, and there we go, makes sense. Either Archers or Varangian makes the most sense here. He's going to go Archers because if you add Varangian, it muddies the melee, right? Like sometimes your Varangian are just going to get headbutted by a knight. Second layer of the wall coming in. Dragoman needs time and he knows it. This wall isn't quick enough. He actually needs to work faster than this. The villagers also get stuck on the outside, so he's going to lose a few there. In fact, they're getting clubbed through the wall. He hasn't even completed it there. Not like this. Dragoman, that wall should have been secure. The knight count isn't good enough. The veterancy for Spearman not in either means he doesn't want to directly conflict with this. He's going to have to, though. The break-in complete. B, free to do whatever the hell he chooses here. He chooses to back up, weirdly enough. So, surprised he didn't rotate in, considering once you're in at this point, there's nothing that Dragoman can do to mirror you with the spears. But B decides he's done enough damage with that. He just backs off. He has got archers following this up, at which stage he can just look to recommit in. Dragoman, like, how much food are we talking about here, right? Because remember, he didn't play Pro Scouts. He's on the berries. He's got a second in reserve. But then that's it. That's when time is up. Yeah, what B is doing here is kind of, I think, showing the obnoxious absurdity of Pro Scouts. I feel like the current meta, I always bring it back to it, but because it is literally the most definitive element of current play. Like, how do you afford to keep just running cataphracts at your opponent like this? Into spears, burning walls and getting stabbed. It is Pro Scouts that is giving him this level of food to just keep doing this. Like, when we look back at his base, do you guys see olive groves anywhere? I feel like Dora the Explorer. Do you guys see what we're looking for? No, they don't exist. And it's all because of the deer. This level of push would not be feasible without either Gulpers or Pro Scouts. Going for on the wall again. This is just getting ridiculous. You're just getting stabbed through the wall, but just simply doesn't care. Now, B hasn't revealed the archers yet, by the way. He's holding them in reserve. So this is like a classic, I'm winning, I know I am, so I just want you to keep countering. And we can see that Dragon's taking the bait, right? He's now up to 13 spears. B is almost just enticing him to come out and fight him. And once Dragon gets enough spears together, he's going to take the bait. I like this from Drag, though. Arbitrary is the solution to all. Realistically, it's what he needed sooner, but with the barbarians at the gates, it had him a little bit panicked. And the barbarians are back again. Yeah, B needs to be a little bit careful. This is starting to get a bit dangerous. Sure, the cataphracts are the bait, but you still don't want to lose them. We need a tournament map with no deer. The problem with that is, like, then it's just a good map for Delhi and Abbasids, or you say, oh, there's no food, you have to build farms. And that's even worse, right? Because then it's just going to be Abba, English, maybe China. We basically need a new food type. That's the problem. We need a new food type that no Civ gets a bonus gathering to, right? Like, you could argue that's sheep, but the problem with sheep is fundamentally is like a food mechanic. They are deeply flawed. The RNG of it makes it a really badly designed food mechanic. Because, like, if you say, oh, we'll just have a map with, like, no berries, no deer, no boar, just sheep. Okay, but, like, if your sheep rotation is better than mine, then it's GG. Now, that's not fun. Dragon looks like he's not having fun in this game. Soon to be 4 relics home for B. And we've got Stone Gathering starting to stockpile up, right? Which has been picking the system so far. Realistically, you could consider 2 TC. The system level is making him more competitive with Dragon's lead here. Arbitrary numbers are starting to look good for Drag, though. We have Spriggles, but Spriggles suck against crossbows. Or against Arbitrary anyway, because they're ranged armor, right? Like, theoretically, Spriggles aren't terrible against crossbows because, like, a Spearman has 110 health right now. Arbitrary has 80, right? So, yes, you don't get the bonus damage against Arbitrary, but they're low base. The awkward part is with Pavis drops, Arbitrary just reduce a heavy dose of the damage you would do, right? Like, Springwood only hits for 18. And congrats, you can reduce it by like, 6. Oh, 7 maximum, right? But like, he hasn't even got under mesh 1 right now. You can have lots of small ponds with shoreline fish. So we kind of have maps like that. Things like Frizzy Marsh comes to mind, right? But maybe the sheep is making that just way too RNG and silly in some other ways. The problem is, even if you only have shoreline fish and there's not enough room to put boats, the inherent feeling of a lot of players in the community is like, oh my god, it's water. You know? Hey, this army looks so damn scary. And Dragavan's just about to reveal what he's up against, right? Like, this is the first time he's seen the next layer. You expect a few golems in there, but the archers might be catching him off guard. Dragavan has to walk away. Sacred Site timer continues to tick here. And B is now going for a very ambitious stone wall on the north side, which would secure him all of the big boy gold. All the gold that Dragavan would need to play there in the game. March once again comes in, this time bolstered by range for the first time in almost 20 minutes for B. He's added a different unit than ponies. Springle's starting to be built up. I mean, the Gulems are just great at this, right? A little layer. Like I said, I don't like them against the Knights directly, especially Arbitrary, but as a means of just building siege, right? Just being your siege engineers, they do have some value. Dragban is problematic because you're kind of fighting into choke points within your own base with mass spears, which just adds a lot more value to the Springs. Mangonel? No. I think the Springle's just better here. Because your opponent's going to be line formationing when he chases into you, right? And also, mangoes are a lot more expensive. Right, mango's going to cost you 600 resources. These are only 250. So, like, it's 2 Springles versus 1 mango. A lot more attack speed, a lot more penetration targets, potentially. B needs to pay attention, though. He isn't looking right now. He's distracted by the north side where he's trying to wall in. He's going to react now. So Springle should be able to scare Dragman back. That was a really good fight for him because B was just too distracted. Springle's now starting to stack that damage up. And it is penetrating through to the backline on the Arbitrier. Archer's already getting the juicy underbelly here. The Spearmen are what they want to be able to target down, and they're already removed. The trample through. Dragavan, nowhere to run and hide here. He has to know it. That was far too many losses. All infantry removed from the battlefield. And with the Triumph running for so damn long, there's still 30 seconds to tick on this. And a breakthrough in the trees. There's no survival left for the Norwegian. What a way for B to do this as well. A Civ that doesn't do pro scouts well against one that does it phenomenally well. And yet he is the one that leverages it to get to this bulk of cavalry and to overwhelm the French with heavy cav itself. Damn. That was ridiculous. Dragavan could have gotten this, in my opinion. I think he's like rushing to get out, but it comes down to a lack of food. Like, it really comes down to not having a food plan, I think. And getting probably baited a bit too much into spears. I think you just need more Arbitrary there. Like, Arbitrary are your MVPs, right? You want a group of spears to stop the cataphracts if they charge in. But the interesting thing is, like, Dragavan isn't really in urgent need of that when he's playing walls. When you play walls, you can't trample over walls, right? That should be a Mongol ability, by the way. Give them the ability to trample over walls. All right, so let's have a look. Next series. All right, guys. Do we check in on Dumi versus Starflark or Voldemar versus Avali? What do you think? Which one? And then in an hour and a half, we should have Mia Micah and Numadan live. Voldemar Avali? Is it Voldemar Avali time? Is it time to cast Voldy losses? We have a skill for it at this stage, you know? Oh, we've got King of the Hill from Voldemar. Look at you, you dirty little rat. I bet you're hoping there's no Roost ban. All right, so 3 maps. It's the number bridges pick. So apparently, people are willing to play it. So opening map is going to be Bohemia. And then we have King of the Hill and Brodges. Wave the German flag. Ugh. We'll see if he's waving a white flag. Because look at the drafts. Giving HRE in China very ballsy, but the Rus not being banned. What? Also, the Zhuji. Oh man, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I don't know how I feel about like Zhuji not being proud over HRE. Then again, Voldy did get Chinese at least, so I guess it's okay if you're getting one. Beating Avalon on his own map would be the Chad move. Dude, that's what we needed. We needed a week where every map is an Avalon map. And then you just like, you get matched up against him. Teach him how to play the game. So wait, what? Bruh, are you attacking my forehead? Okay. What? Where did that come from? Hey, man. You see this? Like, okay, I'm going to give you... You see that perspective right there? That's the same POV your mum had last week. Not just a map creator, a competitor as well. We love this guy for his maps. Are we going to love him for his plays? One and all. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster, week number 10. And we are into the round of 16. It is the kid versus the map creator, the D&D master, in a way. Avali on the French, going up against Voldemort, opening the series on his signature Civ, the Chinese. Now, I still think Abba is, to this day, to me, his signature Civ. You won't change my mind on that, but in the current meta, I definitely would take a Chinese pick over an Abba pick any day of the week. We are on Bohemia, a map where there's a lot of deer, and usually they kind of get funneled between the two of you. Only 2 sacred sites. Think of this a little bit like Dry Arabia if you took a sacred site away, sprinkled in a lot of teensy tiny tree lines and incy wincy cliffs. It's very weird in some ways in that regard. Kind of like Cliffside and Dry Arabia and Prairie had a baby, and they couldn't decide which two were the parents. But yeah, thought it'd be cool to bring this one back because I haven't been seen in over 2 years. Definitely a map I'm not sure if we're going to revisit in future weeks just because I've been seeing some weird spawn variants. But maybe we'll be able to get a map creator in to fix that. Avali, maybe pick up someone else's work and fix it. Yeah, I was saying how fun it would be if we just had enough Avali maps in a week that you could have an entire series on just his maps. But yeah, this is an interesting one because like China versus French is meant to be really good for French. And the reason is because of long feudal play. If French can drag the feudal, they look a lot better due to the night massing. Night massing will beat Jugendu massing any day of the week, right? Because it's not just about those one units, it's then about the spears archers afterwards. And while Jugendu will keep doing practically no damage, the archers will whittle away at the Chinese. Whole reason is tankiness of knights plus chivalry. So really the goal here for Voldemar, win condition, is Castle Age, right? Gather as many of the deer as you can and get out of the age. And the cool thing is, no matter which civ you are, it feels almost impossible to stop someone from getting 7 or 8 deer, especially when they're playing the Chinese. I remember Vlad fumbled against Dimu. I mean, you can ask him. He's in the chat. Yeah, I recall that game. I did cast that game. I think that is sitting there. I need to get a new YouTube manager because the person who was doing it has decided to just stop. It's always great. Because I literally have a video waiting to be uploaded of that particular game. So, I'm wondering if Avali is going to try to all in this. Because I think, genuinely, with what we just assessed a little bit earlier about the way you're meant to play this, like it is your best play. The awkward thing is, like, we've seen a few games more recently. I think most notably there was one between maybe it was Poppypaw and Dimu on Borderland, where the French player tried to all in, and the Chinese player just ignored him and went to castle. Like, this is the thing. China, especially with pro scouts behind them, is just so obnoxious at bypassing the risk. Voldemort. We'll even have 13 sheep to boot as well. We should be seeing pro scouts. I mean, he has got the Imperial Official now, so he can actually drop off taxation, which would just accelerate his timing. Then again, it looks like he's prioritizing what? Yeah, village first. I guess from his POV, he knows Avali can't rush the pro scouts, so he's not panicking about it himself. In fact, a little bit of a weird one here. We have Avali going into wheelbarrow. Guys, is this a non-pro scouts game? Because this is starting to seem like... If it seems like I get on about pro scouts a lot, it's because it's basically the meta and we expect to see it everywhere. And like, the two civs on your screen are, I'd say, top 6 for doing it. But considering that we have wheelbarrow from Avali, pro scouts doesn't make much sense. It is, however, going to be coming from Voldemort. You can see by the amount of gold he's already leveraging. Right? Like, he went, what, 2 Imperial Officials? You would have added in a third by now otherwise. So at least kind of one player doing it. So he's going to go for the racks opening first, which is to be expected here. You need it against the initial knight, and it also is a good way of protecting you when you run out for the deer. Yeah, it's a little bit surprising from Avali. I definitely value getting that first knight over just playing into PS. There is a world in which he just plays pocket economy, and that gives him a stronger timing for all in. I kind of like what Avali's doing here. I don't know. This is, like, when you think about it, it's weird in some ways because French get this cheap, right? They only pay the cost of one knight to get pro scouts. But one knight early on is a much bigger deal. Like, one knight early on is like 3 knights. Pro scouts backfired for Vortex yesterday when he played against Puppy. Yeah, but that's a very different game, right? Like, you can't compare Chinese and Abbasis doing pro scouts. They are fundamentally different civs. Like, China is 3 times better at doing pro scouts than Abbasids easily. And that was with a bit of a funky Abba build as well. It wasn't even culture into Fast Castle, right? It was melee. Like, if I had to rank the best civ at doing pro scouts, the civ is this one right here. I don't think there is a single better civ at doing this play. So, Horseman coming out. That's already going to be a nice blocker to the Archer play. God, it's another annoying and frustrating thing is the organic nature of that play as well. Is like, when you want to go for PS, you get access to the Horseman anyway. And by going for PS and getting deer, you have the ability to pump a lot of Horsemen, which is usually very difficult to justify on most civs in the early game because the food count is way too high for what it does. Why is Roos or Mali not better at pro scouts? Because Roos, while they do have good opening of scout timing, they have nowhere near the type of pull that China do with food gathering, with gold gathering, and with timing on the pro scouts. And then for Malians have really bad pro scouts timing actually, because typically they have to stop off for the scout upgrade, and then they have to like pump scouts first. So like typically for Malians, they're an anti-pro scout civ, not a pro scout civ. They do go it, of course, but like the opening play that is optimal is to build 4 or 5 scouts yourself and attack the enemies. So, Horseman, already revealing what Avali's up to here, so it's going to be full pocket economies, good old classic. Avali, I mean, he is patrolling for the PS play, right? Which should be coming through soon. We've already got him sneaking out on the east side. The interesting part, though, is Avali's kind of he's kind of helping Voldemort. Look at what he's doing. He keeps shoving the deer closer to Voldemort's base. I don't think that's intentional. It's just he's patrolling, right? But you just done it again. Like, this is 1,000 food you pretty much just donated to Voldemort. And he'll leave in pocket for himself as well. We already see him moving in. So, first deer now to be dropped off. And I believe the timing could not have been much better. Voldemort is down to 2 sheep. So gets it when he absolutely needs it. Definitely threaded a needle with this build, right? Like, he knew he needed enough spears to keep Avali away from diving him. But it had a risk, as you can see. Now it's time for the reward. Avali, in the meantime, has gone for the 1-1-1 build, so he's covering all bases. Which is actually not a bad idea, right? Like, going Archer Spears, you could feel bad about sacrificing more Knight production if your opponent had Juke. But right now, Voldemort doesn't have Barbican. He does, however, have a jump. Moves in with the Horseman, straight on top of the Archers there. And the Spearman follow-up is going to be a problem because after this, if Voldemort just turns around with the body blocks, he could get the Knights as well. I think this is the moment you just actually pincer him, right? Like, if you use Sandwich now, that's going to be 3 knights down. Continues to just blitz his way through and makes way now for the spears. It's a great strike there. Avali reduced down to just 4 archers in total. Against this many spears, that's not a fight you can win. Behind this, look at Voldemar. He's racing forward. Castle Age already halfway. Gold on the front side for Avali is another big problem as well. So no ability to just keep remassing into knights. And now kind of cruise mode activates, right? Voldemar can just play into castle and get out of this uncomfortable phase in the game we talked about. This is a cool deviation. Typically in this matchup, you're going to add in a few spears and then go for Barbican to stop the knights diving. But this different approach, I respect it from Voldy. Less greedy, more aggressive. And as a result, you block out Avali's advantages while 100% securing your own. So he will back up. Imperial Palace should be on the way shortly. I don't think you really need Clock Tower here. Clock Tower plays a little bit too slow. Your goal should simply be to get into probably Lancers or Palace Guard. I could see Palace Guard actually making a lot of sense here with crossbows. It's a bit risky usually against like the French because arbitrary down the line, but in what world is Avali rushing Castle Age here, right? You must be looking at a different game because there's no way he can just get there. Interesting. Voldemort is going to go for the Clock Tower. Curious what the thought process is there. I feel like Imperial Palace is maybe just a little bit better. Guarantees that you can see Night Raids if they're coming on the flanks, lets you focus down the center. But Voldemort, we know the type of player he is. Sometimes he doesn't like to admit it, but with 10 minutes in the game and he hasn't built a single wall yet, he's probably feeling a little bit weird. So I wouldn't be surprised if this does start to kind of Takeshi's castle up, right? And just get layers after layers. How many deer does he actually have left? There's still quite a bit on the map for Voldemort to snatch. We are going to get the crossbows coming in now. Now the Night Raid round the back. Now, unfortunately, Voldemort... Okay, there's a reason he didn't need to go to the Imperial Pass. He actually already subbed an outpost on the backstab point. So this rotation is seen super early. Voldemort actually just hangs around baiting him in, but maybe not paying enough attention there. Does lose a villager, doesn't get anything in return. It's not really an existing lead though right now, right? 42 to 42. Of course, 4 of them are Imperial officials, but you're fine with that. That inflates your eco. And now the Palace Guard is coming in. Food gathering on the front side means you are going to get idled up, but not for long. This is not the type of dive that Avali can commit to. His army, far too small. The Horseman still raiding on the other side of the map, so degathering complete means he's going to get hit there. But there's kind of a bigger problem, right? Like, Avali has to understand that this is a ticking time bomb now. If he doesn't go up an age soon, he is going to be going up against the strongest army imaginable, right? Crossbow PG. Which I know sounds weird against French Knights, but it's just like the PG don't have to care when your counter's so weak. Does French even have a chance? Sure, we talked about the chance, right? The chance is you have to drag along Feudal, and then you turn it to Mass Knights. Like that's your winning play. But I think Avali not playing Pro Scouts, you know, he made a big sacrifice there. He went for an all-in timing, and I don't feel like it paid off. You know, like I'm thinking about Wheelbarrow and how he paid 100 resource instead of 240. And as a result, your opponent didn't really get denied all this food. Like, this is the byproduct of that, by the way. It's that your opponent got, what, 75% of the deer on the map? At least. And that's allowing him to just still vomit out more troops without bleeding his resources. Meanwhile, Avali, like, the only reason he's lasted this long is because he's built archers instead of just blobbing knights. Raid coming in again. Horseman hitting that back tree line. Also a little bit out of time. The archers still trying to contest, but with the Undermesh level 2 in, the damage has been reduced down to 1. The Palace Guard are a problem which Avali seems ill-equipped to answer here. This is only wave number 1. Behind this, we've got Voldemort picking up relics. We've also probably got him prepping for, like, the Barbican into Song soon. Just so he can get his hands on the granaries. World really is his oyster. And no, there is no bonus damage against Palace Guard for Knights. It's just they have high base damage. The whole idea is like Men-at-Arms should suck against Knights, but like Avali doesn't have many for the reasons we highlighted before. It's like, this is why Palace Guard makes sense. It's just a front line for your crossbows, right? Like PG counts 2/3 of this comp, crossbow counts the remainder. Nestabee's now coming in. It's going to be even better against what is becoming a more and more predominantly infantry-based French army. Ali, he's so paranoid about what Vortimar's doing next. He doesn't have a next, right? But this surely should have won the stage where you just go up. But instead, we have him now 15 minutes in the game still in Feudal Age, adding in Chivalry at this stage. And Palace Guard do have the same tag as Men-at-Arms, but once again, to reiterate this, there is literally no bonus damage against infantry for Knights. The reason why Knights beat Men-at-Arms one-on-one is because of the raw stat difference. So yeah, you're thinking of Sofa. Sofa get bonus damage against infantry. That's a different unit. Wolf's now going up. So Voldemar, we talked about the insulation period. And he still doesn't have a way of accessing granaries yet. I have to imagine that's coming somewhere down the line. Then again, like where would you build it, right? It would have to be out here in the front. Which just doesn't sound very fun. Two Nestabees coming. Avali at that stage with only 6 Knights. I don't know how you beat this. Right, it's 195 HP on the Clock Tower Nestabees. And shots coming in. Bad news arrives for Avali. This is going to be the last stand. And I think this is going to be the death of him. There's no easy way to do this. The Knights drive the rotation around the back, but there's still a few spearmen left over. By few, I mean a lot. Too many, in fact. GG comes out. We question whether the Clock Tower is going to be worth it, but with just 2, Voldemar 100% justified the call. Oof. Goal flappers. Mr. Voldy, game number 1. Well played. Had to give you a triple well played there. We've seen a Voldemar win. A blood moon must be in the sky. But it is not a series win. Still got more games to come. Game number 2. Oh, sorry, I see that the maps didn't load. So, we had China versus Francais. I think it has to be King of the Hill, right? Roos versus Abba? Yeah, Roos versus Abba. Good luck, Mr. Voldemar. This is the Civ to beat. I don't think there is any Civ better than Roos on this map. I could die on that hill. Yeah, I don't think there is any Civ better than Roos on this map. I die on that hill, and so would everyone attempting to take the hill from them. We head into King of the Hill. Avali already trailing, but with a perfect opportunity to answer back here. It's a Roos versus Abbasid matchup. Abbasid has been about 3rd or 4th popular pick here. I'd say actually maybe 5th. I typically been seeing Roos, English, Chinese. I think the front runners / Yuji. After that, like that's kind of where Abbasid pulls in alongside Malians most of the time. But yeah, Abbasid's definitely an interesting one here. Usually the play from players on this one has been free TC, and then you try to eco boom and break out, because you will be contained by Roos at that stage. I've been theory crafting a build. And I don't know if Voldemar is old enough to pull it off. You know, he might not meet the height requirement for this one. Culture Wing 2TC Fast Castle. With Pro Scouts. It can work. It can be valuable. The question is, against Roos, will it be fast enough, right? Because like Roos will always inherently be quicker off the mark because of the fact that scouts will already be in position. I'll have to see. I think Voldemar's probably going to play it safe and just do the Eco Wing build. We'll hit the fast forward just for the first 2 or 3 minutes. And you're already seeing step 1 of why Roos feels giga busted on this map. It's the hunting cabin spam, right? Like we've got 2 hunting cabins. that are going to be generating, what, 24 gold each? That's 48 gold a minute. That's pretty insane at this stage in the game. Then he's going to have the corner swarm, which he actually got the perfect slot for a high trade house. Actually, could have been slightly better if he had the tree line close as well. Like, for example, what Voldemar has over here. But it's pretty high up in there. And it is going to be the Eco Wing. You think it might be too slow? Gully, I can guarantee that the Pro Scout's Fast Castle is not as slow as, like, this, though. I think free TC Eco Wing is a death sentence against Fast Castle Roos. Now, I know you had your own free TC game against a different player, but that was a very different game as well, if you remember. That was the Kaz Johan series where Roos went all in feudal. I don't think you have to do that here, Zavali. Fast Castle just feels very easy and organic from this position. And I have struggled to find situations where I could back TC play against Pro Scouts play. See if Voldemar can convince us. A little bit of burn damage is going to be coming through. We'll keep the speed up going until about minute 5 when we're teched up. You could theoretically open with 1 or 2 knights here, Zavali. Just do a little bit of poke damage. Even the idea of actually like double archer range, maybe 10 archers, isn't terrible. Because you'll eventually want this archer ranges anyway for horse archers. But usually just horse archers is too good to resist. You already see that gold trickle coming in. Pro Scouts has been triggered. And I am triggered by its existence. Voldemar will be looking for a TC drop probably on the gold here, which is going to secure a few of the deer. I don't think you can run past. Like, you can't go too deep. Yeah, so this guy is not good enough to stop Pro Scouts. In fact... well, you're not going to be able to kill it before they build it, right? There's no way. It would be hilarious to watch. Maybe if Avali built even more scouts, which he's now doing. Okay, I don't even know why Avali's attacking a villager. Like, he might as well just hit the TC to be annoying and keep it low. Because then Voldemar has to waste extra time repairing, right? There is a wall-in attempt. Okay, so this is how Voldemar's going to protect the food. That's good. Because I think if you don't get these walls up, guys, you'd think that you have a TC here. There's no way you get yoinked, right? Wrong. Every day of the week I watch happen. But Voldemar, like that, he just cancels the wall. Okay, so you're getting snatched. This is going to be probably 3 deer taken away if Avali walks a scout here and keeps 2 here. There's even 1 on the low ground. So, like, you get maybe 3 deer out of this play. Could try for rewall, but it's too late now. It's Avali. Like, come on. Just come on. I mean, he's going to lose 1 of the scouts. That was a bit negligent of Avali. But the deer is just so far away now. He even micros it. He's like, don't worry, brother. You may be dead, but I eat well tonight. Oh, God. So, congrats. You've gone 2 TC. And you gain... Guys, what did he gain for it? Did he gained the tree? Yep, there's these trees. He can gather from these 4 trees that he has to walk over to without wheelbarrow. And also, here's another fun part for you. It's Eco Wing 2 TC. So that happened. Yeah, I'm not very positive about 2 TC Eco Wing, guys. You're gonna learn that very quickly. 3 TC really is the payoff point. 2 TC is a little bit more questionable. The only argument you can have for Voldemar here is he's going to run out of food. So actually, like, you know, it's useful to have Fertile Crescent because you'll need farms. The problem is it's hard to swing. You're going to need farms in this matchup in this position as a positive, right? Like, yes, it's a positive you're getting them cheaper, but the negative is the fact that Avali is going to be fast castle. He's going to have 4 deer stacks and a lot of map control. You think 2 TC with military wing for the denial? Yeah, like, I agree. It's really nice here because Avali doesn't want to have to add in any feudal age units, right? Like, culture wing still, I think, can be justified just because POC. Like, it gives you some variance here, right? It's like preservation of knowledge. It sets you up for much cheaper castle age timing, and you can still go pro scouts. But like I said, against this particular civ, it is tricky. I think there are other civs which it works against because Roos have so many scouts early on. They can just kind of obnoxiously brute force you. I think the 2 civs that the preservation of knowledge pro scouts 2 TC build can't work against is Marlians and Roos. High trade-offs on the way, though. Get your numbers in. Go big. Go ballsy. Don't be weak with your predictions. Voldemar going for some ambitious walls here. Unfortunately, too late to really stop the value play for Avali. 420. All right, so we went big and memeful simultaneously, I see. Stable's also being dropped. Love this from Avali. Yeah, so he's going to have a dynamic force, right? Knights plus archers. Makes sense. Like, realistically, Voldemar should be able to counter you with Camel Archer. But you'd think Camel Archer wins, but if 8 Horse Archers show up, no. Right, the issue with Camel Archers is while they can beat Horse Archers, the scale point doesn't favor them. And you also need to be out on the map, because like for Avali, this is all about control. He's going to have access to 4 of the 5 relics. Was these on the way out to deny the 5th? But in the grand scheme of things, that's not going to feel that lucrative. Tech up is almost ready to go. We should be looking at military wing to open here. It's just worth it for the 2 camel riders on its own. And the farming begins. And me. Other side of it. It is going to be 266. And all of a sudden, any questions I was going to get from chat about why Roos is the best pick on King of the Hill should be pretty obvious, right? Like, this is a nutty amount of gold to have at this stage of the game. Like, I want you to really just do the raw maths in your brain. Is like, if a villager is worth, let's say, 40 gold, right? Like, if they could gather 40-ish resources a minute as a base, well, then that means that I'm getting, what, 6 villages worth and then some, right? 6 villages roughly worth of gathering. At a point in the game where you only have 35 villages. So that equates to a 15% increase in your economy. And then we have extra hunting cabins adding in more. And then there's the point of value of gold anyway, right? Like, it's ridiculous. We are 10 minutes in the game and he still hasn't touched gold. He's about as successful at touching gold as I have at touching boobs since becoming a father for the 2nd time. It just doesn't happen anymore. Man, that was personal. But we like, seriously, this Civ, I think the record we've had is 22 minutes on transhumance from Louis before he touched gold. That's ridiculous. So melee wing in 25 seconds. And the Roos are already farming the map. Sacred Site's been locked in. Relics are already on the way home. He's going for the more dangerously oriented ones first, leaving the safety one for later. The Knights are now arriving, and that wall, well, we're not AoE2. That doesn't work, remember. So you can actually go in the gap. He's actually reluctant to do so, courtesy of the fact that Avali does not have a blacksmith yet. Too much information? I don't think it was too much information. I didn't tell you the exact number of days since I last did, okay? It's very tame. It's been a long time. Voldemar and his bloody walls, dude. How does Voldemar win from here? Now, like, realistically, crossbow spear is great against horse archers, right? But Avali's already switched the script. I love this. Crossbows, men at arms, your winning condition, right? And also, what you can do now is stockpile the Golden Gate tickets and buy stone, and then go for a keep drop. Like, I hope he doesn't use any of these. Don't waste them, right? Like, touch gold if you need to. Like, realistically, men at arms plus crossbows at this scale, the passive gold is good enough. You don't actually need to touch gold still. But if you get that keep drop at around about 5 minutes, I don't think Voldemar's going to be rushing to the hill quick enough. Voldemar, there was always going to be tit talk when you're a tit and pick Cabasas on this map. Hey. Wait, didn't you? I'm just double checking your draft. You had Byzantines, right? Yeah, but you want them for bridges. That's the problem. HRE is kind of intriguing here, actually. For like maybe a Fuel rush. Stildar is coming in. So Voldemar is just trying to pace himself, because the problem you have here is, like, when you play campy corner like this, and this is why I hate Abba on this map, you are going to have to bulk a bunch of farms, right? He has got the berries to try and extend him, but like that wouldn't get you into horseman. That wouldn't get you up to 70, 80 military. It's tricky. We don't have a keep drop actually coming. It looks like Avali instead is just going to go wooden fortresses, but this still works for the stone, right? Like the value is you can just get loads of spring placements. Fort for Relic is about to be banked. Wait, it says live in the towel? Oh, that's because we're live. And also because we mix in live and recorded games, so I'm not, like, yeah. Also, my counter argument when people are like, oh, I thought this was live. Like, once again, does it matter? Does it really matter? Our live series coming up, actually. We've got me and Micah versus Numadon. Should be after this one. We do have camera riders from Voldemar. This is great if you're playing up against what you think you're playing up against. You're not. Yeah, he's kind of baiting himself, right? Like, he sees some horse archers, and that makes it seem like a good play. Although this looks kind of like sadness. Just not sure who threw. I mean, F4 rather. Avali kind of ended up frontlining with the horse archers unintentionally there. But I'm hoping Voldemar doesn't queue up 4 more of these because of what you just saw there. No, he's doing the right thing. We've got lots more crossbows and spears coming. But this is getting obnoxious. This is poor man's keeps at this stage. Live makes it feel more exciting. Okay, I get where you're coming from, but that should mainly be for me, right? Because I'm the one loading the game that could accidentally leak spoilers to myself, which I work hard not to. For you, if you haven't looked at the results, you don't know. So, still new content. Does anyone lose their mind that all of Drongo's games are not live? It's because they're a YouTube video. No, it's just the nature of Midweek Muster. We've been over this. Like, the beautiful accessibility of this tournament is like, some series will be live, some will be played when we aren't live. It's just the bread and butter of it. We could make it so that every single series is live, but that would mean you wouldn't get as many games. Right? Like, and also as many tournaments. That's a trade-off. So, Mango's coming in. Damn, I love Manjaniques. I think this is good. Oh my god, he's even adding in fortified walls. Alright. I appreciate it like me, by the way, but I'll just say this for the record on the recording. I don't feel the need to, like, demeasure me against, like, another caster, right? Like, I've always been big on this, and I don't know, maybe it's the wrong way to be in, like, the content creator meta. Maybe it's good to have people warring for you and pulling other people down. But I would rather focus on what I do well and what people like about me than, like, someone else has to suck in your eyes for me to be better, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm always trying to push that, because I think there's way too much negativity in the world, especially online, right? And, like, you know, when people make comparisons like, oh, I think you're better across than Krakeny or Drongo, what, like, dude, those people are my friends. Those are people that I get along with. I don't need them to be pulled down. I mean, it is a depressing reality check of, like, being a caster is actually it's just a survival game, believe it or not. Like, I was talking to Caster from StarCraft about this. He's like, I mean, it's, you know, it's basically a survival game. He's like, I was like, huh? He's like, yeah, you're basically waiting for someone else's career to die so you can move up. I'm like, Jesus, I never thought about it that way, but yeah, kind of. But it's like, that doesn't mean I'm not actively sitting there praying for someone's demise. I'm just focusing on my own success, which I guess is a rare and weird element in the current, well, not current sphere, but like the job. This is ridiculous, by the way. This is just, it's so obnoxious. Like, which ones actually have emplacements? Also, if the counter unit comes in, he can just basically put the countered unit inside of these. You have extra arrow shots. It's It's actually wild. Keep drop is now coming in, so this is Voldemar's attempt to not die. Voldemar says that I suck at playing AoE4, but great at casting. All right, chill, bro. If we start averaging 750 viewers, I've already said I'm coming for Conk and I'm coming for your ass. Yeah, also, after that Malian game, can you criticize anyone? After this Roos game, could you criticize? Oh, bless Fordy. So we have a keep drop to try and start him off, but like, the problem is if you think about the collective health pool of these wooden fortresses, it vastly exceeds a castle. This is more annoying to deal with. Voldemort, he knows he's gonna have to brute force this. There's a minute and a half left. How about that? Wait, you criticizing me? How about this, Voldemort? Dude, Avali clearly spends way too many hours on balloons playing tower defense games, and you're about to lose to this. This is about to destroy you. Frontline failing him. Avali about to break through on a map that he did not even create. Unbelievable. The Saint's Blessing is making this so easy to plow his way through as well. So we are going to be going to a deciding game after Avali wins on a map he did not make, but we will decide it on a map he made, because game number 3 is going to be on bridges. Avali, feeling the overextension a bit, is going to back off here, but now it's Voldemar's turn. Congrats, son. You have absolutely no frontline tanking units, and you're going to need to walk over here. Now, I know it's only one screen, but as I've often said in my life, the size is much bigger depending on the angle you view it from. It's a long journey uphill for Voldemar. Yeah, and it's just more and more emplacements coming in as well. Avali has enough gold to just tick it through. He's been doing it. He's been buying stone time and time again. So game number 2, Roos remaining, as always seems the case, the king of this hill. Oof. Got conk knowledge, but his fingers are controller tuned. Brother, what? You should what? No, man, you should be careful, mate. Your brain's too attuned to the free-for-all ways, and I now have a PC that actually gives me more than 30 frames when I play the game. Don't tempt it. Look at that thing. Look at that goddamn beast. You know, up to this point, I've clearly just been avoiding being a pro player because I didn't want to take all the money away from all you aspiring players. No, I'm kidding. But now, after this, you come in my chat and wage war? Hell no. In chat defending yourself over a loss? How dare you lose, Voldemar? Oh, Voldemar's going to win. Achery versus Delhi. Share with us your IGN. It's literally Killer Pigeon. I don't think there's any idiot that would use that name other than me. Like, I don't have an in-game rank. I've been over this multiple times. And by the way, like, the thing I always say, like, I was... So there was a chat going on, just before we hop in game 3. I got to talk about this. There was a chat going on in EGC's chat yesterday about, like, pros would make better casters than casters. I could eat 15 Vindaloos and look down my toilet and see less shit. Like, it's bull. Trust me. As someone who's... Yeah, Voldemort, chill. Being good at the game doesn't inherently make you good at speaking about the game. Especially when you consider that most pro gamers are introverts. You see the problem already. I don't know, dude. It's true for football, but that's just bullshit, right? Like, football's different entirely. It's not, and by the way, to iterate, I'm not saying a pro can't be a caster. That's not what I'm saying at all. But the idea that just being a pro inherently makes someone a good caster is delusional. It's false for football too? Yeah. Like, I actually think a lot of the best people, like, commentary weren't pros. You know, like, and you can have outliers. Like a perfect example is Gary Lineker is a phenomenal host, right? And like, you don't need to be a pro tool to be a good host, right? Being a pro doesn't mean you're a good coach. There we go, got him. I think pros can be fine for color casting, but for play-by-play, yeah. And like, it's, you know, I don't like. There's plenty of people who wouldn't be good at play-by-play, and they shouldn't try to. Like, it's also how you weigh a caster and what makes a good caster is different. Dimmu would be the ideal caster though. Amazing when he casts and all the knowledge. Sure, but like, he plays, right? But the idea that, like, for example, if you put, okay, so let's like look at this bracket, okay, as an example. If I put B, Dragavan, Sass, Skybrain, Voldemort, Avali, Cat, Myriad, Dimmu, Starflight, Mia, Micah, Numidan, Core, MSN, Elyon, and Kazuyohan all on the microphone, I'd probably, without thinking about it too much, I'd weigh maybe like 4 could make good casters. That's not shade at the others. It's just, there's so many elements to being a good caster. The way you prep, the way you talk, your personality, like all these things add up. And it doesn't always translate like people think. Have I played AoE4? I played some AoE4 like a long time ago. We done a little bit of a grind time when I was at Race to World First at the start of Swords Ascent, right? And I think we just played a bunch of quick matches, but we basically didn't lose at all. You want to poll on this? I mean, sure, but what do I know? A guy who's been commentating professionally for 7 years. Because, like, also, here's another thing. Do you know what the shittiest kind of casting is? The told you so, knows everything, and just bluntly says it sort of one. Like, blunt can work, but for example, if you say, oh yeah, blah, blah wins this. Right? Like, dude, I don't want to hear that. Like, tell me why. Explain why. Like, explain me through. Like, I've actually had pros like that before, where, like, you have to pull teeth. Like, you have to know how to actually basically interview them on the cast. But then you've got like a Q&A, which in my opinion is an inferior form of like commentary compared to, say, like back and forth talk, right? Like Q&A type commentary between a pro level player and like a play-by-play is like, it's the lowest hanging fruit, because like you don't get the elegance of like depth, right? Because it's just a one-way linear interview instead. And yes, Dimmu does cast in StarCraft. Pro caster and a caster like you is the best combination? Oh, sure. Like I'd love to, dude, I wanted to get probe in, but like the problem is AoE4 isn't lucrative enough for probe to like be in the scene, right? He has StarCraft and PUBG, so it doesn't make sense. You think it'd be interesting and fun to cast your own game? I mean, like, I think there's probably pros that do that where they talk over their own thought process, and the difference there is like they can have a scripted environment, so it's safer. But like, you know, I'd say if I was to actually like commentate over my own gameplay, I'd just do it in the moment, not post. So I'd run you through the thought process as we go. Like, for example, if I was playing Voldemar's HRE right now, Pokeboys are good. He's opened with a Rax here on Bridges. It's going to be HRE versus Delhi. This is a harsh matchup. Delhi struggle immensely against HRE. Now, the Dark Age Rax opening is a little bit questionable. I don't think it's that worth it. Then again, he has at least blunted the gold gathering to the point that Avali won't be able to get optimal scholar timing. But, you know, the reason why Voldemort done this is typically you do want to be going Rax plus stables in this matchup, and eventually Archery Rangers. And then back to Rax. But, like, usually it feels a little bit better to just rush Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts is really the reason why H3 is now taking a dump on Delhi. It gives them so much food that they can outmass the Delhi. So curious what Avali's answer is going to be, because, guys, we are deciding this on his map. Avali created Bridges about a year ago, so he should know this map better than anyone else. I just don't know if he knows a way of making this matchup feel good. Like, every time I think about Delhi versus HRE, if we're talking about both players playing Feudal Age, it feels bad for Delhi. Like, Delhi's out feels like it's meant to be Castle Age into War Elephants. Even then, with the power nature economy, if you predictably rush that play, they'll be rushing crossbows as well. Casters need to have charisma, game knowledge, hype plays, make good guesses, etc. Yeah, exactly. So like for those that are going to be watching this on YouTube, we basically between games we're having a discussion about pros and casters, and I bluntly said like being a pro doesn't make you a good caster, right? Just like being a caster doesn't make you a good player, right? Just like being a good player doesn't make you a good observer. So, you know, these are very different roles with very different perspectives and different angles. Like, dude, I don't think I'm a great observer. I don't know. I think I've gotten a little bit better, but I think the things that makes me a bad observer is what makes me, like, a decent player with all the games I play, which is, like, I'm basically ADHD, brain. I'm, like, all over the place. That's bad. Like, a good observer is, like, very slow, very methodical. He's very thoughtful about how everything looks smoothly, right? Same as, like, a player... You know, like a player doesn't necessarily make a good content creator. We always give a shout out to Krakeny for, I call it his grandpa camera movement. Right? He's very chill. He's very round. But then, you know, although there are people that will watch, say, someone like Beastie who's just all over the place, right? He's like just do it, and then we're like basically seeing him switch all the time like this all over the map. There are people that enjoy that, but like for a casual person, it's less relatable, right? Like you wouldn't want that, for example, the observer role. And once again, I'm not saying that BC's a bad content creator. I'm saying, like, there's different arcs to it. And there's things that are positives and negatives, right? So it comes down to your niche. But yeah. We're going wide now on all the different things. But the point is very simply, for the people that are like, I want every caster to be top 100 conk, or you can't talk about the game. Wrong attitude. Also, like, although some of your favorite casters may spend next to no time playing the video game, they probably spend immense hours reviewing the video game, right? Watching scrims, watching pro games, looking up the statistics, weaving the narratives, the patterns. Like, Jesus, I've got 3,000 hours in Age of Empires 4, and 98% of that is watching games. So, let's talk a little bit about the matchup now that we're 6 minutes in. We have the Ghazi play, but you're about to see why the Ghazi play falls flat. Spearman plus Horseman eviscerates it. And this forces you off of your best unit. If you're not doing Ghazi, that means you have to go into Archers or Spears. And that's where things get problematic, because for Voldemar to counter you, all he then needs to do is go into Men-at-Arms. And as you lob up more and more Men-at-Arms, you open the victory condition, which is Transition Castle, and already have 20 of them on the battlefield. So yeah, Amelie needs to solve for that. He basically needs to do damage in the Ghazi phase before we move beyond it. Right now, we're not really seeing that damage. Nice little deer shove in here. Love that from Voldemar. Hasn't gone for the Pro Scouts at all, which is very rare, actually. This is a different build. Amelie instead has got Pro Scouts coming in 1 minute 15. Yeah, not sure if this is fully paying off for Voldemar. Like, Pro Scouts would have just felt so organic, but things got weird because of that Rack's beginning, because it slowed down his tech timing. KP's our gold with conk knowledge. Dude, like, even if I ranked out gold, I wouldn't care and I wouldn't stop casting. And here's why. I can understand a game and not want to play it that way. And maybe I can't because I've got old man arthritis or whatever, but like, even if it's not that, I'm gonna be real. I think people at gold rank are actually having more fun with their game than people at conk rank. Just think about that for a second. Why? Well, if you go KP, they're losing more. It's like, well, no, are they? Because they're stable at their rank, they're 50-50, right? So, like, they're not necessarily winning or losing more than, like, someone at conk rank. But, like, here's the thing. You have a lot more diversity to do what you want in gold. And also, because you're oblivious to what the optimal play is, you just do what you think is fun in general. Right? Like, I always love to reference Dota 2. When I first started playing Dota 2, we had this item called a Quelling Blade, which just chops a tree. And it's, like, meant to be a weird little side thing, but it's not really that big of a benefit. I still remember, most vividly, one of my earliest memories, me and a friend buying these things and using them to chop through a tree line to backstab the enemies. We were 2 levels behind. We somehow killed them. It was not an optimal play whatsoever, but we enjoyed ourselves. In a game age where Meta and optimal play has dominated our brains. The idea of just having fun with a video game is so underrated. So, Men at Arms now on the way. Voldemort is marching forward for the transition to attack. Avali doesn't have much in the way of Ghazi. He has started switching to archers, but we're reaching that phase we talked about, where like Men at Arms just takes a giant dump on you. Admittedly, Voldemort's timing isn't going to be as strong here because he didn't go pro scouts. I think that would be my criticism with this build is like PS just feels much better because it gives you the ability to pump out a lot more Men at Arms early on. When you're smurfing, you can do what you want. If you're actually smurfing, I'm going to ban you from my chat. I don't like smurfing. I'm 100% against smurfing. Smurfing kills video games. Can still have fun in team games? Nope. I don't have friends. I have enemies that I team up with. I've tried random queuing team games. If you look at my profile, all the losses is because a teammate would GG out at 4 minutes in or 5 minutes in. Team games ain't fun in AoE 4 because it doesn't hold people hostage when they lose one villager, you know? Just coming in. I mean, look, like if this is a team game right now, there's a randomer. This guy would have left. He lost a villager. Avali being raided. Voldemort, nice little strike in here with the Spearman Horseman. It's just a rapid moving concept. Marching Drills guarantees that the Men at Arms leave him a little bit immobile to being moved out of the base entirely. So Avali taking a heavy hit there. No counter raid coming in. Voldemort is Kushki at home. This is meant to be the stage in the game where his push is weak because he only has limited farms. If Avali can't hold him back at this point, leaves very little hope as this goes on. You haven't been on the regularly on the receiving end of MSN Dragvan Puppy, like beating you? Yeah, but that's my point. That's what I was saying. Like, if you're gold rank, you're having a much funner time. You're having so much better of a time than the person trying to be conk rank. So, what's Avali's out now? Because I don't like what I'm seeing here. Archermen at Arms, you know, bad interaction. In theory, Ghazi can beat. But I think for Voldemort, once he's about 20 MAA, you don't need to pressure anymore. You just need to go Castle Age. And that's the killer point, right? Is like, we're in a game where you've got, what, one Sacred Site being secured and only one. Not great. Meanwhile, Voldemort, farm count has to be up at, what, 15 now? Yeah, 16. This is kind of reaching the stage of no return. Like, Avali doesn't have the scary quantity of Ghazi to just brute force this. And also, because of the Marching Drills effect, it's not easy for Avali to kite the fight to take out all these spears. Not only that, we actually have a dive in. The Ghazi get baited away from home. I think Voldemort just needs to calm down a little bit. There shouldn't be a rush to dive here. Love the fact he went Bloomery and the melee tech. This means that Men at Arms can actually wallop away at the Ghazi now. But yeah, so like, I mean, there's a lot of talk about team games. I'll give my blunt take on team games. Team games should be a majority surrender vote. And if a majority surrender vote does not pass, you should not be allowed to leave the game without being penalized. So for example, if you're in a 3v3, you can nominate a surrender vote. But if it's just you that wants to surrender, too bad. That would make randomer like interactions at least a little bit better. That would lead to a lot of griefing, and that's what the report system's for. So as long as Microsoft is doing their job, the system works. Simplest solution is to play. I don't have friends. Why have you got to bring that up, man? Voldemort's meant to be my friend. He's in here trash talking me. Anyway, Clash coming on the north side. This is exactly how Avali can't afford to fight. Like, he needs his Ghazi and archers together. He's getting peeled like a banana right now. Saying KP, because someone plays better on a high rank, they are not allowed to have fun. I do not. So here's the thing. You having fun by smurfing is you ruining the fun of someone else. And it's in an unreasonable way. Because what you need to realize is, let's say you're like ranked 400 in the world and you queue into someone who's ranked 50,000 in the world. The gameplay is going to be so polarizing and alienating, that person might just drop the game there. It might be their first or fifth game ever playing AoE4. Have you ever played a game that has been so hard that you don't bother to learn it? right? Because here's the thing. Before anyone goes, oh, just don't be a pussy and be good at hard games. No, there's a difference between a hard game and a game that makes no sense, right? Like, when a game... Like, the reason Dark Souls works is a lot of the brutality it throws at you is like, oh, if I just looked, this would have made sense. But if it just, like, randomly dropped a giant anvil out of the sky that kills you every random insert seconds, it's not fun, right? And having a conk ranked person in your gold game is the equivalent of having that anvil just dropped on you out of nowhere. And what makes it even worse is because of the delayed trigger point of RTSs, by the time you realize what's happened to you, you've wasted 10 minutes of your life. So, Avali has got House of Learning on the way. I'm a little bit shocked by the way that Voldemort has played this. We're up to 34 men at arms. Just, you know, crap. Get that big glob of cartilage out your gut. Instead, it looks like he's planned to dive, and the timing might be right for it because Avali has been laying back in his base. What about the pros playing Smurfs? So, like, some of them do it to have for seeding ranking. Like, the only excuse that like, I kind of nod and kind of understand with Smurfing is because of seeding for tournaments. That's the only one that makes any sense to me. Anyway, dive coming in. Let's focus on this because this is a big fight. Avali needs to survive this. He has a hope in hell to win this game. Choke point fight at that. I just can't believe Voldemort didn't tech up by now. It's 37 men at arms at this stage. Avali's queued up his own MAA. They're starting to come out slowly but surely. I think if Voldemort doesn't walk away with like 10 worker kills, this is just not worth the dive though. It's getting ridiculous. A third of Avali's army is going to end up being skulls at this rate. He's going to be coming around the back with a wall attempt, but the immediate pull there. Voldemort needs to get out of range. What is going on? The conversion goes through. Gets his hands on about 5 extra men at arms and spears. Voldemort, why? All the ways to play this. He has at least got the tech play coming behind it. I think what matters is, despite the fact Avali's going to survive this, what food, what gold does he have? That was insane. 16 worker kills as a result of that. Because they're all in the middle of the battlefield. No textiles either. Feels sinful from Avali. I think he just got baited by the fact that he had a full feudal men-at-arms force diving his base. Saw the confidence of it. But we talked about the worker requirements. He got the 10 necessary. And now Voldemort, sure, he lost a lot of men-at-arms for that. But the tech up is coming through. Your opponent has no food income. He's not prepped himself for the stage in the game. He has 1 sheep. Berry access is in dangerous positions. I think Avali's still dead. He needs to counterattack right now and do some real damage. The problem is Voldemort is coming in with his signature walling. There won't be a quick breach point here. So, to the comment from Murphy, if your friends are gold and you are conk, it's so hard to have fun against 3 conks. Okay, but if you're conk and your 2 friends are gold and the other 3 are gold, it's so hard to have fun against 1 conk. You see how I just flipped your argument? You see the problem, right? Oh yeah, crossbow's coming. Avali, he needs to rush the relics right now. We've already got 1 coming home from Voldemort. Ghazi is going to at least be able to intercept that. So, like, this could be the block at play, right? It's like, there is a risk to Voldemort, but it's minimal. Sure, the relics puts a dampener on the game for you if you lose out on that, but with 29 farms, vomiting men at arms should just be your win condition. Meantime, Avali's going to try to break in, but we really have the heavy maces ready. And he did actually get that relic in the end. The Ghazi wasn't able to snipe him, so 1 relic home. 4 for Avali, but much needed when you consider that he's almost 20 villages behind at this stage. We need a larger player base so you get better matchmaking team games? Sure. But, like, how do you get a larger player base is now the challenge. Dude, that discussion, oof, you're going into a full podcast episode. Avali. Looks like he's just trying to get a semblance of an army together here. He has at least got that initial injection coming in now, food, after moving out on the berries, but he needs to hold here. And the problem is, I don't know how you do against this many men-at-arms. It's 15. He has no crossbows whatsoever. He has 6 men-at-arms and then 5 fake ones. The converted ones are still alive. Those filthy traitorous defectors are about to get culled. And this is where the vulnerability comes into play. Avali, with all these frontal resources, it's something that Voldemar should be aware of. Even if he's not, like, I wonder, do you not just win by brute forcing this? Two relics being pulled forward here, but with the crossbow count being as high as it is, it should just be an insta-snipe for Voldemar. Instead, he just bides his time, bails on the play. Recommitment coming in, and Avali will have a second wall low, but with the crossbows, I mean, just snipe him, right? He doesn't want to risk it, though, due to the piety. So just pulls him out of range, kills more than men-at-arms. Crossbow count is about even across the battlefield, but the men-at-arms are the difference maker now. They're going to reach that back line. I think Avali just doesn't have enough pump, right? That idle time on the food gathering, and whoopsie, left him wanting for too long. He's at least going to be able to shrink Voldemar's force, but yeah, unless there's farms coming in the next minute for Avali, I just start to question how he keeps this going. Right, like, it's just getting ridiculous. Voldemar is now up to 31 farms. Yeah, sure, it's only 1 relic. It's a lot of gold for Avali, but, like, gold hasn't really been his problem. Food is his problem. And it's funny because, like, if he had food, he would have had elephants before the crossbow masked up now, right? Usually when Delhi's in this type of position, they look to elephants to recover their game. But you can't now that your opponent's gone crossbows. You have to do that pre-crossbows. Now, you could go tower elephants, but actually, funnily enough, like, Achery is one of the better civs at dealing with tower elephants due to marcher drills. Their spearmen are able to pinch you too quickly. This is tough. Villagers now getting found in the flank resources as well. So Avali, after that fight exhausts him, look at the food state. He's going 2 TC with no food access. He has at least got... Wait, why have we got a trader? I was about to say we could at least have pro scouts here, but for some weird reason, and I don't know why, Avali hasn't been picking up the deer. It's kind of crazy because I feel like Voldemar threw this game away a bit when he dove in feudal instead of just taking castle, right? But like, Avali hasn't been bringing any deer back. We've got 7 up here. We've got another 7 over here. He's actually trying to move out with villages now, which, I mean, you really are poking the bear at that stage. Yeah, definitely lessons to be learned for both players in this game. Just shows you how back and forth it can be, even at the high level, right? I don't think either player necessarily played this 100% clean. But Voldemar, the brute force... The brute mentality seems to be paying off big dividends here. Pushes in. The tower elephant comes out, but 1 elephant shouldn't really be capable of carrying this fight. Not against this many units. Crossbows start to move in. Overkilling on the men-at-arms, but it's just breaking through to reach that back line. And Wallow's going to come through, but at this stage, the crossbow count is good enough. Skull's going to go down. And remember, that does let him stagger the Wallows. If you don't let it complete, there will be another one, another one, and another one. There will be another one, another one, another one. It just doesn't seem to really be firing. Avali, please. Just shut up and jump in the grave. Oh, no. And then there was one elephant to rule them all. Avali ruled the day that he thought he could just win by playing his own map here. Looks like Voldemar now in a pitch-perfect position to take full control. More villagers going down. It's a never-ending pump at this stage. In a game where Avali has seen his last of food. He basically has a few farms back here and then nothing else to eat. So that means that Voldemar is going to be matching up against either Cat or Myriad. I'm trying to remember. I think, yeah, Voldemar has made quarterfinals before, right? Could be a good week to see semis, though. Let's see if he's capable of it. Avali back to the drawing board. Glad to see him starting to sign up. Definitely a lad we've missed. A little bit too much Age of Myth, maybe. Yeah, crazy. I mean, I've watched this from players like B's caliber. Like, the HRE, I think about 85% favored. This is a hard matchup for Delhi. Like, I kind of have a smile on my face like a psycho at the moment because as much as we like to harp on about how I hate pro scouts, the one good piece is it's made it much harder for Delhi to win games. Oh, not this again. Stop. Get out of here. Oh, we're going to fast forward. At this stage, Avali is just kind of dragging the game because it's the final one. And we don't do double elims here. Choom would scream and shave his head bald if we did. What do you guys think? Have you been struggling with this matchup as HRE? Have what we talked about in this game actually helped you at all? And also, do you think that all the casters suck and they should all be pros? Let me know in the comments down below, and I will catch you all in the next chapter. You know, as soon as Avali gives up. He's like, I have an elephant. As long as Dumbo's alive, there's hope. Oh, Dumbo. It's over. In this case, you knew better than Voldemar. Whoa. Voldemar should get coaching from me? What? Fire all casters. No casters from now. Mute games. That's right. And then like that one guy that moans about like casters not being pros. We'll see how he likes it then. Wait. But wait. Is Voldemar going to eat the humble pie? Voldemar, do you think that you should have went age-free sooner? This is a safe space. We won't hold it over you if you admit it. No. Really? You don't think you could have stopped at 30 MAA and went castle? Tried it versus May. In what way? I'd have to see the game, but like I feel as if the way Avali was playing with his comp doesn't allow him to fight you when you're at 30 men arms, right? Because he kept discombobulating. Like you kept getting his Ghazi alone. Which I think already just gives you a big edge to go castle. Surprised you didn't pro scouts though. What's the thought behind that? Go to main? I'm not watching another Voldemar game. Okay, so let me just add in a few of these scores and we'll update the bracket for you guys. We have got more series coming. We've got about 20 minutes until Mio Micah versus Numidan live. Not enough time really for an entire series, so maybe we'll like cast one game from a series and come back to it. Another use of replays. Ta-da. So let me just add this in. So yeah, stated bracket as it stands, guys. So we've still got Cat versus Myriad. We've got Doomy versus Starflark. Elyona versus Kaz Johan. Sass versus Scatbrained. Core versus MSN was a default win because MSN had to bail midway through the series. So he lost game 1 and then had to forfeit game 2. We could maybe do Doomy versus Starflark. Remember we had a counter for Voldemort on screen? Good days. Good days. Let's watch it. I don't know if you guys want to watch it. We've got series to get through. Maybe we could check it later. I mean, May is like a very specific kind of Delhi fiend though, right? It's a very different beast as well. I think you can win mid-castle. No, I think the whole idea is H3 wins early castle, right? Just speed it up. Jesus Christ. This guy, filibustering our show. Do you guys want to watch one of the Doomu Starflark games, or do you want to watch Voldemar get his cheeks clapped by May? Do I need to do a poll? What do Voldemar losing? Doomu versus Starflark. Actually, how long have we got? It's 20 minutes. Do you guys prefer to just have Doomu versus Starflark in one full sitting? I mean, that's what you got to decide, right? Otherwise, there's discombobulation of us doing one game and coming back. AX Dimmy versus Star. Don't know if people would like that. I'm sorry, Voldemort. It seems watching you lose is too painful for people. Alright, one sec. I reckon we can do one game from Dimmy versus Starflock. 2 is going to be a stretch. We have 20 minutes. Right. So, Bohemia is default. And then we've got King of the Hill and Rocky River. What's in 20 minutes? In 20 minutes, we've got Numadon versus Miyamika live. See? Told you I had some live series today. Ta-da! Okay. So, we'll hop into this one. It's going to be Ibids versus Order the Dragon. Interesting. What do I think about Stronghold Crusader DE? I mean, Poggers? It's going to be a definitive edition of one of the greatest strategy games ever created. I still haven't played the definitive edition of Stronghold. I've just been so busy with other things. So I really need to get around to that. But, dude, you're talking to someone who grew up on Stronghold. I love Stronghold. Rocky River? Yes. Rocky River is one of the maps selected. Just a money grab? Dude, like, if people want to buy it, who cares? Alright, here's what I'll say. If someone's just a money grab, but people really want it, just give it to them. We were talking about a little bit about Stronghold Crusade Definitive Edition. I might end up buying it because I've got the OG Strongholds and they're god tier. Speaking of a god amongst men, the borders of balls, the most shiny of heads, it is Team Liquid's Dumu on Order the Dragon going up against Starflock from Chile on the Ibids. This, of course, is going to be the round of 16. It seems like Starflock just keeps getting Dumu. Has some interesting games against him as well. This one looks like it is poised to be very intriguing. Ibids versus OTD. Order the Dragon have been on the rise, guys. Nothing has drastically changed about them per se, except people learning how good certain units can be, such as Gilded Archers at transitional points in the game, i.e. Castle Age. We're going to use the 2x speed here just because we're getting ready for a live series shortly, and in the early game, things may look like they're fast on your screen, but there's so little going on that you can keep track. We've got Dervish Wing, though. Logistics is going to be coming in. This sets Dimmu up perfectly for Gilded Archers. Think about what Ibids want to do. Desert Raiders, Horsemen, Dervishes, these are all things, like, realistically, Gilded Archers should lose to Horsemen, but you never go Horseman first. So with IU, it's typically a Desert Raider and then Dervish. So you count that opening play, you keep them off of Archers. The only thing you have to worry about is Horsemen, but if you are a transition ahead, it means you're not too frightened. So for Starflock to feel good about this, he needs to read this correctly and go straight into Horseman. Which should work quite well, like 2 Horsemen plus Desert Raider means if your opponent goes Horseman as well, you have debuff, which is really valuable against OOTD, and on top of that, you have the Chain Heal. And yeah, this is Bohemia, by the way, guys. Remember, this is a map that featured in Blade's tournament like 2+ years ago, hasn't been seen since. Blunt honesty on it, I don't think it'll be back next week. I think the spawns aren't quite there. The map creator would need to refine them so they're a little bit less RNG. What do you guys think, though? 1s if you think Dimmu's Order the Dragon is going to be better here. 2s if you back the Ibid play. I'm a really big fan of this Dervish opening. It's so powerful for putting pressure on your opponent. A little bit difficult to do against OTD villages because they're just that much more tanky. And we have Pro Scouts, something that Starflock isn't doing. Yeah, so I'm starting to think that this might be part of why we've been seeing less Dervish play for Feudal in the last week or two. If you think about what the Dervish player is good at, it's good at winning early battles in Feudal. But what's good at avoiding early battles in Feudal is Pro Scouts. When someone goes Pro Scouts, they're not participating, right? They're just ignoring you. So why do you need a heal if they're not attacking? That's the tricky thing. I think you'll actually see more people going back to the Dervish Logistics wing once Pro Scouts gets nerfed. Wall's coming up, so Dimmu is just going to make sure it's funneled to one side. We did get the Horseman beginning because, of course, he went stables for Pro Scouts. I'm expecting some Gilded Archers shortly. In the meantime, Starflark has started to stockpile. Remember, he can't get the cheaper tech up because he did go for the advancement choice. Likely, we're going to be looking at Growth Wing here gradually. A little bit surprised he didn't try for maybe his own Pro Scouts at all. We're seeing the Desert Raider just getting topped off. Horsemen are threatening if you find a Desert Raider on his own, but if there's 2 Desert Raiders there, you should be able to contest him. He has to be a little bit careful because remember, the Horseman can chase quicker. Yeah, we're just going to stick to 2 times. Man, I feel like there's a lot of games right now that if the option's there, it's worth doing 2 times because of the fact that like Pro Scouts leads to very limited skirmishing opportunities. But Dimu now scaling up to 3 Horsemen. Starflark can't fight anymore. This is bad for him right now. The only upside is, of course, that debuff coming through means that the Dervishes should feel quite safe. The Desert Raiders can't frontline even remotely for you, though. Like, remember, these Horsemen, even with the debuff, they can do 27 damage per strike into a 120 health unit. So 5 hits to kill from a faster-moving unit. Double outposts will protect Starflark. Dimu will be mirroring the tech himself. We're lightly looking at Regnants here. There are some situations where you really need to go for Burgrave, but those are usually where your opponent has too many military units. I don't feel like that's the case here. Starflark has shortchanged the feudal age. So it means that Dimu gets to be a greedy boy. Should know for sure in a second. Interesting part is that he never added in a second unit comp here. I don't think you necessarily want to play Gilded Knights into Camels, just because the debuff is substantial on a high base damage unit. More likely, we're going to be seeing him switch into, what, maybe Men-at-Arms here could make a lot of sense. Just because your opponent like won't have any units to deal with heavily armored. Like, even Camel Lancers will struggle a bit. But no, instead, I forgot which player we're watching. If you had to name a player that does Gilded Crossbowmen more than any other AoE 4 player, you guys know the name you'd give, right? It's Dimu. This guy is, since the inception of OTD, I'd say the most prolific crossbow enjoyer I've seen. Like, this guy should name his account Expert Abuser. So Growth Wing is coming on the other side. Starflark about to get a big injection in his economy. Nice little raid coming through. Won't be able to find more than 1 worker kill, though, but these horsemen just so stupidly tanky. Double Outpost couldn't take out 1 of them there. Meanwhile, Dimu has plenty of goodies coming home. We do have them in arms we talked about. Well, we'll be able to push away here as relics are being raced for. That's the benefit of having that logistics wing play, is you should be able to pull more home. And it's already the second one coming in. Other relics need to be raced for, and it looks like Ben is going super wide here, but the Dervish is mirroring. However, the Horsemen are on the way. It looks like he's going to beat him to the punchline, though. So Starflark gets the blocker here, and that second Dervish can snatch this closer relic too. Dimu needs to rush like a bat out of hell here. Horsemen do peel off the Desert Raiders. Gilded Knights are now arriving. The Desert Raiders have been upgraded by Starflark. Not really sure if it's worth it, though. Crossbows kind of lacking the defense here. The Men-at-Arms will be able to protect him now. And the Gilded Knight is going to get chasing. So after the Dervish, but remember what we said about that debuff. Look at it. Down to 29 damage. Still quite high. It doesn't really give you that immediate punch that you're looking for. Dimu will have to walk it off. And the chain heal's in. Like, I don't think you can get this kill. Dimu is getting played right now. This is sick. However, the crossbows are at least starting to catch up. One of these relics surely gets denied, right? No, he gets through the gate. That's a full relic game for the Irobids. This is going really well, actually, for Starflark. He does need to answer the crossbow issue, and we do have Horsemen getting queued up. The question now is whether he has enough food to justify that. He has, what, 10 sheep to work with? No deer play because he didn't do Pro Scouts. He has still got some berries left over. Could end up getting a bit tricky here. He's definitely going to secure these back resources. And the crossbows are just so frustrating to deal with. At this stage, like for Irobids, a lot of the organic things you want to do aren't going to feel good here, right? You might be thinking, oh, just go archers. You can't. If you go archers against the Order of the Dragon, you just get kited and killed. You get trickle killed, right? You need probably like 30 archers to even think about contesting this. Still even more food coming home from Ben. Gilded Crossbows are posturing. I think he understands that Starflark can't really be ready for this fight. Not after the way this played out in the opening. A great opportunity to strike for Dimu because right now Starflark with only 3 horsemen is not ready. upside for Starflark. He does at least have static emplacements, which should protect him against the crossbowmen. And the men-at-arms, plus the Gilded Knights, not really at a point where they can dive either. The Sacred Sites have been locked in. Compensates for the lack of mass relics for Dimmu. And I'm wondering, does Dimmu consider Imperial here? Like, he's very far forward on military mass. Might be just more beneficial to keep playing the Age, but it is a bit difficult to get your infantry across map like this. I'm going to hit the fast forward a little bit, because I don't think Dimmu wants to dive in, but at the same time, Starflark can't really rush out here. Ben also needs kills. Like, he can't just get trades of damage because of the Dervish. That's where the Horseman really muddies the fight, right? Like, crossbows aren't going to insta-kill there. The men-at-arms can't really reach the target. Sacred Site timer is still ticking, and it looks like Ben is getting there. We are going to be seeing a gradual Imperial Blade play here. I mean, he kind of needs it now, right? Like, Starflark could just camp him with 4 relics and feel fairly good. There is admittedly the ticking time bomb with Sacred Site, but I don't think that Order of the Dragon is very good at playing Sacred Sites. The issue is they just don't have as many units to spread out with. Not enough men-at-arms to spread out and block the choke point here. Horseman right around the back. Starflark gets the jump in that he was looking for. And those Gilded Crossbowmen are in trouble. Spearman baiting down the men-at-arms. He's going to get a wipe of the most valuable unit in this composition. Yeah, great reset here. Starflark getting the strike back he needed when he needed it most. Now, Dimmu was on the fence about going Imperial Age. This is going to push him straight into the garden. Almost guaranteed at this stage. It has to be happening. Sick mop-up as well. The destroyed value really telling no lies here. Starflark now needs to go on the offensive. He should be a little bit suspicious that Dimmu didn't have more troops coming. Considering how good his army looked, how did Dimmu fall so far behind? There's realistically only reason one for that being the case, and that's because Palace of Swabi is just around the corner. Yeah, has got the full gold gathering. That's why you're seeing this gap, is like he basically expired the gold and like ideal point to be getting ready. And remember, it's cheaper for reasons that will never, ever, ever, ever make sense to me. Actually, okay, wait, I just realized that there is a good reason. You know what the reason is, guys? All the dragons suck. Okay, they actually are looking quite good in the last few weeks, but historically, I don't think H3 has a justifiable reason for the last plus year for Palace of Swabi being cheaper. I'd at least say Order the Dragon had an excuse. So I'm going to do the speed up, just because we've got a live series coming up shortly. He is pressing forward with this, and, you know, the issue I see in this game right now for Dimmu, and that's why I love that he's going Gilded Archers, he doesn't have the gold. That's why you're seeing him reinvest now. He wanted Imperial Age, but without a gold vein, it's impossible here. Yeah, and Gilded Archers is a little bit weird. Glad he's adding in the Spears. Spears is the answer to everything Starflark's doing right now, right? The crossbows aren't going to kill these big boys quickly. Horsemen definitely aren't. Like, in an ideal world, if you had a little bit of gold, adding in 2 or 3 Lance Nectar would make it pristine. But remember, Dimmu, it's very limited. Finite amount of access here. Second TC now from Starflark. So he is insulating himself for a deeper phase of the game, but this does weaken his push. I see where he's coming from, though. Like, brute forcing into Order the Dragon, you don't really have a big military advantage here. Has to play a bit slow. I mean, that's the price of going a Horseman. A Horseman is just not scalable without Pro Scouts until you have farms. But you can eat pig. You can't, remember. Middle Eastern civs, no piggy. So I'm going to keep on the 2 times speed till the next fight. Like I said, just because I'm not sure exactly how long this game is. And we do have me and Micah versus Numidan coming up in about 8 minutes. Ram's being built here. I don't think he's daisy chained in the E repairs, so could easily take out that tower. However, army's going to march forward. Spearmen are just so tanky against this. Horsemen as well. I just don't think this is a fight that Starflark can realistically hold for. He's going to have to back up. He's trying to hold those horsemen in reserve. Count on the other side should still be good enough to kind of brute force this a bit. What is up, Tam? Appreciate the raid. Welcome, one and all. To Dimmu's rise to dragonhood. We have got the push forward coming in from the horsemen. They have reached in those crossbows. And there's only 1 dervish left, so once that's gone, no debuff. Spear count's still a little bit too high for horsemen to commit. Like, you'd think 4 spears, who would care? You have to, right? These spears hit like trucks. They hit you for a ridiculous 60 damage per strike, meaning you get free hit. And all of a sudden, Doomy back on the offensive. Military blow in his favor here. The Horsemen are going to commit, but it's not going to work out well for them. Yeah, Starflock is trying to switch spears, and this is a losing recipe. With Gilded Archers and Spearmen coming from the other side, Dumu's quality is just better, even in trash. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a breakthrough, but the discombobulation effect is real. Right, like trying to send those Horsemen in without the backline assistance isn't feasible into these choke points. But Dumu now got all that space. He's got the gold. Do we see him finally go for the imp? He doesn't know about the second TC. I think you just keep attacking from here, honestly. Like, the Gilded Archers play is kind of vile, because you have to understand your opponent can't afford that many horsemen. Like, if he could, you would have been running into 20 plus there. Farms are coming in now. If he dies just a little bit deeper, he just got a glimpse of this. So he does see the farms. Fortifications coming through. Spring queued up afterwards, but the torque damage is high, and you're going to have to fight fast. Of all the places to set up your farms as well, I think Starflock, in hindsight, maybe over here would have made more sense, right? Why not? But now, Dumu, just knowing exactly where to target. He's on those farmland areas. Other time achieved, a denial of an investment. And the food income is not looking favorable anymore for Starflock. He has got players on the flanks. He can still go berries. But difficult to do when you know you have no map control. Damn, great read. Great timing here from Dumu. You can see he's trying to cut off the retreat, maybe find reinforcements. There is a sandwich effect to be had here. Small front line. Dervish does run headfirst in. Horsemen are going to rotate around the back for the second time. This choke point, Dumu comes up with not enough melee to hold it. He needs to get reinforcements in. The Horsemen are backstabbing through. The Spearmen are on the way. But the Gilded Crossbowmen once again cut off in this game. I got to give it to him. Starflock. With limited Horsemen, he found the perfect way to use them. Wedges himself in the way of Dumu's retreat. Should be able to shove him back, but unlike last time, I don't see the entire army likely getting mopped up here. And the other issue you have to keep in mind is, like, for Starflock, you know, how do you now afford to remax on Horsemen? You've got some farms, sure, but you're not really fully there. He needs to get probably about another 10 to 15 in before he can just keep pumping. Meanwhile, for Dumu, I mean, you can see it in the food income, right? It's double. 28 farms, all buffed by the Archon. And it looks like Starflock has had enough of this crap. We've got a keep drop. Probably just going to be in the farmland area, so could be either here or here. Here seems more likely because it bridges the gap between the two TCs, but there's a negative to that keep, guys. You know what it is? The choke point, there's one Starflock, every major battle won't be approached anymore. Dude, that's like thinking you always slam dunk your basketball games because you wear your special bracelet and then deciding to stop wearing your bracelet. What's going on, man? It's probably just superstition, but still. Horseman crossbow now. So Starflock, the one forced to make a transition. I love that read from Dumu. Like, for a long time, he was relying on men-at-arms and spears, which is just kind of weird in the crossbows. This was a lot better. It's much better at just raiding past. You don't have to trickle troops in. So what you can do is you can just hit your opponent's economy with horsemen while you bulk up the main army, right? And then you bring it all together. And this is the thing that I think people just got better and better at, and I think it's going to continue in 2025, is leveraging horsemen to actively raid off of these type of food transitions. At the moment, it's at an all-time high because of how much food you get from Pro Scouts, but once the farms are layered into the cake, you can start to see how good they can be. Why is All the Dragon needing a buff? They look strong. They only have looked strong in the last 2 weeks, so the reason why a lot of people thought they needed buffing is when you look before that. Like, just not really a civ that was getting picked, utilized in any real meaningful way. That's where the belief that they needed a buff came from. Like, you go back to 2024, this civ pretty much only ever really appeared on water maps in comp play, with maybe a few rare exceptions. Still remember that ridiculous Louis MT game against, I think it was Numidan maybe, on Coastal Cliffs. Starflock Now playing forward on resources. We're going to do a little bit more fast forwarding because I think the new series is going to start in a minute. We do have a keep drop attempt. This is ballsy from Starflock. Kind of a do or die claim, right? But the problem is there's other claims here. This gold gives you more longevity in the game, but it doesn't stop Dimmu. And I don't think you get this castle up either. It's going to force the fight. Second wave's arriving. This army's a lot bigger than Starflock realized. Horseman round the back. And range from the forward. And this is going to put Starflock back in his hole. Patience from Dimmu paying off. Starflock a little bit too greedy for his claims there. And now problems arise. No gold remaining. He has got the 4 relics passively generating, but active gathering is about to disappear. Meanwhile, Dimmu is about to disappear from the Castle Age and into Imperial. Palace of Swabia now on the way. And a lot of stables to boot. Yeah, this could just be Horseman swell. I don't think you really go back for Gilded Knights at this stage. But Horseman definitely worth it. I mean, they feel like a mini knight with the damage statistics on them, right? Like 19 damage base is nothing to turn your nose up at. I'm going to hit the fast forward. I think we've reached conclusion point here. There's going to be a keep drop attempt by Starflock. There has to be. I don't know where he's placing it, though. In his... Wait, he cancelled it again. Oh my god, he's playing desperation mode. He's trying to get on the east side. I mean, he's going to get the gold, but it's going to cost him half of his base. Dimmu now diving into the secondary TC. And this is pre-elite tech, by the way. We're already at a stage where Starflock can't fight. You know, looking back at this game, I think Starflock... He played really well defensively, allowing Dimmu to come into him and punch him twice. But I think each time those attacks happened and Dimmu got pushed away, the issue with Starflock is there wasn't really a counter play, i.e. he didn't go and do something afterwards. We saw one good attempt, one bad attempt. The bad attempt was the keep drop, the good attempt was blocking the secondary goal. But we didn't see, for example, his horseman trying to wrap into the economy. We didn't see him hitting the farmland ever in this game. That was the difference maker. Is Dimmu came through, hit those back farms. That was the point in the game where you really started to feel like he was taking control here. And then just a few horsemen here or there to keep that level of control is what put him in a very comfortable position getting later in this game. So yeah, my lesson, like the lesson for Starflock to take away from this is great defensive play, but you need to think about what's next. Because if all you're ever doing is defending, it means your opponent just keeps getting opportunities to attack. Now, if you're a master defending, you can argue that's worth it, but we saw how that eventually drains him when he has to, at some point, come out for additional resources. Cool opening game. If this one does go up on the YouTube, for you guys, game 2 will appear pretty much straight away after this. Those watching on the live stream side, we do have a live series to hop into, so we'll check back in with Dimmu versus Starflock a little bit later, but I think we can do the fast forward. It looks like game 2 win for Ben. Starflock is at least going to be able to mop up the forward army, but the next wave is coming, right? Like, there is still a huge difference of age here. And I'm not talking about the fact that Dimmu's an old man. I'm talking about the fact that he's in Imperial Age with all the techs coming through, including biology. And there's Horseman now, the game changer, wrapping around the back now. Oh, this is actually a Starflock wall. Oh, but the cannon emplacements hit him as he was trying to run through the villages. And the Horsemen are already in. It looks like Starflock hasn't realized what's actually happened here. In fact, watch the timing on this. Cannon shots. Ooh, they didn't connect that time. But most gold workers are dead. Starflock really is just on his deathbed at this stage. He's trying to save up for Imperial Age. We're likely looking at military wing reinforcement. That seems like a way back in, but you know, Gilded Horsemen do actually hit into you pretty hard. And the thing is, you could get that military wing reinforcement, but you wouldn't have elite desert raiders, right? Like, that's the problem. I just think what Dimmu done really well as we got late in this game is he played for gold at a critical point, whereas Starflock kind of floundered for the gold, right? He got caught desperately rushing it. But this shows the potential of Starflock, right? I've been highlighting that this player is on the rise. He's been leveling up season after season. Dimmu's no pushover, no slouch. I think Starflock has some really clean execution in the early mid game, but when it got a bit later in this game, I mean, you can forgive him for not really knowing exactly what to do with OTD, right? Like, it is a weird civ. We don't see them playing into this stage advantageously too much at the moment, but that's changing. Mark my words, by mid-February, this civ's going to be moving up in people's tier lists. All right, guys. I think that is perfect timing because Numidan and Miyamaika's draft, yep, it just completed. So let me get the details up. We're going to be hopping into Numidan versus Miyamaika. And we are going to be getting, so Bohemia default, of course. Apologies for back-to-back Bohemia. One negative of hopping between series. And then Rocky River and King of the Hill. Let's have a look. Civ drafts are ready. Game number 1 is going to be Japanese. Okay, dude, this you can tell it's me and Micah playing. Japanese versus Chinese on Bohemia is weird. Really weird. Like, it absurdly weird, actually. Can you get your points back for the push-up for Gamba? No, I'll just do your push-ups now. I'll even do your 2 bonus ones. We do full push-ups with our body here. Actually, I done like 6 or 7 there. They're gone now. You have to watch longer. Sorry. Have we seen SAS vs. Scatter already? No. So the plan should be, after this series, likely we'll go back to check in on Demi vs. Stuff like Game 2. And that just lines up perfectly, right? It's a bit of a weird order, but obviously we have me and Mike versus Numidan, and the winner of this will be up against the winner of Demi vs. Stuffluck. Then we will look to go to SAS vs. Scatterbrained or Cat vs. Myriad. We'll see how it goes. And then I don't think we've got any other QFs being scheduled just yet. But yeah, we'll keep our finger on the pulse. I think I'm just checking what else has been scheduled to play. Yeah, I'll let you guys know if we get updates, because obviously it's open scheduling, so sometimes the point at which people play comes in a little bit last second. I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now, because we're 2 minutes away from live in-game, okay? Dude, this is like such a me and Micah draft, though. Mirror versus Cat sounds like a cool matchup. I think it's going to be a very Cat-favored matchup. And that's not knocking Myriad, it's just the playstyles. I still see Myriad just being kind of orderly towards that mid-game, whereas Cat's a little bit more wild. Does a lot of really intriguing plays around Pro Scouts that I think favor him. Hope we have enough time, because we're going to have this one, and apparently I just got confirmation in. Voldemar's series is scheduled. He'll be playing up against the winner of Cat/Myriad in 2 hours. So maybe we have to skip the Cat-Myriad one. We'll see, though. Because I know you guys are obsessed with live series, so, you know, I spoil you. Huh. There you go. We're in soon. Told ya. That's how it works. Like, see? Just keep it live because we are live, and then we get a mixture of live and recorded series. Ugh. That's some decent games so far. Blimey, I'm really hoping to have a resolution to the YouTube side super soon. I had basically a family member helping out, but they are just not motivated. I don't think it's because there's not motivation, like there's not a way of motivating them there. It's just they're a kid that isn't going to be motivated, sadly. That's why I just noticed, because it was going okay on YouTube for a while, and I looked, and I think we haven't had a video upload in like 3 days. That's why we haven't had a video upload in 3 days. Give him money? Dude, he's getting money. It's just, as a kid, think back to when you were a kid. Did you appreciate money and did you appreciate the opportunity to earn potential loads of money? No, you didn't give a crap. You just want everything handed to you, you know? That's the issue. I'm kind of at a point where I'm like, I don't have a solution to his lack of motivation anymore. It also shouldn't, like, there's a point where it shouldn't be on me to motivate him anymore. Like, you know, he's been explained everything and the potential earnings. Like, for those that are wondering, like, if you grow a YouTube channel very big, thousands and thousands of dollars a month, easily, right? Like, my long-term goal is, like, to offer someone a rev share on the channel, and thus effort is rewarded, right? Like, perfect example, do you know Destiny? Like, the figures were leaked at one point, and like he explained that like his editor was taking 50% of what the channel made, and that was accumulating like 30 grand a month. Not Destiny 2, Destiny the controversial streamer. All right, we need to talk about this. This might be the weirdest pick to imagine on this map, but I'm not surprised when I look at the player. We have a Japanese pick on a map that is dominated by Pro Scout shenanigans. One and all, welcome back to the midweek muster. That's right, ladies and gents. We've returned for Mio, Micah versus Numadam. Winner of this going up against Dumu or Starflark in the quarterfinals. Crazy way to begin. I can't believe this. Like, Numadam has played the meta. China makes sense here. The only reason that Japanese can make sense to you is the player. Mio Micah will consistently draft his way through on Juji, Japanese, Order of the Dragon, and Mongols. Oh, sorry, Jean. Yeah, Jean comes high. Order of the Dragon is new. But the weird part is, like, Jean wasn't even banned. So we actually have Mio Micah evolving as a player. I love to see this. I think the kid has a lot of potential. He's definitely looked really hot in some of these series, taking games off some of our best players in the midweek muster. That hasn't been able to make that deep run yet. And what is up, BNK? Thank you very much. I saw that sub. Appreciate you. Remember, guys, get your subs in if you don't have to worry about ads. We are live about 110, 120 hours a month. Let's see. So how does Japan play this? Coca opening isn't a bad idea, right? I quite like Coca. And yeah, we'll do predictions. It'll have to be short predictions, though, like maybe 2 minutes. Do I not have any mods in chat? Do I need to get more mods? So yeah, my thought here is, like, you can actually go pro scouts as Japan. It's weird, but I've seen it a few times. I just don't think it's worth doing against China. They're too fast. Coca is going to give him a blocker. The tricky part is, like, there's so much deer spread so wide with this spawn. I'm not sure that the Shinobi can block Numadam from getting his goodies. This is weird. Like, I'm thinking through all the possibilities here. Because what stops Numadam from just Pro Scouts fast castling? And then what? You just blob spears to hold, right? Because you don't need to rush out at that stage. Whereas eventually me and Michael's going to run out of food. And when he does, that's when you go into lances yourself. Because this is the thing about Coca Township. This is the trade-off. Is like when you choose Coca, you're choosing a lack of food. In a game where he doesn't have that much already, right? It's got 10 sheep here in total. And pretty much the entire map has been scouted at the stage. So 10 sheep split to 12. Well, I think the vote says everything it needs to. By the way, that's not like a knock at me and Micah as a player. That's just a knock at the Japanese pick, I think. Like, you know, if you had balanced picks here, I think it would be closer to 50-50. Historically, people probably put a lot of value in Numadam, but if you ask me based on their recent performances, I'd give a slight edge to Mio. I'm hearing some very creative, aggressive builds right now that are paying off. And also, I don't know, the meta kind of just favors him a little bit with a lot of his picks we mentioned, right? Like Juji and Jean come to mind as civs that can do pro scouts reasonably. Mongols obviously is the questionable one. But now that he's adding Order of the Dragon into the mixer, he's starting to get the right type of roster to at least make it into semi-finals with midweek musters. Second Shinobi, now third coming. I mean, you need a lot of Shinobi to block this Pro Scouts play, right? It comes in so egregiously fast for them. The weird part is, like, Numadam didn't quite optimize. Like, a little bit too much wood here. It would have been worth actually just having this one scout pulling back these deer to the amplified gathering rate. Instead, Numu may need to just open archery range here. Does he know it? He hasn't actually scouted it, so there we go. That's the first revelation. He does see the Shinobi coming. However, it's already arrived on his gold. We'll pull away just in time, though. So, Pro Scout's coming through, but if you're Numadam, I think you have to open archery range. You can't go stables first. Now, this gives a golden opportunity to Miyamaika to open with stables here. It looks like instead, though, he's rushing castle. We do have Takasaiku coming through. I mean, you could argue if your opponent just invests a bit too much into archers, this is worth it for your timing window. I do think that you are left with a very small window of opportunity with this, though. Right? It's like you will get castle very aggressively. Your opponent won't be able to mirror. However, the problem you're going to run into is like if you don't start killing villagers by about 11 minutes, China's just going to catch up. All right, what was the final bets? So 75%. I like how some of you wait until the very end. You're like, oh, wait, the ninjas are kind of doing things. Hear me out, guys. Temple of Equality. No, okay, I'm not. I'm going to stop now. I'm just going to refund my words and never say them again. One of these days, that landmark will be worth something. I mean, I guess it's technically worth 25 elo just for your opponent, you know? Japanese players only want one thing. It's disgusting. I mean, it's because they can only do one thing. Like, there's such a weird sieve that economy feels weak in feudal age. I think it's a bit deceptive, though. I think with the wheelbarrow text, it's actually quite strong. It's just the units you play into doesn't feel great. I don't know. To me, this is a civ all about timings, and the biggest limiter which causes those timings is that they don't have crossbows. I think that handcuffs them more than anything else right now. Where's Numidan from? He is Swedish. He's a Swede boy. A little Swede. Okay, I'm going to stop making wordplay jokes about Sweden. I mean, how would I power rank him as well? Like, what? Second, maybe third most powerful Swedish player right now? Like, obviously, number one spot has to be Baltun, and then I think it gets a little bit more muddied. You're probably then looking at either Numidan or Kaiser Johan. Which is just such a confusing name, by the way, Johan. Kaiser Johan, and you're not even German. What the... What? Floodgate is coming in, though. And we already have the stable drop, so it's just locked in and guaranteed. But you can see what I was talking about. Like, it's not difficult for China to catch up. Because the reality check is if they have the resources when you're 3/4 of the way, and they pull 11 villages, they can match your timing roughly by, like, you know, maybe 5 seconds difference. They confuse the kids. They think it's a movie reference. I just think your nationality confused, to be honest. Because Johan is a Swedish name as well, right? Did you guys have a king called Johan? Am I remembering that correctly? I'm pretty sure I am. Wasn't he the one that modernized your army? Complete. Love the way he went about this as well. Got that Umbanum in play, so already has a knight out in the field that got all upgraded. The Imperial Pass on the way. So Numidan, love this. He's going to get early warnings about the raids with all the vision. We are having Spearmen already being prepped, and he'll likely be following up with crossbows as well. Alright, one's if you think this is going to work for Miyamaika. Two's if you think Chinese just too good. I have my reservations. The upside for Miyamaika is that Numidan actually has to come out because of the relics. Right? Like, remember, there's 5 relics, and they all actually, like, you can draw a line between them to make an arrow pointing upwards. A lot of them are grabbable here. I think Numidan does have enough food to survive. Like, we're talking about, what, 5 sheep left over, probably about 3 to 4 deer sitting at home. So it should be safe in that regard, but it's starting to mount the pressure, right? It's 4 mounted samurai in total. Even if you don't get the kills, the other time is worth it. It's just important you don't lose these units. Yeah, and the scouts being denied is a big problem, right? Like, Numu kind of needs all food going into military production. You don't want to end up losing 3 of these scouts and having to replace them. Sure, they're only 70 food each, but it just shrinks your timing window. And also open up a new one here. Like, Miyamaika, the transition you're looking for, the winning transition is actually to go into Yumi. If he goes Yumi here, it crushes. crossbows, spears, they all just died to it. You think all units should have some utility at all stages in the game, like Shinobi aren't useful in late game? Okay, so here's the funny thing about Shinobi. Hot take, Shinobi are useful in the late game. It's just, they're annoying to scale. Shinobi are kind of like a little bit like Wingard, where it's like, oh god, I have to keep remembering to scale this. If someone could get an army of 100 Shinobi together, they break the game. Their stats inflate really well. They have great mobility. But like to the whole point of like having units that have different utility at different stages of the game, yes, 100%. And then the variability can be there as well. Like situationally, that utility can come back in the picture, right? Like in the hyper late game, when your opponent's stone walls and has farms behind them with no guards in there, actually Shinobi are really good because you Shin over the wall and kill the villages. So like, you know, I actually like Shinobi. It's probably, I don't know if I say it's my favorite unit. I actually kind of enjoy Onibigishu more, but it's one of my favorite units. I do want more unique units that have these diverse interactions. It becomes complicated though, because when you add those new type of units, you need to make sure you are making amply clear what the inherent counter is in your natural triangle system. Otherwise, it confuses players. Like, Zhuge Nu still confuses players to this day, because, like, the horsemen should counter this, and then the horsemen die, right? But, like, for example, I know what people say, the light melee tag should make it apparent, but for a lot of players, it's not always apparent, because, obviously, the bonus damage types are hidden information. You'd have to hover on this in-game, which we do a lot when we're observing, but, like, if you're playing the game, it's a little bit more choreful amongst everything to stop off and do this. So, Barbican coming in from Numidan. Relic Race is on, right? Like, at this stage, Numidan should be capable of, like, adding in his own. So far, we have got a second Relic now coming in. 3 more still to be contested. Barbican, looks like it should be able to go up, but realistically, at this stage, Miyamika could start diving in. I think Numidan is a little bit too forward here and focused on this Relic. We do have the Yumi switch coming in, by the way. This could wipe everything, because Numidan also has another problem. By going for the Imperial Palace, you don't have the extra health on those Nesta Bees to be able to run them into Yumi. If you blob Yumi, believe it or not, guys, you can kill Nesta Bees. No food for Mio, and this is the issue with going Coco, right? But the trade-off is, like, Yumi isn't expensive on food. It's dirt cheap. It's 30 food each. We do have the berry gathering, right? We went Takazaiku and the Tawara. Didn't get Fudosashi, but even with just those 2 levels, his gathering rate on berries is equivalent to shoreline fish. Yeah, surprised these deer never got snatched away, but like remember, Numidan lost 2 of his scouts. And there's still closer deer. And this is just such an overreaction, right? Having to pull 24 to deal with, what, 6 Mount Samurai. It shows how scary they can be. And, you know, the other thing is, like, it's not clear to Numidan what's happening here, right? If it was, he'd be queuing up Zhuge Nu, not crossbows. It's a Yumi switch. Miyamika, we said he can't afford on the food count. But this, he most definitely can. Scout is going to end up converted. A little bit of a misstep there, but the Yumi do arrive just in time, so he will reveal the play. But it's very good cause. That is going to be the 3rd. They get the 4th relic, actually, on the way home. So Numidan only going to be able to get 1 out of 5 here. Options now start to open up for Numu. You could actually drop a Yorishiro in the primary TC to mirror the Song Dynasty effect. You could even contemplate going 2 TC now. Really comes down to what his win condition is. Against China, you usually don't want to go too late, so I'm imagining we're going to just see him go Daimyo. That way, he can get both the Uma Bannerman and the Yumi Bannerman, buffing his entire army. And also, it just then justifies the farm transition. Like, tier 1, you don't feel good about adding in farms, but a 40% buffer makes it worth it. Yumi. Now just going in for the exchange. Targeting down the Spearman first. The Mount Samurai wrap around. He actually denies another relic. A little bit deep to try and grab, but in theory, if he can hold here long enough, just needs to get the Shinto out. Right now, he has got 4 Shintos in play, so realistically, should be able to grab it, but it doesn't seem like he's actually posturing for it. In the meantime, though, 2 Sacred Sites have been locked in. The pressure is now on Numidan to come out of his base swiftly here. Yeah, the Yumi are just kind of dominating right now. We do have a switch into Lancers, but as long as Miyamika keeps adding in Mounted Samurai, he will win that fight, right? Lancers will do no damage on the initial exchange. You're going to do 37. So that ends up between the 2 sides, leading to a pretty lofty 74 damage like differential, in that you're missing out on half that damage and your opponent's getting half that into you. Both golds on the south side. I mean, the problem now is Numenor only has taxation. Neomika does see the Lancers. Standing still like this is a bad idea, though. He needs to actually get this Mount Samurai microed onto the Lancers. Does hop in now. The Spearman mass having to brute force their way through, but it's simply not working here. The Yuumi should surely be able to do enough. Like, there's what, 10 Spearmen left over? He does need to start microing away. The Numenor, the problem throughout this is, sure, he gets a stay of execution, but he doesn't get to stay on the gold. Not liking the look of this right now for Numenor. 7 crossbows doesn't feel like the golden solution, and this Lancer play not really sustainable. He's going to be relegated to Archer Spears, which is problematic because just mass Yuumi on their own could beat it all. Oh no. I'm responsible for you always being in the Twitch directory instead of playing the game. Could you just tell Microsoft that so they give me money? Thank you. That's Samurai now with the charge in. Spear count is non-existent. There's only 4. Love the micro as well. The Yuumi are targeting down the crossbows, which means the Mount Samurai should just be able to be the MVP in the end. And it means that Miyomaika, with the unorthodox Japanese pick, is going to be opening this series with a win. I can't believe this. He has just beaten probably Numenor's strongest Civ in his draft, with what should in theory be the weakest or second weakest for Miyomaika. That is a freaking wild way to start a series. I told you, this guy is a beast. Ungodly. Or maybe, like, well, not ungodly, but, like, ungodly in a demonic way. Still a god, just not the kind you usually choose to worship. So we've got Japanese versus Chinese opening win for Japan. I don't think anyone really saw that one coming. Where is Mio from? He is from Vietnam. He's the highest ranking Vietnamese player. So, game number 2. My fast talk might be too fast for anyone to follow except the experienced players. Really? I'm not sure about that. That's curious. I mean, fast talk was never a problem in Dota 2, and I think Dota 2 is a drastically more complex game than AoE 4. All right, game 2, it's going to be Juji Malians. Kind of a nutty one coming in. I'm going to do a 1.5 ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them, okay? And then we'll also sort predictions. By the way, how is the audio levels? Because I noticed that it's kind of louder on the recordings. I don't know if people take that in a good or bad way, though. Yay or nay? I'm not sure if I don't think it's been peaking or clipping at all. At least not when I've been watching, like, the monitoring tech. I'm really loud? What, too loud? You sure it's fine? I mean, I could turn it down a few notches. Like that. I don't know if that's better or worse. You guys think it's fine? Fine, I'll turn it back up. Yeah, just turn down your stuff. Jeez. All right, I'll turn it all the way up. Plus 60 decibels. All right, starting predictions now. Voice sounds more crisp. Hey, that's thanks to the people. Sure. I haven't had a chance to set up the giveaway yet. I was going to set it up with Gleam, and then I realized that a lot of the features I need to use, Gleam requires you to use a subscription. So I might have to do a non-Gleam, simple Twitter type giveaway. I'll figure it out. It's tricky. I need a way of tracking, like, who actually does, like, you know, basically, the way you usually do these Glim giveaways is like, hey, you follow this channel, you get a point. You follow this channel, you get a point. And then those points give you more opportunities to win the giveaway. Miyomaika looks sharp. I mean, it's a fair statement. This man is a StarCraft 2 pro player. Actually, I think one of the most decorated ones from Vietnam. Now looking to start making his mark in Age of Empires 4. And what a way to do it. He could be heading on his way to a 2-0 here. Let me flip that around because the Chinese did not win the opening game. They might win the second. Zhuji, a really solid pick on this map. The Malians a little bit more questionable from Numedan. We're likely going to be seeing pro scouts on both sides, but Zhuji's a little bit more aggressive with their timing. And also, usually a very good map for Meditation Gardens. Like, looking at the options, there's nothing too crazy on the spawn. Actually, that's kind of wild. You know what else is wild? That subscription right there. What is up, Aspirik? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub, mate. Remember, guys, a sub here is a way of supporting the channel. It does make it easier and easier, very passing day, to do full content creation. And also means you don't have to worry about ads. But yeah, I'm just thinking, actually, like, the play, you could go out here. That's a wild Meditation Garden, by the way. That's, like, one of the juiciest ones you can get. But it's risky. This is very safe. Would give him the 36 food and generate probably about 60 wood off of that. And the wood is valuable, by the way. Like, you wouldn't think it is, but it's great for the transitions. And, yo, B&K, you legend. 5 gifted subs. Mwah, much love. Thank you, mate. Oh, legend. Hype trains have begun. I'm kind of curious. I was thinking about this as well. Because there's tier 2 and tier 3 subs. And, like, I don't think I've seen any creators necessarily lean into them hard. What would be the value prop for you guys doing tier 2 or tier 3 subs? Like, I'm trying to figure out if there is even a value prop, because it's kind of one of those features that Twitch added and then abandoned. It just sits there to make more money. But, like, I think in most cases, people calculate that, like, it supports a content creator more to just sub on tier 1 and give bits. Sheep Hauler's about even, by the way. Numedan does have a slight edge there. But Mio's going to have a much quicker tech timing here, right? Like, you can already see the stockpiling. Like, Tang Dynasty being able to make the tech up cheaper should be a bit better for him, not to mention the tech up speed. Actually, in the end, it looks like the drop-off is a little bit weirdly skewed there. Mia Micah had too much food gathering, not enough gold. However, with 7 villagers being pulled, his timing will be better here. Why? Wait, why are we not just... What? Is that actually better? Okay, maybe? No, that's got to be worse, right? I feel like there should be more trees here, and you'd be able to get all the food here. A little bit of a weird choice. But that means he's not going to actually get the full 36, which can be 30 food. Probably about 60 wood still from this, though. Mansa, it was 7 at first. Numedan seems to think that's overkill. He's going to regret thinking that way, though, because you can already see what's coming. Right, a very aggressive timing, and then we should be looking at pro scouts afterwards. Hey, subs 14 dome shot. Thank you for the prime sub, mate. Appreciate it. You know, those things don't even cost you an extra penny. You've already paid for it because you went ahead and got Amazon Prime. So, might as well make sure Bezos doesn't get extra money. Okay, and we do have 7 across onto gold, right? So this is guaranteed pro scout shenanigans. Numu should be mirroring typically the way you do it with Malians is you go for the stables first, and then you add in 2 or 3 scouts, and then you make the transition. Because this is what I call an anti-pro scouter. Like, you want to try to kill the enemy scouts and then get your deer. Cool thing about going for pro scouts with Malians is it opens Farimba as a threat, whereas without it, you are locked into Fulani. And you really need the Farimba threat here because usually you just play too fast. Right? Like, it used to be Malians just hated civs that went 2TC. I actually think they just hate pro scout fast castling civs more now. Does anyone know if AoE4 will go on sale during the Steam RTS Fest? Unsure. I tried ringing my dad who works at Valve, and then I realized my dad doesn't work at Valve, so that kind of ruined the plan. He pretty much picked up and went, "Why did you think I worked at Valve?" And I went, "I don't know. It's just something I say sometimes on stream." Wow, is this... This is not even pro scouts. This is full naked fast castle. Oh, that's kind of sick. And he's got, what, 76 wood a minute? So he'd be able to tech up at about 7.5 minutes, which means, like, the Meditation Garden will get him what he needs for the initial stables. And then he can supervise to get the first 3 lancers out and just press. Mate, this boy is cooking. Second game in a row that he just ignores the Pro Scouts meta while Dumadon goes for it. It's kind of crazy because this was taboo. Like, the logic is if one player goes Pro Scouts, the other one has to, right? He only has 9 sheep to work with, plus the berries. But, I mean, Okay, there we go. He is playing the... What? All right, that is completely unexpected. There's no way he wasn't expecting pro scouts, right? Like in this meta, in this climate, you have to be anticipating it. It's almost like he wanted to wait to bait Numidan in before getting Horseman, but like, I mean, is this really a bait? Building Horseman into pro scouts and their warrior scouts? I think this is a losing battle for Mio. I was kind of on board for the fast castle, even though it was ridiculous, but like this just feels weak. Are we about to see the strongest civs just losing? We've already got China losing in game 1. Juji is an echelon above Malians. I mean, maybe the thought process here isn't that he wants to fully extend into feudal. He's building just enough horsemen to stop Numidan from using his pro scouts play, right? Which is kind of smart. The whole logic is that you still are targeting castle as a win condition, but you're trying to guarantee your opponent can't just blob and go castle as well. It's damn creative, man. It's also kind of like he's just playing on the idea that he can out micro, right? Like, I saw some comments about that it just felt like Miyamika's micro is a lot better in game 1. So maybe he sensed that, and he's just trying to exploit that over Numidan. We do have a Donzo transition, and dude, he got what he wanted. Numidan adding in Donzos opens a really volatile play for Miyamika. And that play is to go into Palace Guard. So we'll have to see. He has got the wood ready to go. He's ready to pull the trigger with Tang Dynasty. Shaolin Monastery being built. If he follows this up with PG, this is not going to be PG for the viewers. There's going to be too much violence on your screens. Right? Because the flood is damn strong with supervision. Great pincher as well. Yeah, he's actually outplaying Numidan in this. Numu even going for the hardened status. Now that he sees the Donzo, like, it has to be extra production buildings. Maybe you add in, like, 2 Lancers to begin with, just so you can raid the flanks. But, like, I don't think your end goal is Lancer spam here. Yeah, so prioritize the Shaolin Monk. I like that. I respect it. And now we have the issue of food we talked about, right? Like, this is the guy who did not go pro scouts. He did not get a deer shove-in. He has very, very limited food. What's up, Zaphyrus? Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to the swarm. Maybe you can go boar. The boar is so far out there, though, right? Like, he has got wheelbarrow to make that migration, but he needs to control the map more. Like, Numidan has quite a lot of units right now. Shalamon kind of changes things, though, right? This one badass can take on the entire army. Because everything's low base damage. You've got 8 damage, you've got 7 damage, and this guy has 2 melee armor by default. Nimu is blobbing quite a lot of Donzos here. Body of Iron kind of prematurely activated. These are very expensive. You can't afford to just lose them outright. That's why he's protecting it the way he is. He's got a second Shalamon coming, though, and a Lancer also on the way. This might approach the point of a fight where he can take it, but right now he's just so busy microing away, he's just not actually getting damage exchange. Second Monk does arrive. He's microing around him. Mio Micro has arrived. Eventually, this ball boy's going to go down, but he's bought a lot of time for the reinforcements. Is this going to be good enough, though? Because the problem is, I feel like you just get target fired down one by one. It's a cute idea, but the issue for Mio is he can't supervise, right? He's got 2 free Shaolin Monks queued up, but it takes 20 seconds a pop. That's the issue here. If he had them all out already, this would be over. Lancer goes down, and the deer is getting yoinked. Numidan is getting ready for Castle Age. Miyamika's issue is, although he's done enough to scare Numidan back, he doesn't have anything to show for it. No relics have been picked up yet by the Zhuji. And we're 4 monks deep. Oh man, Miyamika, he loves this strategy. We've seen him do it a few times. He just cheeses Shaolin Monks, right? Like, most people will go 2 to 3 Shaolin Monks max, and then just use them for relics, bring them to the fight afterwards, but relics is the goal, right? If this is your first time being treated to a Miyamika game, he does this quite frequently. It's like an old school cheesy build, really. I'd say Miyamika, a lot of his strategies with Zhuji almost falls under cheese. Like, we've seen the blind Juggernaut all-ins from him. He done that in Hallowed Spring last week. And we've definitely seen these all Monka S plays as well. As the wood, why not go into Palace Guard? That's what I'm just curious about. We mentioned it as a play. I mean, I can kind of see where he's coming from, and that if you go to pass guard, your opponent's already built racks, so that means that Musafadi counter, right? But there was a window here where I could have seen it making sense, especially for defending the center. The Lancers made sense if you went on the flanks. And wait, what? He's actually got Fulani coming. That's crazy. That is absolutely wild. I wasn't expecting Fulani here with Pro Scouts. Farimba just usually feels so good, but I get it, right? Like, what do you need Farimba for? I guess Mansa Musafadi is kind of okay, but your opponent is building Lancers. And it's not that good against Shaolin Monks, right? It's like, yes, 4 melee armor is kind of nice against 15 base, but these guys will still pummel you in. How's a guy in team ranked have nearly 4k MMR? I can't remember. Someone explained this to me. I think it's just something to do with, like, loopholes in the matchmaking system. That's what I heard. Okay, tech up complete. Now, Numidan hasn't got the full ranch set up yet. But with the amount of deer he's got, he's more than comfortable here. We also have blockers on the relics. I mean, the fact that Mio Micah has 8 Shaolin Monks, but only has 1 relic and a second one on the way home. Or is it free? It might be free. Yeah, he snatched from the east side. No, sorry, yeah, so it's just 2. Yeah. Because he took the safe one, right? So this is just 2 relics in play for him. I can't believe this, man. With this many monks, it should be all relics coming home. He's trying to be sneaky, but Numidan should actually see all of this. So for now, getting added in by Numidan, solid solution against Shaolin Monks, remember? Like, it's tanky. It won't get the bonus damage, but it's just high base, which is what you need. I don't know. It's hard to really back Mio Micah's comp right now. The problem he has is, like, Shaolin Monks are incredibly high-quality units, right? If you had 200 of them, you feel like you're on top of the world, but scaling 200 without Pagoda is difficult. Scaling 200 Donzo so far, however, is pretty easy-peasy, especially with the double whammy of Pro Scouts Fulani. He's just taking it all away. Came over here for just the berries in the end. The deer snatch is successful. Numidan, I don't think he's missed out on any deer whatsoever. Important armor's on the way. Mio Micah actually needs to consider adding in a blacksmiths. I think that melee tech actually is going to be necessary here. I'd be impressed if he can find the fight he needs. Because to me, like, it just looks as if Numidan's going to delay him long enough to outmass him. And then, you know, as sick as Mio's micro can be, like, what we learned about the micro in the middle of the map earlier, you can try to micro like a god, but sometimes A-click is win. And also the other awkward thing is, like, if you over-micro, you're not seeing the bigger picture, which is what I think happened there. If you remember, he kept pulling the monk back and was basically losing all of his HP on the way. You know, do we even have farms? Yeah, we got the classic around your TC type farm setup. You know, actually adding in a monastery. So he's confident he can get all the relics. Yeah, we got 1 here, another 1 in the corner. So this looks like a 5 relic game, which is completely necessary. Love the monk play south side. This guy's going to heal up, so he now has board to play with. But he has a big migration coming. Instead, actually, Mio is posturing for a Sacred Site Wing Condition. This shouldn't work, right? But if Numidan doesn't look at the high ground, he could lose this game. I mean, you either look at the high ground or you raid the back end, right? I think Numu is maybe being a little bit too chill. Neo, already posturing on the front. That keep drop is going to come in hard and swift, remember. He's going to get more aggressive with it. He's even bringing a relic for a wall lol play in case he gets dove. Man, I love this. I mean, Mio really clearly has a timing in mind here. If this game goes too long, he's dead either way. So he plays for the win. Numidar, in the meantime, is going to be flank raiding with the Sofa. And there isn't any answer to that right now. A few Lancers are being pulled home, so there we go. They are on the way now. A few villagers are going to get lost, though. And Numidar, a little bit too passive here. The castle is up. The second castle is coming up. Oh my god. Oh, if he... Dude, he's just going mass keeps! Oh, dear god. Wasn't me and Micro a Zerg player? This is almost like I'm watching a Protoss cannon rush right now. This is vile. He's gathering stone at home as well. Like, all of the imp officials are focusing on stone, bar one of them that's doing taxation. Second keep up, soon to be a third. If Numu does have the Siege Workshop drop, he may need a second. A third keep now coming in. DJ Khalifa with another one. And we've got room for another, and another one. This is so ridiculous. If he gets some wood going with the gold, he can just now go nest the bees. Actually, Springwells. I think Springwells is even sicker. Like, the Sofa, sure, but like, Mass Donzos just pierce through them, right? Now, I know what you're thinking. 3 castles should be enough to defend this, right? Another one! The only downside to this is the other stone is on the east side, right? So, like, that's a bit difficult to grab without being attacked. Never say never. This boy's running out of stone. He needs to find more. Raid on the ball. It's going to be villager losses. Like, Mio Micah has put everything on this. Like, at this point, he's close to just pulling his entire economy to the high ground. Like, I actually wouldn't blame him for doing so. Maybe just get a rush of wood gathering and then move everything up here. Extra keep coming in. And Numenon isn't even attacking the being built keep, so he doesn't even get more damage value there. This is ridiculous. More gathering. He's walking in. He's gonna be looking for that wall. Oh, that was almost successful as well. It was only the Donzos with a ranged attack. Just pick up the relic. Just do it again. Unbelievable. He's gonna drop another keep here, because at that stage you're just pushing your opponent further away. Raid into the base, but who gives a crap about these villages? Get with the program. We're moving to the center. 36 of a total 49 villages out here, and it is indeed another one. If Numenon loses this series 2-0, questions are going to be asked. Wololo coming in. He has to walk away. His own weaponry is getting in the way. We'll lose 1 or 2 of the Donzos. Charlemagne's. As long as they don't die, it's just the MVP, right? They're going to heal over time. Castle soon to fall. That's 1 down. We've got 4 minutes to go on the clock. 5 trebuchets and scaling. There is no possible way anymore, surely. He's building more keeps. He still has the relic to play with as well. At this stage, it might just be worth bringing more relics with you. I can't believe this. The 6 keep strategy. I'm surprised Mio didn't go for the nest of bees though. Like, he's just flooding castles. Imagine supervise that keep. Oh, he doesn't have Mount Lu Academy. So alas, he cannot get the reduction in damage. Unbelievable game. I mean, this is the most stupid, but also my favorite King of the Hill game of 2025. Well, we are running out of stone, guys. So this is the last castle. He hasn't even been bothering to repair them, which is quite frankly wild. And I believe, are we going to get relics pulled? No, like, he's just all-inning it. Surely this doesn't work. Villager repair coming in. It's going to extend this a little bit longer, but with this many villages, it becomes insanely expensive. He's going for the stone walls. This is... I can't... Like, surely not. There's no way. There's no possible way this works. Wololo coming off cooldown in 5 seconds. He's trying to bait Numidan in range. The villagers, they're going to have to go after the trebuchets, and he knows it, but the body block's going to come in. You need to force the Wololo to force the retreat. He's not using it, though. Miyamika. There it is. Wololo comes through. Numi has to run away, and then immediately Mio blitzes in. Villagers. They'll get some torches on it. One trebuchet goes down, but the others are going to be safe here. And the Wololo now on cooldown for 110 seconds. This is over. If Mio just had the additional relics, think what he could have done here. But instead, they've been sitting at home in an empty base for the last few minutes. We are going to a game 3. Oh my dear God. Yeah, necessary for Numidan, because, as we mentioned, if that game had been a loss, the questions that would have been asked, especially after the rough game we had against Cat last week, if you guys remember the Elephant Springle Time, definitely a curious one. But damn, I mean, I gotta give it to him. Whether you love or hate his playstyle, there is no denying that Miyamika delivers hella entertaining games. I still can't believe it was even that close. I legit think if he has all the relics, you can stagger the Wololols chasing into the Trebs, and you win, right? So game 2, win for Numu. I'm going to run a minute and a half. Oh, wait, I can't. Goddamn auto ads. So, final game. Still can't believe that game. My brain right now. So, final game is actually going to be Mongols versus Byzantines on Rocky River. I mean, this is okay for Mongols, right? You can go for an outpost rush. If the berries spawn badly for Byzantines, that game is a little bit weird. So, like, we're going to have to check the spawn to know for sure. Don't know if we're going to get trade. Like, this is one of the maps where people still throw the idea of trade around. It's just, usually Deerstone is too good. Hey, DB20. Thank you, man. Yeah, it was good fun casting with Tim. The Shalmonk's really worth it. Sure. I mean, like, you need diversity in your unit comp. And, like, for 250, sure, it's expensive, but I don't think Palace Guard do any better. Like, the whole idea of the whole concept of his strategy is, like, tickle away and then run off and heal, right? And then because you have keeps, you can always just run off and heal because your opponent can't dive you. All right, let's get ready for game number 3. Going to put the predictions up now. So the way Wololo works is if your Monk dies before the Wololo completes, you can then Wololo again. So, like, usually it's better to just walk away from the Wololo instead of killing it. After the oddest game of King of the Hill I have seen in a long time, we now find ourselves here in the deciding game to see which one of these two players will be heading through against either Duma or Starflark. Byzantines for Numidan, but if the spawn is bad, it's a nightmare when you're up against the Mongols. And the spawn? Safe. Berry back spawn is probably the best that Numidan could have hoped for here. Gold is on the Ford. But realistically, like, you know, in terms of Mongol outpost rush potential, I'd give this like a 4 out of 10. You could go all the way around the back to the berries, but it's a bit tricky. I think there is a bypass point here. We'll have to see if he goes for it. Typically, the reason why Mongols look so good in this matchup is if they open with an outpost rush, Byzantines are kind of sucky at mirroring because Limitane is so expensive on food, right? Like, it drains your resources way too quickly. So, sheep count as well in the opening. Looks like we've got a fairly even start. That's actually really good for Numu. He done something different here, actually. Yeah, that's sick. So they're actually going to kind of mirror instead of it being this awkward divide where Mongols get a bit more. Like, usually you'd favor Mongols to get more sheep on this map because the rush to the center is always enabled further for them by the maneuver arrow. I think Numidan done the right thing and just dodging it as much as possible. Knowing that Miyamika also has to head to his base soon because you need to know whether this is outpost rushable. And if I'm Miyamika right now, I'm sighing a bit. So it looks like it is going to be the Rax rush here, but the reality is Numidan is going to have all the gold he needs. It's all you need, really, right? Like, if you are able to get into the Feudal Age, it turns to this. And I'm just not sure this is rushable. I mean, if it was, you'd already be pulling a villager, right? So Mio's probably just going to build a few spearmen to try and see if he can force an outpost reaction. His goal shouldn't be a long Dark Age here. Mongol trade boom. It's a possibility when you play on Rocky River, right? Because you have the very easy trade routes that are optimal. I think it can be a little bit risky against Byzantines because if you don't block their Grand Winery, they get that mercenary timing. With Limitane Lombo or Limitane Javelin, they can just move in and intercept, right? So I'm kind of expecting Deerstone here. Grand Winery is going to be coming in, and there is just really no blocker for it. Mio has simply built spears to try and force Numidan to react. And he actually might. Right, I don't think he has to here with the gold, because the way you can play this now as Byzantines is you go feudal, you get some Limitane, and then with Shield Wall, you burn down a potential outpost, right? Yeah, Numidan, like, his play at this point should just be to go around and check. It's interesting that he's scouting the corner, but it might pay off because there's 2 sheep back here. But usually, like, when you see the first spears, you're like, oh, is he doing more? Funnily enough, we can actually see more spears coming from Mio. I hope this is not a tower. This would be an insanely late tower. Yeah, he's just delayed moving out for gold. So what did you really get out of this? The question has to be asked, right? Nothing. You kept Numidan in Feudal Age, but that doesn't seem like a bad thing for Byzantines. I think they benefit from playing a bit of Feudal Age here. Usually you want to play in Feudal until about like minute 9, minute 10 anyway, because of the Lombo/Javelin timing, right? And there's Limitane. So with it being Limitane, it's very highly probable we're looking at Javelins. So that you have that nice insulation, right? It's like archers can't counter you because you got Javs, and the Limitane protect you against the Keshiks and spears. Few attempt by Numidan to protect that. The interesting thing is actually, if he'd built the mining camp on the edge here, so like half tile off, I don't think Mio Micah could have stopped him from repairing this at all. So we'll get the burn, get paid. And there we go. So Mio Micah is going to be tempted by the shiny. We have Silver Tree coming in. I wondered if we were going to be getting it in this game. It kind of makes sense of the situation, but we did mention there is a weak point here, right? It's like your opponent can technically come out with his mercenary timing to kill you. So what's important for Numi right now is scouting. He's going to be rotating towards his enemy base now. He'll be able to see the Silver Tree. And that should really put things into perspective here for him. So how did you guys predict? 50-50. Why am I not surprised after that game 1 and 2? Like, we had Numidan getting beat on one of the best civs. And then we had Mio Micah getting beat on one of the best civs. With a very weird strategy. And now we have like, oh, this is very good civ versus seen as very bad civ. But as we've seen, that this matchup isn't that simple based on their power rankings. And with these two players, it'll never be simple. Maybe some seemingly simple cheese, usually from Mio. But I'm not sure what that could really be. Like, Magadai? You don't Magadai against Limitane, right? No, because like Magadai has to feel pretty sad against Javelins. You could open with a few Magadai. I just think maybe Byzantines is one of the best civs at dealing with that, because they're able to hunker down very well. But if you time it right in the mid game, that's why I think Magadai could be good. Because if you time it right, your opponent's going to be out here in the berries, and that is when Magadai will reap. There we go. Confirmation it is indeed going to be the Silk Road. There is only very few matchups where you'll ever get something other than Silk Road from the Limitane. To justify doing anything other than Silk Road, like, you'd have to basically add in Horsemen as well. And I don't think you ever want to add in Horsemen against Mongol Keshiks. So Silver Tree has got the traders coming out. Really safe trade route now from Mio Micah. He's not going greedy. He's just doing it within his base. And also, it's because if he does it now, if he wins the traders now, he can pack up and move afterwards. Right? Is if you wait, what happens instead is you're going to wait until, what, probably 7.5 minutes with the movement speed. And then you're producing traders in Byzantine prime time. Why would I say mittens? Got meow meow. If anything, we should say kittens. So, Numu's playing it pretty chill at the moment. Probably a little bit too chill. Villagers... Oh, come on, that pathing. You gotta feel bad for that. It's so cursed sometimes. So it does end up losing a villager there. Numu did scout that backside. No. No, he didn't. I'm starting to get a little bit confused by Numidon's scouting here. There's really only one thing left to scout on the map, and he still hasn't scouted it. The enemy base. Which is very weird from his position, because you need to know what your opponent's doing next. Javs, if he micros it right, Numu, yeah, there we go. He will get the can't kill. So vision removed from Miyamika at a critical point when he's going to archers. We are just seeing Unlimitane right now. If he gets a good timing into Undermesh, there's potential to even fight into these archers. So you know I was saying there's like rare games where you go 1-1-1? Because Mio has bypassed Keshix, this could be that game. The problem is Numidon doesn't know it's that game because he's still yet to look in the enemy base. Production is full spawn here, right? So with enough Limitana, you can just take these out. We do now have Keshix coming. He smuggled it back, but the stables did get scouted very early there, so well played by Numidon. He still doesn't know about the silver tree, though. Like, with 4 traders deep, it's not crazy gold right now. It's only 22. But it's extra economy you're not aware of. So we're approaching the point now where Numidon has either an attack option or a tech option. I think here he's likely to take tech with his limited information. Even though there's actually a golden opportunity to kill in Feudal. Oh wow, I think he's aware that it's trade. But what he's not aware of is like Miyamika hasn't like lobbed it. In fact, my worry now is when you check this corner and see no silver tree, he's going to be like, oh, must be Deerstone. Because like remember, it was built here, right? He never scouted it. Hey, sub tier Fallen. Thank you much, mate. Appreciate the sub. You have to scout the LM to see what he has? Yeah, but this outpost was new, right? So there wasn't an outpost for him to see the landmark. If that's what you're referring to, this was not an outpost rush game. Very gathering on the flank. So this is the point where the Keshix can do a lot of damage. Even the idea of the Magadai. I don't expect Magadai now that you've seen a few jabs, though. You saw the villagers? Yeah, but where did you see the villagers? Like, you saw them here and here, right? And the gold is back here. It's like, surely you'd expect the landmark to be back here anyway. I guess maybe he glimpsed here when he came to the tree line, possibly. And there we go. Yeah, he does know 100% where the trade is now. So Numidon is aware of the poor man's trade route. We're now up to, like, what? Probably 7 traders? 9. So me and Mike are just blobbing really quickly. There's risk that he's just immediately going to pull the silver tree back for a big drop-off. Blacksmith is going to be coming in, but Numu, he's going to be going age up here. So Castle Age coming in soon. If you have Deerstone, you see the Yamming Vills? Yeah, it depends where the Deerstone is, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, because when he originally scouted forward, he scouted here. But if the gold is back here and the tree line is here, and you don't scout into the tree line, how do you know that there's no Deerstone, right? Because even the sheep gathering's back here. That's what I'm highlighting. It's like, he's probably safe betting that it is like silver tree, but I don't think he saw anything that guaranteed it, right? Units do... No, I agree. But like the units, like if your Deerstone ore is here, it comes to here, right? And this outpost wasn't there until after this posturing that you done earlier. That's what I was questioning. So, Golden Horn Tower should be coming in now for Numi. Mio's not going to have a competitive tech timing here. Because he still hasn't moved the silver tree back. And I kind of feel like at this stage you can, right? Especially now that he's the one posturing for Raze. We do at least have outposts coming off the flank, so like Numu has got that layer of protection there. He's not being overly greedy about this. I don't know, this is starting to look pretty good for Numadon. Yeah, Mio's 53 versus 40 eco, but with system level 2 adding an extra 14% efficiency, and how weak the amount of resources is from the traders, it feels like Numadon's got a really big window of op here. Mio is at least gap closing fast. We do see him closing in on Castle Age. This should be a Kurotai build with mass infantry. I'm not even reading that sass, Jesus Christ. Alright, ones if you think Mio's going to win this, twos if you think Numadon's taking it. There's an argument to be had that like Javs lose some value in Castle Age here. This should be a relic race almost immediately, right? Like, it's not as important for Mio, but it's important for Numadon. You want to take that away. We actually have Cataphracts getting added in. Okay, so this just got very interesting from Numadon. There isn't a solution to that right now. Now, Kurotai can be a soft solution with the archers, because your pen damage goes high enough. And also, he'll have plenty of time to get veterancy because Numadon isn't attacking. Yeah, I'm still lost on the Silver Tree as well. Like, he's up to 16. This is the golden point, right? You're getting the maximum perks you can. It's definitely worth the risk now. So tech out complete. At this stage, I wonder if Numadon's sitting there going, oh, I thought he was going to attack me. This game's getting weird. To me, I still see Byzantines as like a tempo-based Civ. I'm not saying that they're incredibly weak in Imperial Age, but like, you're talking about very big windows just not being exploited by Numadon around like 9 minutes, 13 minutes, and at this rate, 16. Whereas Mio is getting the easiest opportunity to blob to a very scary army. Now, upside is by Numadon going Cataphracts, like these are phenomenal raiders, and your opponent doesn't have walls. He's allergic to them. His people can't build them. He also doesn't have Yam, right? Like, I think that's something you're going to want to consider if you're a Mio maker, because you're going to want to attack, which means you won't be able to stay at home. And Yam will allow the villagers to run away from the Catas. Wait, why are we talking about Fallout songs? What? You know what the most goated Fallout game is? Fallout 2. Absolute bloody classic. So, Relic's now being picked up by Numu. Mio Maiko, he does know that he's allowed to come out of his corner, right? I feel like I'm seeing a challenge mode from Mio here. Well, Numadon has just woken him up to the fact relics exist here. There was a backstab attempt by the Keshiks. Not going to work out. But Mio Maiko is now at a strict disadvantage. He's going into the Shamans with the prayer tent, but at a stage where Numu is going to have probably access to 4 relics in this game. This feels rough, man. I'm wondering what Mio Maiko was waiting for. Like, maybe it's just a food starvation issue, but usually have patches slowly being added in. Now, with the Cataphracts arriving, the 2-hitter, we've got problems. Mio's food gathering is nil, none. That was all of it. Numadon is starting to move across the map here. The risk that Mio won't be ready for the fight. His one upside is defensively, he will have the Kurotai. And no, we are not Gulpers. This is Golden Horn Tower. That is going to be worth it, though. Camel Riders to just make sure the Keshiks are worthless. And we already have a target point on those berries. Yeah, I'm starting to lose faith in the Mio strat here, man. Like, was this the weird Imperial Age build he would do? Because without, like, max distance trade, it just doesn't have a competitive timing, right? No pastures as well is, like, a very big question mark in this game. He's finally realizing it and switching. But, like, you have this giant gap where your food income is non-existent now. And one outpost is not going to protect you without Yam. If he just tramples it, Numo actually a little bit late to react there, so it looks like Mio Maiko will be able to formation shuffle away, but still, starvation sets in. Yam finally got queued up. It's 30 seconds out. The trample comes through. Not able to block the Kurtai, though. So the buff is going to be there, but it might be there a little bit too late. Good initial exchange there, and the Cataphracts will get punished a bit. At this stage, Numidan with a lot of map control here. Relic Race definitely favoring him as well. It's up being a, what, 3-2 split at this rate. Numu is going to reset for a transition. We have Varangian now getting queued up, but Neomika is at least aware of that, has crossbows on the way. The Javelin Mass is still a really big problem here for Neomika. And finally, we are yamming. The yammening has intensified. I rate this yam out of yam. And we can finally stop yammering about yam. Yeah, I think we said the word enough. Well, the reason why he has less gold income is because each of these is giving 24 gold. So much. Yeah, so little. Wall blocker. Okay, this is now a 4-1 relic split. I mean, I'm struggling to see how Numidan loses this. Wait, you think that Cataphracts look like a giant poodle that never had a haircut? Nah, dude, that's not a poodle. You know what that is? That's one of those little Chihuahua dogs that people keep in their bags. They have a little coat for, right? Like that armor looks like one of those little, you know, what they're called? I forget the type of coat. It's like the really paddy, fat ones that you wear in winter. You know what I mean? It's one of those ones. I'm still scratching my head of this game, guys. It's almost like Neomika is just waiting for Numidan to overstep. But, like, if you're Numu, do you not just go Imperial H? Just max out? Even 2TC is, like, easily justifiable here for him. He keeps checking with the Cataphracts, expecting his opponent to be full trading, but it's never happening. Just move in. I mean, if you just move a little bit deeper, you'll see, is the landmark? Oh, the landmark's still there. Okay. I mean, he's expecting max trade. And like every time Numidan just checks, he's like, wait, what? This isn't how this is played. The code that looks like mattresses, that's the one. My door has one, and it always looks funny because it looks like you put like an inflatable vest on them for swimming. Bash coming in, javelins, just tugging that back line. I mean, the damage buff is there. If you can't win with the Kurtai buff, how the hell do you ever win here? The Cataphracts could easily just be diving onto the back line here, but he just doesn't care. It's an A-click through. A big breaker here. I mean, the javelins pretty much counter everything that remains. And if you just kite on the edge, you can't be hit, right? Like, without Deerstone, there is no extra range to be had here for Neomika. This is getting weird. Neo, I don't think it's weirder than game number 2, but this series has developed into weirdness in its entirety. Horseman transition now coming in from Numidan. He has got a decent number of olive groves already in line. We're up to 17. Did chip, what, a few of those workers? There's still 25, though. But the camels are starting to get in. I think the thing that is completely fragging my mind here is that Neomika has tried to defend with the Civ that should never be caught defending, right? Like, there's a point in the game, realistically, where you can defend with Mongols. And that's in a free-for-all when you're going for a max trade with a Wonder and you have 50 cannon emplacements. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we're not at 50 cannon emplacements yet. We're not even in Imperial Age. So that's why this felt a little bit weird from Neo. Maybe the assumption was that Numidan wouldn't attack, and then you'd eventually move this Silver Tree, and then you just go Imperial Age yourself. But we're nowhere near that. Oh, I agree. Like, when Neomika figures out the gaps, that he has right now and like the strategic layer of AoE4, the guy is just gonna rush up the rankings. Like the dude is actually really impressive with some of his early mid-game executions. I think late game is where it fails him more often than succeeds. Right, his micro is damn incredible. Like he's on another level when it comes to that. But yeah, like the overarching game strats is the thing I most definitely take issue with in this particular game. So it's still only 1 TC. Olive Groves is inflating. And we're reaching the point where like eventually tech becomes too tempting, right? Well, way to simplify. Imagine how much better he gets when he gets better. Well, no, we've been a bit more specific than that in the way that he needs to get better, right? It's like the strategic layer, I think, is kind of what's lacking. It in some ways reminds me of like what we talked about with a few of the young players, right? It's like they have cool tactics, but where's the strategy? Me and Mike has some sick tactics, and you know that's an interesting thing. Like cheese is often a tactic, right? It's like it's a tactic that's somehow stretched into a strategy, right? So like for example, we've seen me and Mike's all-in Jugani rush and how that cheesy element can win you a game. But like when you get the long game, you know, a tactic doesn't win you a game. Because the long game is going to involve 3 or 4 different tactics as you go on, right? And I think that's where like me and Micah has just kind of been stuck in a rut. Like what do we do next? You're approaching 200 pop, so what we should be doing next is Imperial. If the timings are the same, Numenon's better off. Because of Dialecticus. And oi. I don't even know if Miyamoto's going to make it there. Mass ranged and the horsemen arrive. This is an ugly fight. Just doesn't feel like he's killing him quick enough. The javelins are starting to arrive. Stab from the side is coming in, but Miyamaka, he doesn't have that Kurotai buff. Needs to unpack it ASAP. Trample is going to try to charge in. He's actually body blocking with his own troops right now. Right, it's going to start peeling away from it though. I'd say actually that went incredibly well for me and Mike, all things considered. Like the horseman reveal should have had him dead to rights, but the Kurotai, even with that not being there, the crossbows carried him through. Yeah, I think Numenon, the way he took that fight, it was a little bit rushed, right? The javelins weren't there for most of the engagement, and all of a sudden, in a game where we were questioning how the hell does he do this? He's on the attack. I can't believe, like this looked like Numenon's game to win. The horseman transition should have done it. But the trickle of troops has given an opening. Miyamika moving into the mid-map. Kurotai unpacking. Numenon respecting that aura, understanding what it means. But he's running out of territory to retreat into here. Double mango play is going to be there. Miyamika rides blind into it. Tries to dodge it out. But the pressure keeps coming in. I mean, realistically, you'd think javelins would be able to carry these fights. They needed more backup. You know, now with a notable military lead, or sorry, rather eco lead, right? Like, and the point of this is that if you reach maximum pop first, what do? You have to save for Imperial, right? The other awkward thing is like damage bars, right? Like these health bars, the damage being done, the Kurotai is offsetting that. So when things go stagnant, you know, Mio's topping off for a full HP fight. Numenon's still injured from the last. And I think Mio got unpack speed. It didn't look like it there. I don't think he got improved. We will be able to check soon. Wait, am I blind? There we go. No, he has improved. Sacred Sight's now being... I can't believe this. He's going Imperial. What is Mio doing to the meta? Game 1, Game 2, and now Game 3. This might be the weirdest and most unorthodox set we've had in Midweek Muster. Signal arrow even coming in as well, so we'll have a bigger buffer window in these fights. This horseman raid is kind of inconsequential. It's not that many. And the tech up's on the way, and it is indeed going to be the Cargonet Palace. So premium units coming in. No way. Numidon, he's posturing down the center. He's getting a keep drop. He needs to push. But I have a feeling that when that tech up completes, instead he's just going to go Imperial himself. And then we reach that phase, like what wins, Mongols or Byzantines? In Imperial? I'm trying to think if you actually get enough value as the Byzantines here. Like, you know, Grenadiers aren't going to feel great, right? And we have Magad. Oh my, wait, what? Into Javelins? We have Magadite into Javelins with 38 traders, each doing 24 gold. Mio Micah, what are you doing? If you win with this strategy, Mongol trade is going to get nerfed again. Now, if we do see Numidan mirror into an Imperial Age play, foreign engineering company is a very intriguing proposition. For one, you get wee piles. Okay, I'm not going there. The big ones is the camel armor, and then you also get the precision training for the javelins, right? So like you can compete reasonably, even into hand cannons. The movement speed is going to make it tricky. The Kurotai is going to make it even harder. Because remember, that's going to be a raw 20% damage buffer on a unit that already hits like a truck. Like, look at that. Look at that right now. That's like the gunpowder tech was never removed. Wait, Palatine School? Why? So, Palatine School, I mean, Limitane are fairly, like, cheap once you have all your farms up. I don't think that matters as much. I'm trying to think of the other unique units you'd be looking at here. Like, you know, Varangian? Varangian into hand cannon is death. Cataphracts? Is that really sustainable? I mean, Cataphracts in theory could be a golden answer here. But if there's Yam, I think the Kite is a little bit too strong. This is crazy. I mean, we very rarely see Palatine School these days. Foreign engineering company, even if you don't want siege, just feels too good. Maybe the play is meant to be adjustable crossbars, and with the savings you make off of Palatine School, that would allow you to scale Mangos. Good clash coming in here for Numidan. Miyamika was just poking. He's going to be moving in now onto the castle, but that means that Numidan should be able to march up. In fact, we got stabs from each side. Miyamika looks like he's trying to buy enough time to take down the castle, but this is just not a quick kill. Only 9 torching units there. What is he doing? This is just a game of cat and mouse right now. Miyamika just with 3 different groups probing at different angles. Knowing that Numidan has to hold back from protecting the keep, because if he marches over there, these units can go into his economy. But it looks like it wasn't enough torches. Miyamika does at least now have the Wee Pow, so that's going to be sieging into the castle. Numidan will have no Wee Pows. Alright, one's if you think Mio's going to win this, two's if you think Numu's taking it. Because I'm going to be real with you right now. I don't know how this one's going to end anymore. I know how it should have ended. It felt clear like the Byzantines were ahead. But the kill point never came in. And I also think Miyamika out-microed him on the fights. I think the micro makes me lean Mio. Numidan just going to be A-clicking him with the javs. I mean, this is where you kind of wish you had foreign engineering company, right? You might as well have the siege. He's got almost 3,000 olive oil now. And there's no lube me up pop a moment on the trade post because like we don't have elephants in there. And he only has, what, Musafadi, which you just don't want here. Maybe camel archers? I actually don't mind the idea. Nah. You don't, sure you don't do camel archers. Arbs would be nice. Sure, you just have to come over here to your opponent's trade post and build merc houses. You know what you do? You type to Mio and you go, I'll let you have my trade post if you give me yours. Deal. And we have unlimited. Really? This is the way we're rocking. Kurtai unpacking very aggressively here. We do have Mangonel towers. Elite army tactics now on the way. Kurtai buff could be big. The tall order for these 15 hand cannoneers. We'll have to see if they can do it. Keshik's now diving in onto that Mango Tower. Stacking not the best of ideas here. And the Limitane are getting ready to rush out. Teardrop shields are just ridiculous on this unit. Spreads the line. I don't think Mio can hold here. Chase continues. His hand cannon count down to just 9. Now, the Nesta Bees does also get buffed by the Kurotai, so a little bit better here. Not quite at pre-nerf status, right? Don't have the 8 damage. It's close. Mango Wall. He needs to aim it a little bit deeper there. The Keshiks are looking for the ride in, and they're trying to bypass now, so we'll be able to ride on top of the Mangoes. The second wave of Limitane is coming in, and it's going to be a sandwich! He catches him! And the Kekiks are gone! 1 mango for that! A worthwhile exchange! Numenon with the rapid bait there! Mia Micah is now going to have to leave. The Kurotai will not be able to stabilize him here any longer. What a sick move by Numu. And the traders, oh my dear God! This whole time, a small peel-off group was on the economy. The worker losses are stacking up here. Mio Micah now behind. For most of this game, he's been ahead. He's down to 19 traders, 68 workers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Numenon now with 100 strong. We thought the Mio's Micro would carry him through based on what we'd seen in this series so far, but Numenon just completely outplayed him in these fights. So a calming down, a resetting moment in this game, but the reality is Numu still needs to think about playing out, right? We've still got Sacred Sites locked in, and Mio is switching into Magadai. However, against Javelins, that is a death sentence. So, Palatine's score, to refresh for people who rarely see it, it basically gives you a small chance to produce a unique unit type for free. A 30% chance. So any of Byzantine's unique units, that includes Limitane, Varangian, Cataphract, and Chirosiphons. The stupid part about this landmark that I still disagree with in a competitive RTS is that it's RNG. So if you're very, 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 very lucky, you could end up with a 100% rate. Right? Where that gets crazy is like, say you go Cataphract and you RNG, you would get your hands on... Basically, if you get 10 Cataphracts rolled correctly, you refund your tech up. It's crazy. So, it looks like he spotted the Magadai early. Nice thing actually is, like, although you went Silver Tree, because of the Karganet Palace, you do get your Khan Hunters, which is actually a really big deal for Han Cannoneers or Magadai. Especially the Magadai that are now up to a healthy 5 tower range. But it's happening again. There's not as much trade to kill this time, and admittedly Mia Micah is switched onto it this time around, but it's Limitane versus Keshiks. This is not a winnable fight. Has at least got the Magadai now showing up, but, you know, with Teardrop Shields, you're quite good at chasing traders. And he's coming in at both ends here, right? Like, we're kind of returning to the early mid phase of the game where Mio Micah was boxed in the corner. I tell you, like, Unlimited at this stage, because of Teardrop Shields, becomes such a nuisance. It's like a poor man's Palace Guard due to that movement speed. And no, your production charts wouldn't go up the more buildings you're producing out for the Palatine score, because it's still a 30% base. The point I'm making is, like, it's not... Because it's not, oh, every third or fourth of a unit you produce, you get one for free. You could realistically queue up 10 units and get 10 extra units for free. Because it's a 30% chance. It's like the logic that if, you know, if I keep putting my money on black, I'll always win. Like, no, it's a 50% chance. You could always win and, like, have these deviation stats. And that's why I'm highlighting with Palatine. It's like, Palatine, I'm surprised it still hasn't happened yet. Eventually, we're going to have a professional game that is decided because someone RNG'd 10 Cataphracts. Flash coming in, though. We're back at the trade. Limitane are finishing that front line fairly fast, but there are also men-at-arms layered in. The Keshik's rippling over the side. Nimidar not going to be able to get that big wall up like he did earlier. We do still have troops kind of flank raiding, but I can't believe this game is still not over. Yeah, so to the point of like the more units you produce, the more chance you have to hit the 30% RNG. My point is in the early phases, your RNG could have you at like an 80% rate. But the whole idea is meant to be, and it depends on how they've coded it, but like pseudo RNG, when you do more and more units, the percentile rate should approach 30%, right? It's like when you go play blackjack and you could win 10 hands in 10, but in 100 hands, you should be losing 55 of those hands, right? Kind of feels like Numu just needs mangoes. I mean, Miro has a lot of Keshiks, which is just kind of enticing this Limitane play. The Camel Riders in particular are going to be incredibly impactful here. I love this. Check this. Screw Javelins. We're just going full elite Camel Riders. I think this is a Numu win. He's reached the economy. He's spread him thin this time. And with the amount of camels coming through, like, it's hard to really bet on this many Keshiks. Like, what does Mio have to deal with camels? Nothing. These units are uncounted. They have 400 HP. And they're incredibly cost efficient from a population standpoint, right? Like, only one pop for that much power? Pay it every day of the week. I mean, that's an interesting thing about Byzantines with this contract, right? It's like camels, cataphracts by default. Just very good usages of one population. And the rest of the army is now marching. I think he understands. Meanwhile, Miyamaika is trying to go in for a trade here. He's entering the base. I think Numidan, if he gets in position here, the damage he does is more devastating, right? Like, you can see he's already built up reserves, so the second wave could protect him. But if Miyamaika gets blocked on this trade, should be curtains closed. Oh, by the way, the silver tree did move deeper. It's a little bit better. We're up to 50 gold now. Over double what he got earlier. Mango shots are coming in. No adjustable crossbars, though. And it looks like the Magadai got bogged down. Just a handful of horsemen and Limitane will clean up any hopes there. Mio, he didn't micro it deeper into the farms. He tried to get in with the Keshiks, but not the Magadai. Maybe a little bit of a control group misplay there. Keep drop now coming in. And this is it. It's going to be Numidan heading through to the quarterfinals. There's no way back anymore. Miyamaika down to just 30 military and lacking the production to really replace quick enough here. Damn, crazy series. Let me know what you guys thought about this one. Miyamaika failing to make it deeper again. Pipped at the post as usual, but the way he plays this game, man, it may not be optimal meta, but good God, does he make for fun watching. I'll see you on the next chapter. Dude. He's one of my favorite players to watch, for sure. Oh, blimey. All right, so we have got about 25 minutes until our next live series. What we're going to do now, guys, we're going to look at game number 2 between Dimmu and Starflock, okay? So, let me pull up the draft. Because in 25 minutes, we're going to have... Actually, oh, crap. Actually, it's a round of 8 series. So we need to actually watch Cat versus Myriad. So scrap the Dimmu Starflock game 2 plan. That can pause a little bit longer. We're going to do Cat versus Myriad. And hopefully we should have enough time to squeeze it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll probably do a little bit of speed play to guarantee it. Let me get the drafts ready. So yeah, winner of this is going up against Voldemar in 30 minutes. So Bohemia, Borderland, King of the Hill. All right, let's hop in the game. Oh, and I'll pay out the predictions on that last one. Whew. Oh, what a series and what a day. Hot woman, no meta, just play the game, right? Like, dude, that's what I mean. It just feels like he's having fun. I think that's where the most entertaining games to watch come, and where scenes flourish the most is when, like, you don't get forced into a... You don't get you don't get funneled into a forced meta. You just get to play the game you want to. All right, here we go. Winner of this going up against Voldemar in the quarterfinals. We've got to catch this one quickly. That's why I won 2 times speed. Myriad versus Cat. Game number 1 is going to be French versus Byzantines. Interesting matchup. Earlier on, we saw, I believe it was it Cat versus... Yeah, Cat versus Jean Do. And we had this matchup in reverse where Cat was on the Byzantines. Now, in that game, it felt like Jean Do missed the winning play of switching to Spears. Because I actually think that French with Spears in the mixer against the Javelin contract can overwhelm Byzantines. Let's see if Cat has that type of read here. Let's see if it gets to that stage. Because this is a map that is pretty good for Pro Scouts. One that, of course, French can play to, and, well, Byzantines can't. We already see the Grand Warrior coming in, which is going to guarantee that the only person who might have Pro Scouts on their mind is going to be Kit Kat. And considering that mill placement, guys, you can guarantee it's on his mind. Usually the optimal way to do this as French is you want to gather enough gold for your first night and Pro Scouts. And the cool thing is because you get Pro Scouts cheaper, it's very easy to thread that needle. In fact, yeah, he was even thinking about queuing up Forestry because he had enough gold to do so. Interesting. Rax is going to be coming in from Myriad. This almost always locks you into a Javelin follow-up as well. So expect to see the Furry Boys and the Limitane together. Looking at this spawn as well, berries are all forward. Yeah, this is pretty harsh. There might be value in getting like an outpost up just forward here, but it is quite far out there, and you don't really want to run risking it, especially against the opening night. And there you go, confirmation in Pro Scouts is on the way. Double archery range here. So this is fine. Typically, the way you want to play this as French is you want to go double archery range, and then you want to follow up into Spears. Because at that stage, you have your Spears to block the Limitane, and then if Myriad doesn't build enough Limitane, you can then jump the backline of Javs. So the only way out of this conundrum for Myriad is to go Lombo contract. But because he's seeing double archer opening, why would you ever go Lombos, right? What do you guys think? 1's for Myriad, 2's for Cat in this one. First night is going to start shuffling around. I'd like that he stopped at just one night. I don't think this matchup really is about night spam. And we were talking about this series other than the day, right? Like, I think from a playstyle perspective, I do favor Cat. He just has very aggressive lines he takes. I think he's found some creative build orders in a Pro Scouts meta. Myriad, to me, is still... I see him as, like, the orderly player. He aims for that mid game. If he can get there, he starts to look really solid, playing a little bit deeper, more cozy than ever. I'm just not sure, really, with these kind of, like, Civ picks, you get the credence, the value, like, the possibility, even, of going to that late game. So Limitane coming, and he has read through it. It's going to be Western contract. But this is tricky now, because before, Cat needed a 1-1-1 build. Now, he can just be Archer Knights to win. This was my worry, right? Is like the only way Myriad can now be safe is if he adds in Archers as well, which is very rarely ever done by Byzantines. Instead, he's going Horseman. So he's trying to force Cat to transition then. Okay, so I do take one issue with Horseman, and that's where's your food, right? He's got 5 sheep here, and then the berries. If he shoved in these deer at least, I kind of like the play, right? But with the deer not being pushed into the base, my worry is this is not sustainable. Like, the thing you have to realize is that Limitane almost costs as much as Horseman to build for food, right? It's a drastic difference, because if you're any other Civ, a normal Civ, you get 2 Spearmen rather, for the price of Horseman for food. But when you're playing Limitane, you have to pay 33% more. Thank you, Dirty Pirate. Grind every day, casting, producing content, streaming over time. I know, right? The things we do for the things we love, just to try and make a living. The tough life, but we out here grinding. Do I follow the Lost Returns? I haven't really followed much League of Legends, so no. I am familiar with them, though. I'm familiar with Cadril. Access now coming through. Tricky thing is your opponent's already ahead of you, and also, please tell me that's in range of Dialecticus. I think so. Yeah, he's good. So he will be able to kind of rush the speed. He needs it as well. Because the Undermesh could just completely devalue the Lombo push. Funnily enough, Cat actually is ignored going into Undermesh. But the blob on Archers is looking good here. He does need to consider adding in Knights or Spears, and it looks like we are going to be getting the Knights. Horsemen could be an option here as well, just so that you can kind of get the bulk together. Because the problem you have right now is your opponent's going to have theoretically a lot of Horsemen, so you can't frontline him. Keep hitting the fast forward. For Myriad, he really is on the clock here. You can't just go for a fast castle play now, because Cat will keep lobbing archers. So if you try to tech, he'll dive you. Oh, he's trying. It might just be that Myriad's backing up to protect for Steeled Arrow. He has got the second batch of berries now to gather. I feel like he needs to be up in Cat's face, though, because the advantage you had if you kept pushing there is look at Cat's spawn. It's double fold gold. So if you keep pressing him, he can't actually get knights. I think this is always the classic, oh, I've ran out of olive oil moment, right? It's like, for Myriad, he doesn't have that ability to just keep pumping up to 15 Lombos, it seems. He's going to try to poke onto this. We'll stick on the 2x speed. Because we're kind of just in a probing format now for Myriad. He's not going to commit. He's going to go for that castle gradually. Cat is the one who will be likely to make a move first. Extra stables getting added in. He's almost at a point where he can take the fight. Like, keep in mind, Myriad is not producing units anymore. Great read as well. I think Cat just saw the limited amount of horsemen there, realized what's starting to happen here. If he starts pressing, Myriad has to pull away from his tech timing. And no, Cat did not skip pro scouts. He has it. He built a mill right next to his TC. It's kind of obvious. Knight's coming in now. Limitana count is non-existent. Dude, Myriad's dead. Like, this is way too much. He's gathering on the front side. He's out of food. Cat found the perfect moment to pull the trigger. He'll dive in. Lombos at this point feel irreplaceable. And definitely are going to be now with no olive oil to really speak of. He's got what? The ability to build 5 Lombos every, what? 2.5 minutes at least? With that type of income. And also, this number's still deceptive because he was just gathering berries. Give it another 30 seconds, it's going to be down to like, what, maybe 100, 120, maybe? Olive Grow's added in. He did at least optimize it in that he's kept them away from exposure points for the most. The Cat, he's getting ready to pull the trigger himself. Forces Myriad off his timing, goes for it now on his own lonesome exchange. And with Raw Institute potentially on the table, I mean, these Raw Knights will be unkillable. It's possible that Cat just goes Guildhall because he's mainly leveraging archers, but I think with Pro Scouts, it just makes Raw Institute too tempting. Myriad now just also overburdening himself with the gold. He has moved down to the deer, but there you go. Royal Institute is on the way. Those are a wrap around the back, but there's more walls up there. So Myriad has at least got a stay of execution. What he doesn't have is a way of staying in this game right now, though. Like, his army is far too small. Tech up complete first for Cat, and you see it immediately queuing up the Royal Bloodlines. It's only 6 knights, but that number will bloat fast. This is rough as well. Usually Byzantine's big edge is if I have to play a bit of feudal, my army's going to upgrade quicker. Because his tech timing is so much worse, you're going to see a full veteran stack for Cat first. He's at least got that one outpost to slow things down. Now, if Myriad could gather a little bit of stone here, Mangonel placement could change his fortune. But right now, we don't have any active stone gathering, so he'd have to plop down quite a few buildings. For Cat, I think the next natural play would be a monastery. Like, you have full map control, right? You've pretty much taken all the deer. So the next thing on the tick list has to be the gold. Yeah, I agree with like what Kazian's saying. You don't want to play a long feudal against French, ever, really, as Byzantines. There are ways you can do it, like if you win the opening exchange, but like you're trying to just get to that third age where you have more options. And we talked about the tricky conundrum of like longbow versus javelins is that you basically have to trick your opponent to get a step ahead. I just think for Byzantines, you almost become predictable. Myriad tried to be very creative by going longbow Limitane, but he revealed it at one group of longbow, which meant that Cat hadn't added in spears or anything yet, and your hit wasn't very strong anyway. Like I think you need to kind of delay revealing what you're doing to try and force Cat into spears first. They're coming in now. Villagers are going to start dying here. Like, you can already see him on the tree line being chopped down. This game is over. We head into game 2 with Cat leading. And Myriad going to have to reassess the approach here because Cat clearly is not waiting around with a 15-minute GG. Yeah, it's just a process of the loss now. Myriad knows this game is truly over. When you see this many knights coming in, we can see by the queue, it's obvious to us. There you go. Opening game. French able to take down the Byzantines. All right. Let's get rolling. We've got at least one more game. We might need to rely on 2x speed to guarantee. Remember, winner of this right afterwards is going to be going up against Voldemar in the quarterfinals. Oh, I need to put the score up, don't I? So, game number 2 is actually going to be King of the Hill. Chinese versus HRE. Oh, thank you, Casper. Yeah, this beauty. I'm working on a YouTube video, so I'm hoping to have that up this week, going over the components in the build. Really been impressed and blown away, man. This has been a really, really cool PC to build. Had a lot of fun building it. Really clean look to it, and top of the line components. Exclamation mark PC if you want to have a look at what's inside it. Can definitely wholeheartedly recommend the brands we worked with. Like, you see them coming up on the screen over here. Good old Gigabyte, AMD, Kingston, Corsair, and Haven, the case. And then I've forgotten something. Crucial. Can't forget Crucial. Basically, we have the best Gen 5 SSDs you can get in this. Hey, sub Eagle. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Imagine KP as a dealer takes you in an alley and gives you pro game casting. Oof. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't recommend paying for that. I mean, you don't have to pay for that, but you could pay $5 and you don't have to worry about ads. Just like Eagle just done. Genius. So, game number 2. HRE versus Chinese. We are going to get the Spearman Rush opening. I haven't seen this in a while against China for good reason, guys. In theory, you feel good because you do have the marching drills, but in reality, China has an ability to out-blob you quite swiftly. Looks like we have got a pinch opportunity here. Myriad is trying to deny the return of the scout. Unfortunately, with just 2 spears, that's impossible. That would have been sick, though. If he'd done that, this game outcome looks really grim for Cat, considering that he would only have 4 sheep at home. Nicely played. Able to get him away. And Cat actually now adding in more spears. Starting to wonder if this may have been a bait for Myriad. Starting to wonder also if this is the time to consider a mine work. He won't. I don't really see Myriad as a mine work gamer here. Arkan just feels too solid, and you kind of need the extra economy against China anyway. Likely, we should be seeing Pro Scouts race off. The problem is, like, when you play H3 versus China, you can't just rush Pro Scouts. You need to add your own units in like you've done, but add a few more. So, like, typically you want to add in 4 spearmen, a few horsemen. I don't think 2 spears is going to be good enough here. And you can clearly see that he's wanting to go for the Pro Scouts play, right? He's still got 3 on gold with the prelate buffing them occasionally. Tree line secure. We have also got the berry secure here. Yeah, Myriad didn't really have great options. Arcing out here maybe, but was probably paranoid that it was a little bit too far. Like, this is at least close enough that your villagers can walk back quickly. This is so far away. Even further when you consider the body blocks and the resources. So, Spearmen are coming in. Won't be able to achieve too much straight away. Hardened status is going to be coming in for Myriad, but needs to delay attacking until that's in. Cat has, of course, gone up with the Imperial Academy, as you would really expect out of any self-respecting Chinese player here. Sheep count is 8 to 11, so Myriad's going to run out of food very fast here. And that is just going to make the Pro Scouts play even more necessary than it already felt in his eyes. But remember what we said, like, rushing Pro Scouts doesn't feel like a win for HRE here. Because it's just going to be a worse time than China. I mean, look at it, right? It's 30 seconds versus 1 minute 15. He's at least doing the right thing and adding in more spears like we talked about, because you need to now get in position to block the first tier grab. Should be able to get farms up quick. No, if you have to go farms here, even as HRE, I don't like it. Pro Scouts, China will just rush castle on you, right? I think in this matchup, it has to be slight pressure, Pro Scouts, and then you get more of the deer off the map. So cool thing that Mira could be doing right here, he's not, is shoving his deer further away, which then mitigates some of the value of Cat's Pro Scout play. Because his Spear Clash shouldn't really favor him. We do have Archer follow-up coming from Myriad. Cat, though, I mean, he has to go stables organically, so that's going to give him the inherent counter. Cat not focusing too much on start stepping away the injured. Actually, just kind of A-clicking his way into this engagement. Myriad did min-max there to get the most kills he could. Wasn't quick on the second pull away. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, Myriad should have an ability to micro better because his spears move faster, but Cat has an ability to outproduce. It's 1 Rax versus 1, but it's really not when you add in the Imperial officials. It's a great fight here. And also, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to run that Pro Scout home. Archer might buy enough time, so there we go. He has confirmation in. Horseman following up. All right, this kind of went okay for Myriad as long as he keeps adding spears. Because the Archer mass is going to kind of be scary here on the front deer. He might have enough to actually stop Cat from dragging the deer hut. Okay, where are the rest? You guys are late. This is all 1 archery range, remember. Oh, wait, no, he's 2. Well, that second is very recent then. Because I feel like if you had 2 straight away, you have a much quicker timing. But remember, he went for the stables first because he wanted Pro Scouts. Why no barbecue on Sacred Site? Because these players like to win games. Barbican on Sacred Site for King of the Hill is a really outdated strategy. Because now, ever since Springles got nerfed in the anti-siege role, Trebuchets are much better at taking control of the hill in return. Like, we've seen multiple keep drop games that just don't work. That would have worked on pre-Season 9. Which is, like, this... I think this map, in that regard, is a pristine example of how the Season 9 changes were warranted and good. Right? Now, you can say that you don't like King of the Hill, and it's a silly way for a game to still end anyway. But I'd say, compared to where we were a year ago with King of the Hill, with the changes to Springolds and Trebs being worth it now, you at least have a way of potentially stopping a Sacred Site victory. Whereas a year ago, whoever keep dropped first felt like they just won the game. Get mad at friends when they don't barbecue a Kremlin in the middle? You're a terrible friend. I'm definitely not just saying that because you don't have a sub emote. It's hard enough to do it straight on a 1v1 map. On a 2v2 map, you'd have to be drunk to walk your villages that far out. It's just so much wasted time. Am I coming around on Springolds? I think I was like a pseudo-believer. Like, I don't think they're OP. I think they're super situational. But, like, I was fine with the Springald change. I mean, sure, the role felt like a question mark. But also, the fact that people like B are finding success with them kind of was just a reminder that, no, pro players don't know all. We don't know all. It takes time. It takes discovery. It's situational for sure, but I don't think Springolds are, like, completely worthless. You've heard me laugh at B spam? Yes, because sometimes when he spams them, it doesn't make sense. Right? Do I need to remind you guys of the Louis MTB game? Where he built mass Springolds and then tried to dive underneath first a White Tower and then a Berkshire? So, lines have been drawn. We do have Horseman Archer versus Archer Spear. The worry that I have is the fact that Myriad's army is smaller, despite the fact his unit choice is cheaper. He does at least have a blacksmith advantage here, but we do see Undermesh on the way now for Cat. And Supervision, I don't think was used for that. Yeah, a little bit surprised. Cat has got 4 Imperial officials, so he should have very aggressive blacksmith timings. It almost looks like he's just trying to bypass the edge with his income. But they're both targeting that castle optimally. Myriad, how much economy do we have in range here as well? I've got 33, so almost everything is actually in range of the Archon. So he is bolstered up pretty much to maximum. Horsemen just need a good trade ASAP. Spears are going to get mopped up. They overextend a little bit there. And this should be the force back. Remember, Myriad, he can kite away a little bit better with the marching drills. Do his best to just take out that backline of archers, but the horsemen should be able to milk this. It's only 3 of them, sure, but with the bonus damage, clear it fast. Yeah, and this is really important what Cat is doing. He's posturing aggressively and, at worst, equally trading out these fights. Why that's important is for what comes next. It's HRE, you know it's going to turn into a relic race. So with this type of position, you can just peel that advantage away from them as the Chinese. I'm not sure what the final deer split was. I think Miro done kind of okay for himself. Like, he did eventually do the Pro Scouts play we talked about. I like that he had aggression coming out of the gate. Like, I really do believe that like HRE is probably a top 4 Pro Scout civ. It's just whenever you're against Chinese and Juji, you can't race them. You have to punish them first. And this is interesting. Wait, Men-at-Arms coming in. Now, there are situations where this makes a lot of sense, but like you haven't seen Cat remass his army. It's kind of the unfortunate nature, right? It's like he's so focused on Pro Scouts, he didn't keep a scout near the enemy base. Had he known that the tech up was happening, you prio tech and then Men-at-Arms. This is going to leave you a little bit weak. Cat already has the stable to go into Lancers. And he's adding in additionals. And not just that, but the choice to go Clock Tower stops you diving the base with archers. And yeah, I think Myriad has been snatching more away from Cat. But like the trade-off in this tech timing worries me a little. Lancers in queue. Monster immediately being dropped. Remember, he can supervise that to rush out for the relics. Myriad has to go full containment protocol here. It's not enough to just back up and tech up. He needs to guarantee that Cat can't get to those relics first. Alright, ones if you think Cat's going to win this, twos if you think Myriad's going to take it. And the reason why Cat has gone Archers over Zhug is because he didn't get Song. This build didn't really allow for Song. It would have been too slow. Look at that Chinese bias. Look at that Cat bias. None of you are dog owners. Oh, wait, there we go. We've got 2 dog owners at the end. So Regnet's now coming through. But, like, this is where you back up at the worst possible time, right? This Cat, the only upside right now for Myriad is it's only 1 monk. It could just rapidly become free, though. Remember, the supervision, it does work on the monastery. So you can, yeah, you're seeing it right there. You're bumping them out every 12 seconds. Dude, I still think this timing is dirty for China. First Lancers arrive. Myriad. Tricky predicament here, considering he actually has 0 answers to Lancers. I wouldn't call 2 spears a good way of dealing with this. And Cat will just have that Lancer flood coming in. Myriad at risk here. Rushing on the gold. He needs to get some veterancies, but that's going to put his economy on the front line. Cat might even consider just targeting down to the south side. He's going to do exactly that. Archers go after the workers. No wheelbarrow either. Now going to turn around for the main fight. Lancers are in towards that backside. In fact, they are drawing all aggro. If Myriad doesn't micro target onto each of these archers, he's hitting the wrong thing. These guys are just obnoxiously tanky. Even when the veterancy comes in, you can already see Cat has ranged armor too. He's shrunk the damage profile of Myriad to the extreme. Now he's just going to throttle him, right? He won't let go. Sure, you can see the military numbers are fairly even. But it's the quality of that military that really matters. Crossbow's just getting targeted down by the remaining archers. Lancer count is at least low, but the second wave is coming in. And behind this, relic race underway. Myriad feels doomed to lose that race. And the villagers are on the front line again. I mean, this is the problem. He doesn't have gold, right? Like, this is going to kill him. Both of the golds on the south side makes it too easy for Cat to contain him. Great timing here. And with 0 gold, that means no crossbows, no additional prelates. No hope in hell of making it to a 3rd game. It is going to be Voldemar versus Cat coming up next. Yeah, solid play by Cat, man. I think Myriad's idea was kind of right. Maybe the timing was off. He had this army, but he just wasn't pressing with it right. It goes to the classic of when you play Pro Scouts, but actually stop scouting. This is the type of outcomes you can usually expect. It's not like Myriad's alone in this as well. A lot of high-level players just focus on getting the deer because it's the race, right? But when you don't have any eyes on a civ like the Chinese, they have these very aggressive transitions available to them. Put the fast forward because at this point, 20 villages down and a non-stop pump of lancers. I mean, it's conclusive. Look at this. It's just non-stop. And all your economy is in one location. Nom, 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 nom. Still one lancer and archer out here that are just killing them all. Mirror's like, wait, I can't be without resources. Well, you can't be in this game. GG. 2-0 for Cat. Oy, oy, oy. And yeah, he was probably supervising stables. Plus, at that stage, I'd expect him to be up to like triple stables at least. It's just really hard to deal with. So, let's have a look. We should have draft getting underway. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot, guys. You know I'm an idiot? I just had a look. Voldemort Cat is for 2. I'm so sorry. I'm a dumbass. So... I'm a muppet. We will have Voldemort versus Cat tomorrow. But fear not, citizens. That means we can have a look at... What we got left? Sass versus Scatterbrained. We've got Doomy versus Starflark. Let's do the second game of Doomy versus Starflark. Sorry about that, guys. I completely messed up looking at the days. So we'll definitely have Voldemort versus Cat tomorrow. What I'm quickly going to do is I'm going to update the bracket. Because we have a few... Actually, I'll do this game and then we'll look at these games and we'll update the graphics. So game number 1 was a win for Benny Boy. We're going to head into game number 2 now. And yes, he did win with Order of the Dented. Mr. Dimmu really needs to stop bloody making his profile private. I'm going to have a word about that. You have to keep them open, basically, so that we can watch your games. Why not watch first game? Because we already watched first game earlier. We literally watched first game earlier, and then we had to hop into a live series. So, we're going back for the second. It's in the VOD, so you can watch it. It's there. Game number 2 is going to be HRE versus Delhi, which has been a struggling matchup for the Delhi. So, load the game now. We'll hop in a sec. Indeed you do. Check the VODs. All right, and then after this, we should have enough time to do probably Sass versus Scatterbrained. And then I think tomorrow maybe we open with the Voldemort versus Cat series, and probably we can do Elio versus Kazi Johan. We'll figure it out. But you never know. Like, stay tuned, because it also might be a case that some of these players are about to drop their quarterfinals happening today. I'm expecting quarterfinals to happen tomorrow. Usually the way we do this is quarterfinals typically happen on Tuesday. And then usually we can maybe expect to see like 1 semifinals potentially. And then ideal situation, we like to have like 1 semis for Thursday. But we'll keep an eye on it. 1 sec, I need to turn the heating on because it is cold. Like Scatterbrained has really shown a light. Yeah, thank you, Line. I mean, that's what I love is like we're getting new faces appear. Like Starflark as well, right? Like he keeps unfortunately ending up against Dimmu, who I think Dimmu's playstyle plays very well in the Starflark. But I think Starflark has been improving, to be honest. Ow, well, I mean, at least it was my good foot, but I just kicked really hard into the stall. Ow. Oh, that actually really hurt. Jesus. So, I don't know if everyone's going to agree with this, but I feel like game number 1, Starflark actually didn't feel that far off winning, believe it or not. He played phenomenally well. He could have had it. But the late game is the challenge, right? Like, I think that's where Dimmu looks very cozy getting to these deeper phases of the game. He has vastly more experience over Starflark in that area of the game. I don't think that's going to matter as much here. And the reason why is HRE just feel so strong in the early mid game against Delhi. You heard me correctly. HRE has discovered their groove. As if that before the Ghazi's arrival was bloody good against the Delhi. When the Ghazi was added, all of a sudden HRE couldn't win. Well, now the Pro Scouts meta, there's a will and a way for HRE to take the mantle back again. We hop into Rocky River for game number 2. Starflark, looking at the spawn, he has got some safety nets here, such as the backberries, but you know, the bigger deal is going to be Dumu's ability to blob army. Like, the interesting thing is that Delhi usually feel unrivaled in army blobbing due to their production speeds, but the way that HRE can mirror that is with better economy, you can afford more production buildings. Likely opening here should be to go into stable straight away, follow up with a Rax. Spearman, Horseman has been the bread and butter for HRE, and it has really been a predicament for Delhi to solve.
Yeah.
Going against Dimu can be a good thing. You never know when he'll sacrifice 40 villages to build a single keep. That's true. That's true. You know, you never know when he's going to end up throwing away 2/3 of his economy trying to get landmark. Benny Boy be wild sometimes. I mean, I think I said it a few weeks back, is the way that Dimu's been playing in the midweek musters, I love it. You know, Dimu has for a long time been an orderly player. And the way I mean orderly is like he likes to play that kind of logical meta, play to the mid game, into the late game. Usually the angle that can sometimes backfire, but also be a big advantage for him, is he likes to blob. I think Dimu, more than most players who are aiming for late phase of the game, likes to blob army. And all of a sudden, you look at the way he's been playing. I still remember the Puppy Paw versus Dimu series that went 3-2 just a few weeks ago, where he went for this crazy Juji all-in on Atacama. I love that we're getting that variance out of Dimu, because I think when you become the expected strategical gamer into that late phase, the negative element of that is people already know what they're up against. It's like 2 years ago when you played against HRE. Like, when you saw HRE in the loading screen, like, oh yeah, he's going to rush castle, go 5 relics. Right? So you already knew the strategy, so you could counter it. It's like Iobids when all they ever done was Desert Raider Wing into Fast Castle. You knew exactly what they could do, so you knew what you needed to do to counter. You had time to realize it. When you have variant play, you become 10 times harder to address than you were before. And there we go, Dimu. It is going to be the Rax opening, so not even going for the rush into Pro Scouts. He's starting to stockpile, though. You can already see with the gold. Okay, wow, this is quite different. Double Rax? So this is Dimu trying to force a transition, right? Like, going double Rax, the idea is Starflark will have to look and go, okay, I need archery range. And then you come into Horseman. In the meantime, with the gold, like, it's not as if 2 villages without the Arcane buff is going to rush you into Pro Scouts. He still needs over 100. So with the wood gathering being amplified, he can easily afford the stables on top of this. Pretty creative approach. Dimu has 15 sheep as well, so he has that runway before needing the deer. Ibis was busted back then, so yeah, but the point with the Ibid Desert Raider into Fast Castle build is you could counter it, because even though it was busted, because you knew they were going to do it, you could counter it. You see my point? It's like people starting to find solutions for Japanese Fast Castle Mounted Samurai. And it's actually why Japanese are starting to do Koka instead. It's like when you're stuck with only one strategy that is viable, your opponent can address it. Same as before the English King buff, all we used to see was Lombo 1TC all-in rushes. Because it was the only thing that felt like it could work for English. He's portrayed a little bit rough there. 2 Ghazis running away bruised. I mean, obviously they can heal up, but the whole idea here for Dimu is to kind of contain his opponent. And what? Guys, this isn't Pro Scouts at all. He's doing the old school HRE build. Okay, this is incredibly unexpected. So the meta I've been seeing develop genuinely is just to do Pro Scouts, because you don't have to add in farms, right? So you're able to blob up to 20, 30 men at arms. Easy peasy. But what Dimu's done here, he's feigned Spearman to force Starflark into an archery range. And now, when they come for the fight, it's going to be archers against men-at-arms, which is worthless. Ah, he's a crafty bugger, he is. And the scout's not even going to reveal it quickly, right? Now, the weak element of Dimu's play here, right, is like, compared to the deer, his search isn't going to be as aggressive between 9 and 14 minutes. After that, however, you should have enough farms in to remain competitive. Bloody cool build. Ram rush? I don't think you ram rush here at all. It's like, what are you ram rushing? Like, on the deli, it just feels a little bit weird to try and ram rush them. Even more so because they've opened Ghazi, right? Because Ghazi will destroy rams. And yeah, he got Chapel and berries. He isn't touching them yet, but... I'm wondering if that's why he didn't go Pro Scouts. He's like, well, I got a lot of sheep and I have berries in range on my tree line. Like, I'd rather just have a better 30-minute timing than a better 15-minute timing. Oh my god, this is super old school. So the win condition for Dimmu is 30 men at arms in the castle. That's the play you're looking for. And Starflark, unless he can get Sacred Sites well in advance, he can't just rush castle and go War Elephants, right? That's too pricey. This is crazy. Now, admittedly, Starflark has got a lot of food safely to work with. Berries have been exhausted, but he's got 22 sheep. So economy isn't going to be exposed anytime soon. And Dimmu isn't really at the point where he can be like diving underneath the TC, right? That's 30 men at arms plus. Starflark, he did just get Pro Scouts, so naturally, gotta game it, right? Scouts are going to be coming in. So we'll be able to shuffle out for the extra goodies. I don't like that Starflark is adding more archers, though. Yeah, like, this is his revelation. I don't think he realized how deep this was going. Men at arms should be favored in this clash. The scholars of the party, decent frontliners in these smaller engagements, though. The problem is you need to be chain healing the Ghazi. He's not. They are admittedly being ignored, but the scholars' health bars are just gone. Starflark losing practically all of his additional scholars here. And the men at arms count still looking bloody healthy for Ben. 15 and counting. This is the tricky thing, is like, theoretically, piety makes them pseudo-tanks, but against this many men-at-arms, no way. Great containment, and just keeping Starflark off of a point where you can afford to do this for scholars, because remember, yes, they're cheap at 65 gold, but without a Sacred Site locked in, he's not doing this beneficially, right? He's paying for it, he's not actually just getting additional income. Ghazi count just looks lacking. I mean, I'm kind of surprised Starflark isn't adding in more Ghazi at this stage. Because that is meant to be the solution against MAA. Something funny about like 6 unarmed medics trying to heal their way through. Dude, have you never played like one of those games where you're just trying to heal while someone's trying to kill your bro? Like, have you never played Team Fortress or Overwatch? Are you not a Mercy main? Das ist Uber-Healing, ja? Not Uber enough to stop the HRE, it seems. 20 men at arms. And Dimmu, he actually built an extra prelate to buff the gold. Like, realistically, there is a transition window about 12 minutes coming in here. With this amount of food income, it's very easy to thread. A Starflark isn't scary if you do it, right? Like, Castle Age feels quite free now for Dimmu. Ghazi count's looking a bit more competitive now, which is really what Starflark was missing. The problem is it's not good enough to fight directly into this yet. 16 men at arms should be capable of being 8 Ghazi. And Dimmu needs to just kind of avoid the fight now because he doesn't want to add any more to the age, right? We see the tech up coming. After which, that heavy upgrade should make these things unkillable. Oh, nice surround, though. Comes around from an arched angle. And that's going to force a retreat away from the Ghazi. Like, they can't just commit now, right? The archers would die to this due to marching drills. This is just so obnoxious, though. Like, you maybe kill 3 men at arms, and in return, Dimmu gets Castle Age. Because remember, these archers, they're only doing 2 damage per strike, 120 health on these H3 MAA. Alright, 1's if you think Dimmu's going to win this, 2's if you think Starflark is. This game is very different to the last one. The last one is like Dimmu maybe overextended, Starflark took advantage. This game is no overextension. Just a big body of men-at-arms plying India here. Scholars pulled again for the 2nd time in this game. Once again, it just doesn't really offer up a proposition where Starflark can stand his ground. 15 men-at-arms still remaining. More being queued up behind this, and the tech up is about to complete. Starflock has to commit, but the chain heal just isn't good enough. He's still losing a lot of Ghazi to this. And the Veterancy just got queued up. We're 25 seconds away. The Vanguard will be mopped up, but they've kept Starflock contained. He doesn't have a competitive tech timing of his own. 0 Sacred Sites at 12 minutes feels like doom for the Delhi. And also keep in mind the farm count now at what, 11? He's also got the berries being gathered, so he has a ramp here he's going to be able to play into. We got the two-handed tech coming through. No need for the maces if your opponent is in feudal age. Starflock just needs to catch up. You can't all-in your opponent now. Your position on the map isn't good enough for that. So instead, expect him to mirror. The thing that could be positive for him is the fact that his scholars can be running out for these relics now. But he needs to stop the prelates that are bringing the goodies home. Dumu is going to get spotted on the wide here. Wallow's going to be coming in, so that's going to buy a little bit more distance to run here. Relics are being camped, but I believe one of these, at least for Dumu, should be home. Yeah, safest relic is going to get banked. And this one will be collected after the fact, right? Like, these men-at-arms don't have to be scared of this. Nice wall in as well. I love this from Starflock. With the archers, it's very doable. Wants to move over both. I don't think your army can hold either of these relics. The only thing that might save them is walls. Alsalan now coming in, so Starflock will have that cool way of theoretically competing with HRE until they get heavy maces, right? Because home blades give you +3, two-handed give +2. Problem is, once the +6 comes in, you're just outmatched. So without Tower Victory, you can't play men-at-arms into men-at-arms. But you can beat Lancer into Knights. There is a world, actually, in which Dumu still gets 4 relics here. I mean, the prelates aren't really shuffling for it. Also, Dumu forgot about this lad. He actually isn't moving back right now. Men-at-arms are starting to dive towards the base. The tech up just complete. But there is a window now for Dumu to do damage. He knows after all those scholar losses, there's not going to be quick veterancies coming through here. And the natural armor on these units, these archers just do no damage. Also, is this not all of Starflock's scholars? There's none waiting out in the middle of the map right now. No, so there's no relic grab. Oh dear. Oh dearie dear. Crossbows are at least being queued up. Starflock should have the double production for that, but the scholars are seen running out, so this is kind of looking undeniable. Third relic being picked up. Dumu isn't going to get wall off in time there, but the men-at-arms are going to keep Starflock contained. Yeah, and he's slowly burning through on the relic on the west side. At this rate, Starflock's going to be lucky if he sees a single relic this game. Oh, look, a single relic. Be a shame if there's 4 men-at-arms waiting for you to come back. Make it 5. So Starflock won't immediately die here because the crossbow count should be good enough to now kind of stabilize things. But the gold problem is going to be real, right? Even if it ends up being a 3-2 relic split, essentially you have 2 relics, your opponent has 6. And the other thing that I'm worried about is Starflock can't just stay in his base too long, because if Ben locks in the Sacred Sites, the resource advantage is going to go through the roof. Also, because Starflock lost so many scholars, he doesn't have competitive tech unlocks here, right? It's going to take him 4 minutes to get his tier 2 eco tax. Meanwhile, Ben already has level 2 of his eco. That matters, right, for the food. Up to what, 25 farms? 26. Healthy economy. What could Starflock have done different here? I think scouting the men-at-arms play, really important. And he didn't, right? Like, if he knew, if he just blobbed more Ghazi, I think Dumu's play doesn't work here without pro scouts. Because, like, he kind of skipped a step, right? He baited Starflock with triple spear opening, and Starflock overkill overreacted. He stopped producing Ghazi for too long. That's why this play looks so clean. So, like, for people who are wondering, like, how do I execute H3 versus Delhi? This was more of kind of a feigned bait. If your opponent's scouting, very difficult for this to truly pay off to the degree it did for Dumu in H2. Still, man, just a blast from the past. Love to see this build coming back, because I think we can all get behind a Delhi loss these days. There's also just another build for H3 to lean into. Now, some people aren't going to like that because they're going to think H3 is OP, but you know, even if you think Civ's OP, I'd rather they have options than just doing one linear build every single game as the bread and butter. Contest the sacred sites on the sides early? True. Right, like it's a fair point from Kazi Johan. Like, Starflark tried to stand his ground with scholars in the front twice, and those scholars could have been capping sacred sites occasionally. Right, think about it. If he captures a sacred site just once, straight away, the gold trickle pays for the scholar cost. Yeah, a horseman coming in when he has enough food to do so, right? Veterancy already getting queued up, because you know Starflark's defense has to be mass crossbows. We're just kind of seeing Dumu remaining a step ahead of the transitions. If Starflark realizes what's going on and adds in some spears, there's hope here. But men-at-arms, it's a little bit more tricky. Because the horseman can kind of just ignore you. Like, yes, horseman will lose to men-at-arms, but the logic is you don't die as quickly as you would against spears, right? So you just trade for the crossbows. Am I telling you that I'm not excited for Pro Scouts every single... Who would have thought it? Who would have thought I wouldn't want to see Pro Scouts every game? What about me in the last 2 weeks would lead you to believe I don't want to see Pro Scouts every single... You know why I don't like Pro Scouts, chat? Because no one's had the balls to just continue through to 50 scouts and then attack on Titan rush the landmarks. That's the build the Byzantines are missing. Hippodrome, Trapezites, landmark victory. Starflark trying to take the strategic layer of carving the map piece by piece, but this west side is way too ambitious. He went wide, and he's gonna die. Villagers going down there, and now the opening's still existing, so Dimmu can just shuffle in. And remember, that berry batch on the back just got exhausted. Dimmu is on a collision course for it, though, and Starflark, he needs to dodge. We'll be able to move to the west side. I'm just still not seeing pressure, and I've seen this type of build from Dimmu before. He loves to stockpile a few thousand gold before going to the next stage. It was very easy peasy to do in this type of game. And no, second TC will not be coming out from Dimmu. It's just stone so that he can get emplacements. Second TC is just completely overkill here. You'd rather just keep pumping troops, and then organically, because you're adding in horsemen, like, sure, your food's going to disappear, but eventually you get to a stage where you've got maybe 4k gold, and you can just afford to buy some food. So, predictions for what minute Imperial will come in. What do you think, guys? What minute is Dimmu going to reach Imperial Age? Because he's looking at... Like, Schmiegel looks at a ring. It's the precious, the glorious Swabble. Just chanting, the doll is going to die. I mean, it's coming in even quicker than 23, I think. There it is. Past the Swabi triggered. 12 villagers. I mean, it's like maybe about 22 minutes at this pacing. Interesting position for it. There's not really much in the way of resources left over here, but whatevs, right? Just get the tech timing. He's going to have to play wide on the gold if he wants to get these upgrades injected. KP actually Smeagol? Well, then they want to do like more Smeagol's. And Andy's getting pretty old, so... Was I always meant to be Golem? It's the fat little hobbits. Maybe. The greedy little HRE. The only way that Starflark can win this one is... Well, Dumu's basically ready to go Imperial again. Elite techs are on the way. Starflark is stuck in the mud at this stage. Wall's going to break as well. He's already in again. Ay caramba. Wooden walls just are not going to cut it anymore. Also, Starflark doesn't really have a full farm transition, so it's not like you can blob troops and just use quantity over quality. Yeah, this one is looking pretty cooked. Starflark's out. Like, maybe if you can get some keep drops, you can stabilize, slow things down. But Dumu also has the Sacred Site time is ticking, right? So you can't just stay. No way for Delhi to contest HRE? I don't know about no way. The thing I was saying about Delhi before is like the contest is actually elephants. Elephants is kind of scary for HRE because usually HRE don't just think crossbows, right? They think spears, archers, horsemen, men-at-arms. It's like, that's the window. That's the one window. I'll tell you, like, actually, maybe the golden solution is like Delhi going elephants plus Springolds. Problem is, it's a very slow comp. Slow to produce, slow to move. I do think that one way Delhi can play, and we saw a little bit of it, is you just wall the relics, right? Because he adds in spears or archers at some point anyway, right? And you just go and wall the relics. It was a classic strategy against HRE, right? We used to see it with Roos in particular. It's awkward against mass men-at-arms, feudal HRE. But at least it gives you kind of a lean, and then you capture Sacred Site. So, like, you get your gold trickle, and you deny theirs long enough. Yeah, like, the way Starflark opened this with the first two engagements was not great. Like, that set him up for failure, not success. KP's got to have a voices store software? Nah, that's too much effort. Just do voices, you know? You guys ever realize that Andy, who voiced Golem, could have easily voiced Stitch as well from Leyland Stitch? That's a creepy fort. Speedy Skull's going to be able to get away, but the rest of the army may be a little bit too slow, and those are elited horsemen. Tanky buggers as well. Bolgi's already there. EAT to follow this up. Starflark is trying to lay claim to the center of the map, but there's no freaking way you ever get that up. That is the most ambitious keep drop of the series, and if you guys remember, on Bohemia, Starflark had an overly ambitious keep in that game, but this one really takes the cake. Yeah, he's not even holding at this stage. He's folding. There's just too many horsemen left here. The crossbows just get swept out. And remember, the high torch damage, like these walls just get erased almost instantly. So, looks like we are going to be seeing Dumu going up against Numidan in the quarterfinals. That's going to be an exciting one. That should be happening on Tuesday. So I'll keep an eye out for when that's scheduled. It might be after I wake up for once. If it had been me and Micah versus Dumu, I guarantee that series would have been at like 8 a.m. my time, and I ain't waking up that early. But Numidan, I know, is usually available a little bit later in the day. All right, at this, I'm just going to do him a favor and hit 2 times speed. 2-0 victory. Benny Boy looking on form here. Starflark, there was some hope in that game 1, but this game 2, an absolute rout for the Delhi. That was an efficient 2 times, right? It's like you press the button and it's like, oh, the series has ended. Okay, so having a look at the bracket, I just need to enter some of the additional outcomes because we've covered most of them. We have got SAS versus Scatterbrained and Elyona versus Kazuyohan, right? Those are the other 2 series that need to be seen. And then tomorrow we can open with like, I think tomorrow we're probably going to open with Cause series into Voldemar versus Cat. I think would probably be how it plays out. And then we've got B series and then we'll, yeah. That makes sense. That's good. All right, so let me update this quickly. So 2-0 from Cat. We had a 2-0 from Dimo. We had a 2-1 from Nimu. I think that's all updated. Okay, so we'll appear for you in a second. All right. I'm going to get Sass versus Scatterbrained ready. Actually, do you guys want Sass versus Scatterbrained or Elyona versus Kazuyohan? I'll let you guys choose. Which one are we going to? Let me quickly turn the heating off. Oh, Sass? Well, why am I not surprised Bella wants to watch Sass? Oh, I'm limping around, guys. All right, I'm seeing a lot more Sass less Scatterbrained, so we'll do that one. Sass has picked Ottomans. Gasp. Will he pick it? Actually in the game, though. Probably not. Actually, like, would they pick? Yeah, probably not. So we have Bohemia, Dry Arabia, and Borderland. It's not exactly a crazy map pool for an auto pick. Maybe situation, though. Like, Ottoman versus Delhi, I quite like. Oh, wait, sorry. We haven't imported the draft. For some reason, it hasn't imported. There we go. Yeah, no, it's Otto Delhi. So, like, if you can get the Ottoman Delhi matchup, I actually think Ottomans just slam dunk that matchup. I see the guy who's getting slapped by Core next round. That's bold. What do you mean slapped by Core? There's hope. You don't believe in Elio / Kaiser Johan? Damn. It's borderline rude. Okay, game one's going to be Juji Iobits. Bohemia is a pro scout map. I think IU struggle more against Juji than China, right? Because Juji has instant access to Zhug, which just makes your life a living hell. But let's find out. We'll get ready for game one. Oh, just remembered, I need to take my gummy vitamins. In fact, what I'm going to do, I also have a chocolate biscuit here. So give me a minute. I'm going to eat that because I'm actually bloody hungry. We're 5 hours into the cast, and I haven't eaten. Gummy bears? Yeah, multivitamin gummy bears. So they're tasty and healthy. Wow. Good thing my daughter didn't discover them because she wants them every day. And she can't have them because they're mine. Show the goodies? No, because we're not sponsored by the company right now. I'm going to wait until they sponsor me, and then I'll show them to you. By the way, I know some people are asking about whether we're sponsored by Protein Works again. They're thinking about ordering. I'll let you know if that one goes through. I've reached out to a new contact there, so we'll see if they want to renew. If they do, I'll let you know, and then we'll have a discount code. But for now, pause. Until I hear back, just pause. There were another few cool brands I was looking at, so there. We'll keep an eye on that. I'll let you guys know. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are into the round of 16. Winner of this going up against B. It's Sass versus Scatterbrain. Battle of the S's. And Juji versus Ibis to kick us off. This is a pretty good matchup for Juji, I feel like. You know, you can't really rely on Desert Raiders against a Civ that already has repeated crossbows. Cavalry play for Juji is an interesting one. I'm not going to say he's going to go rush Lancers if he goes Castle, but one thing to think about here is like Dali Horses kind of offsets the Camelonis entirely. And this is also one of the best pro scout civs in the game. on a map, aka Bohemia, that's pretty damn good for Pro Scouts. Is it good for Medigardens, though? Pretty That's going to be like, what, about 15 wood maybe, 25 stone, 36 food. Didn't really have any better options other than just getting a crap load of wood. It doesn't really give you the flex you're looking for. There was maybe here for the gold. No, you wouldn't reach the stone. Yeah, unfortunate, because if Sass had the spawn over here, I think that might have been a slot worth it in this area. In fact, yeah, up here maybe, on the berries, hit 2 tree lines. It's a bit tricky. I don't think... Bohemia is a very chaotic map. You don't often get a nice placement for Medigardens. But the whole idea is you get a good timing for Pro Scouts. And was that Advancement Wing? Okay, we have the Pro Scouts build. Alert! Ring, ding, 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 ding. Alert! It's happening. Advancement Wing Pro Scouts Ibids coming in here. Now, you can get a very, very competitive timing and aggressive timing. And egregious timing on your tech. But it comes at such a cost. And that cost is that you basically save 250 resources as your age up advantage. That is it. It's not great. And you're going to see the problem we're running into here. Because tech up completes, right? By the time you're at 30 seconds, Sass can be going Pro Scouts. And this is where it gets dirty. Because with Zhuji, it only takes you 30 seconds to get your own Pro Scout play. Needs to tap that little bit of gold off. Could have actually manually dropped off to get it a bit quicker. But should be coming in a second. And then we should see a rush into the stables. Yeah, and we do at least already have stables online for Scatterbrain, but now the other interesting thing about this is if you need to get the scouts out faster, Sass, you can just supervise the production, right? Bugged map? I mean, the hilarity is, like, what was it? Core was begging for this map. I checked it. The spawns seemed okay. The ones we've seen before, but yeah. Unfortunately, this is why I said it's probably not going to be coming back for another week afterwards. Is like, there is some inconsistencies on the berry spawns. Hilariously in a game against an Ibid player. And we do have remake rules, which is at... Basically, if it's pre-3 minutes, you can just ask for a remake straight away. I mean, we're admittedly at 5 here, right? But like, theoretically, you can tell if you've got like a really crappy spawn fairly fast, I want to say. It's not always guaranteed, but at the same time, we can't really say, oh, if you didn't scout until 6 minutes, yeah, we still have a remake. Good luck about that. Dude, okay, Sass. You run a tournament, and you allow remakes up to 8 minutes. You see the challenge there, right? We're leaving it to player discretion and not having them abuse it. So I don't know if you know this, but I don't have the money I'd need for Tune to sit and watch every single game. I wish I did. Because like, I think something that maybe the community took for granted is in the early days of EGC, Tatio would go and get seeds for a lot of the matches, right? And I don't think people at the time realized just how much extra work that is. Because just think about it. Let's say your playoffs has 32 series, as an example. Well, you need 32 seeds, right? Like you need that is the min you need because that's the potential max, right? You can't go, oh, I'll just get 16, get the rest later. It's brutal how much admin work it is. Yeah, like the thing that I've highlighted with the weeklies is the weeklies is meant to be a way of like expanding the map pool by discovering what does, what doesn't work, right? Like Atacama had that flawed bug, we took it out. The reality is actually, sadly, Atacama was a really good map when people remembered to select the right setting. But what we realized is the user error of trusting players to switch the correct setting on just isn't worth the hassle. I think it'll be the same with Bohemia. I think Bohemia was kind of like in a weird position right now because there wasn't really many maps that we could add this week that wouldn't have leveraged Pro Scouts very, very well anyway, right? I think the Pro Scouts meta is just too good everywhere. So Desert Raiders have been pretty interesting here to try and kind of slow down the play. We have had the race for Pro Scouts now into the Fast Castle. They both actually tried to leave the safety until last. The hilarity, though, is that Sass is going to be snatching away from this side. And this should be Growth Wing. Juji aren't really competing with the timing right now, but they will. And the reason is because of the build speed. Right, with this type of income, he could basically pretty much align with Scatterbrain's finish point. And also, like, to the point of balanced spawns, one final thing I'll say, the golden end solution is the thing that people won't want to do. I talked about before, that I think it would at least be intriguing to see done, which is crafted maps. It's sadly the luck of the draw sometimes, right? Like, this is definitely a bit more of an extreme example, but I'd also say, like, 3 berry patches in is, you know, it's not like one player got 3 berry patches and one got 0, right? It's definitely not ideal, but I would say I've seen much, much worse and egregious spawns in tournament series, even S-tier tournaments. So, Gigi now going to be able to tech up. There's an awkward point in this game now for Scatterbrain because he's hunkering down at a point where you actually need to race out, because this is going to be Shaolin Monastery. Next objective is relics, right? And because you went for the advancement, you don't have the dervish play. He's going military wing reinforcement. That's crazy. Wait, what? What? Like, don't get me wrong, I get where you're coming from, that there's like 3 berries for an IBA player, for sure. But my point is, like, that I think we can all agree there's been bigger extremes on spawns to decide games. Marine Lord games. Yeah, it's definitely an advantage for, like, Scatterbrain. I wouldn't say it's, like, completely game-winning in itself, right? I think you still have a really good timing here with the Shaolin Monastery anyway, right? Like, the relic situation, I just don't see Scatterbrain really competing. Look at him, he's still 24 seconds out. Desert Raid is also going to take an extra 15 seconds, right? I'm pretty sure that, correct me if I'm wrong, that does apply to all ages, not just the feudal age, right? First Shaolin monks get queued up. Now, this is what I was talking about against camels. That's very curious. Is like, if you go into blacksmith play and get Dali horses, your lancers can actually compete with enemy lancers, the camels. In fact, actually, at that stage, like, your lancer should win, right? Because a normal lancer has 230 health, a camel lancer has 210. And I'm pretty sure if both camel lancer and lancer charge each other straight away, the camel lancer damage doesn't get high enough to eclipse standard charge damage. Alright, calm down in chat. Don't make me get the water bolt and start spraying you both. Oh my god. Who would win? 5 scouts or 1 monk? Get him, boys! I'm just here for the relic. I'm just here for the relic. I'm just here. Well, the Desert Raiders should be capable of winning the fight. I'll take you all on! Alright, his thumping stick isn't going to be good enough here. There are spinmen to follow this up, and also keep in mind, although Scatterbrain has blocked the relic grab, he doesn't actually have relic grabbing himself yet, right? We don't have the dervishes. They're coming through now on a delay. You need to wash down, that's true. I've seen Nomad on camera, he does look dirty. Well, that could be misinterpreted. Camel Lancers now to follow up. Yeah, Scatterbrain needs to think an extra step ahead here. We don't have archery ranges yet. Usually, the Camel Lancer play can feel good, right? But when your opponent is condensed on pro scouts, you're going to have to go in here. You can't just be like, he's out on the ball. He's out on the berries. Nice raid in as well. What? Snuck by, man. So Scatterbrain, it's kind of unacceptable to be losing villages at this stage. Even more so because remember, he didn't go for that growth wing. 6 worker kills now for Sass. A healthy lead already being built here. Sass also has passive stone coming in. Keep in mind that after you're done with the relics, an organic play we're seeing for Shuji right now, around like 15 minutes, you can just slap a TC down, right? It doesn't feel that bad to do when you consider that half of it has pretty much just been rebaited by your meditation garden. And the monk is back. This time only 4 scouts. Finally a fight he can win. you imagine if, like, you tried to fight 4 scouts and you got out micro to death on a Shallow Monk? Sadly, we won't get to see it in this game, but that's my dream, man. Marine Lord, get to work. I need to see that. Probably, like, 5 scouts, maybe. That should be enough to kill a Monk, right? Probably not. By the way, Marine Lord, I was shocked to discover that you broke your foot as well, my friend. I hope the mend is going well. I mean, it's not quite the same as, like, breaking my foot. Like, I done an adventurous climb on a wall. From what I saw of the recording, you fell over and broke your foot. What happened? I have a human foot. That's true. You do have, like, you do have a shadow dweller foot. This is what happens when you're a pro gamer. You see so little light that your bones become brittle. These are the sacrifices Marine Lord makes for us, giving us these incredible games. Jiangnan now coming through, so we are going to get that Song TC transition. Granaries are going to be a bit harder to play, so they're going to have to be on the forward side. Maybe he does some weird scattered formation. What a scout sword's made of? I'm pretty sure it's just paper mache. Like, you know, actually it kind of fits for, like, maybe Juji in Chinese. When you're just like, oh yes, origami. So Scatterbrain now switching into crossbows. He still hasn't shoved onto the berries yet. That's now coming through, right? Because the deer have exhausted. But I do think that Sass has a good enough lead that he can just kind of afford that farm transition comfortably. Especially considering the final relic should be his, right? Yeah, he's shuffling down now. So 4-1 relic split for Sass. And that also sets up for pagodas on a delay. Like, actually, I'm kind of surprised that Sass didn't do Yuan into Song. Considering with 3 relics already, it feels like a worthwhile play, right? Origami would be Japanese? Sure, but, like, it's close enough. Like, Japan's so good at making origami that when they, like, throw one of their paper knives at you, it could probably reach across the Chinese Sea. They're in the same region. Now having more for food in new farms? Yeah, just put nest of bees in the meantime. It's fine. But Sass, if you had pagodas, you'd have food. There you go. We've solved the problem. Just eat these berries right here. What's going to kill you? It's only like a bunch of desert raiders. I mean, these desert raiders are more army, right? Sacred Sites also are getting locked in, so a little bit of gold divider there. Both of them getting 1 each. One problem for Scatterbrain spawn. So, like, you know, for the positivity of these berries, like, he's going to suffer on the gold front. On a civ that needs a lot of gold. Ah, that's what we didn't realize. The seed was simply rebalancing the OP-ness of Juji. Alright, one's if you think Sass is going to win this, two's if you think Scatterbrain is favored here. We're heading to the later phase of the game. It's turning into more of a macro game now, right? Like, Sass needs to spend the stone. I think he's going for a keep drop on this fort, isn't he? Yeah. Because, like, this is one of the tricky things for Bohemia. It's hard to get the type of spawn at the back that lets you just mass farms. So he wants to build granaries, like, probably here. He's going to need a keep to protect him. Either that or, like, maybe you could delete the wall here and then extend it beyond, drop a keep here, and then do a stone wall on this side. That could also work. Or, hear me out, we just build 4 TCs. Like, we've got to do something with the stone. Sassy's here, so too. You don't think he watches losses? I've had plenty of players come to watch their losses. Crossbow blocker, nicely played there. Main army for Sass should be a little bit more threatening though, right? These desert raiders are hard relegated to irrelevance by crossbow spearmen. And we have a Zhug new switch coming in. That's pretty smart. Unfortunately for him, Scatterbrain is clearly aware that something is up. We've got a horseman coming through. If it wasn't for that, Zhuganu would just be the game winner. We're going to hit the fast forward a little bit, because we do just have that kind of stalemate point. Both of them should be bulking up army. We have a second TC. We still have a grand total of 0 farms? Okay, this is going to get crazy. He got to the board to try and extend, or was about to. Unfortunately, Scatterbrain moved up north at the perfect time there. There are other plays for SAS, by the way. The berries on the far north and the far south are pretty far away. Wait, what? Wait, okay, but wait, SAS. Okay, so here's why I thought he was going Zhug. The Zhugs may have been free, but you bought the veterancy. Huh? If you're gonna have like 6 more archery ranges, it can kind of be justified, but the 2 Zhug, yeah, it's a little bit interesting. Maybe a bait? Give me charging forward here. The amount of gold SAS is just sitting on. I mean, the food is a problem, though. And here we go. It is going to be the key drop where we said Granny is being set up behind this. He can even just stonewall over here very efficiently. And actually, like something I've been noticing, players have been doing this more, is when the spawn allows for it, you stonewall the absolute outer flanks because it's very cost efficient with the time investment. And it allows your infantry to kind of react more accordingly because your opponent have to come close to the center, right? Right, so farms are being set up. Scatterbrain really needs to push. Problem is, I don't think he realizes that if you took it a little bit far south, there's stop SAS, right? Like the thing that is going to give him hope is this farm transition. Without this, he's dead with this income. Instead, we're seeing Scatterbrain just march to the north side. We'll hit the 2x speed again for the moment. There's going to be a bit of poke coming. Unfortunately, the crossbow mass is looking a little bit spooky. A little bit surprised SAS didn't go nest of bees. Usually when you're kind of defending like this, just one nest of bees is enough to actually scare a player away. And I think right now he just wants to scare him. Because like Scatterbrain's army is quite formidable. The defensive advantage is what's meant to be good for SAS. And there we go. Nest of bees are on the way. Once those arrive, Scatterbrain's is going to have to back away. And that's when things get tricky, right? Is this going to be the first time we see Growth Wing in Imperial Age in 2025? Because it kind of feels like the only option you have here is IU for Age 4. He's going to keep pushing for the meantime. He has still got a lot of runway here. 136 of 180 population. Right from the wall. The nest of bees. This is being slow rolled, right? Yeah, I think he was housed there, so new village coming in. Nest of bees does arrive. And this is going to force a bigger commitment. We have got the Dervish heal, but it wasn't a logistics wing, so that's not a perma heal. Needs to protect this. Second nest of bees coming in. SAS a hard hold ahead of him. Look at the military numbers. Does not favor. Scatterbrain having to back away, though. It looks like the front line just didn't have enough punch behind it. The nest of bees versus crossbows. It's a fight I'd always back the bees. Now going up to 4. This should be enough to stabilize things. I think Scatterbrain realizes with the amount he put into that and the limited resources left on the map, trying to go for like an all-in push here might be a bit difficult. He's likely going to have to be looking towards farm soon. What worries me is he saw the second TC, right? He doesn't have a second TC of his own coming. So as time goes on, Scatterbrain slowly but surely is falling further behind. And the granary transition is almost complete. SAS going to be going up to 30 farms here. Growth Wing underrated in Age 4? It is, but the tricky part is like how you thread the needle. The whole point is like Desert Raider Wing is best for Imperial Age because it returns your investment quickly in activity, right? You're getting cavalry and you're getting a lot of it fast. The Growth, it's not instantaneous. And yes, you get a 10% increased gathering rate in 10 villages. There you go. I think it's tricky because Growth Wing feels so good in Feudal and Castle. That's the issue that I think a lot of IBID players run into. There's a unique possibility for it here. It would be a pretty noteworthy amount of extra economy for Scatterbrain, considering how small he is at this stage. Secondary layer walls coming in. SAS was getting a little bit ambitious with that first wall. Military Academy is going to get prepped here. We'll go for the 2x speed. Well, there's a little bit of other time here. Manjanique's now coming in from Scatterbrain. Now, at this stage in the game, really? I mean, if you get into Imperial, it makes sense, right? Adjustable crossbars make these things kings, but at this phase, without it, nest of bees can contest. Yeah. Not gonna be the funnest of experiences for Scatterbrain trying to dive this. Another tricky part is like the crossbow archers. Remember, Nesabees, yeah, they lost the +2 base damage, but they do get +2 against ranged, right? So still really impactful there. Scatterbrain, let's go start marching in, but the keep drop here kind of limits his options of flanking wide. And Sass just hiding behind his goddamn walls. 5 Nesabees now. Does start to prep some horsemen. Interesting. I mean, Palsguard with Nesabees can kind of work, but I guess he just wants to be a bit more efficient about his trade. And we do have kinetic. No, this is big. Like, Incinerator is what you want, and onto the farms. He could wipe all these farms like that. He's gonna start scudding the walls instead, though. Yeah, it always feels underwhelming against walls. Well, we've been here before, guys. I don't think we'd be here again so soon. Scatterbrain is just allergic to age 4. We have a lot of stone being gathered and still no TC, so likely a keep drop to come. And there you see the Nesabees damage we were talking about. The other issue is obviously Defenders of Vige means villagers are also in range to repair. Incendiary shots are at least tickling that back line. Like, if you can get a few more shots like that, Sass has a real problem. Because his army, although it may be 100 high at that point, its health pool will be 50. He switches back to kinetic, though. I guess he's trying to punish the gate opening, but he backs off at the worst possible time there. A little bit of explosioning happening, but the Nesabees are marching forward. They know their target. They've got it in mind, and look at those shots coming through! Their health is just missing. And the chase is on. The dive comes in, but the castle is going to be able to survive. And now the cavalry tries to dive to that backline of Nesabees, but they're running straight into spears and crossbows. Meanwhile, backline on the other side, just a handful of horsemen is all it takes. Manjanique's down. Scatterbrained. Not able to penetrate. And with an inability to rematch, you can't help but feel this is now Sass's game to win or lose. Yeah, that was vile. Nesabees just still really impactful against these full-ranged armies, and you know, I think Scatterbrain got a little bit too tunnel-visioned on that keep. Great hold and great use of just this small cliffside to funnel your opponents in. Meant that it took way too long to get on Nesabees. Nesabees that usually are quite easy to take down because it's not a clock tower effect, right? So your opponent doesn't have the extra health. Yeah, Scatterbrain might have full gold, but like the reality is the gold doesn't help you here. You need farms. And would you like to guess how many farms Scatterbrain has? None. It's about to get worse. He's going for a keep drop on the south side. The Nesabees are here. Horsemen were to get the raid in. Nice body block is trying to protect. And now he gets the trade out against the pursuing archers. And now you can just return to the dive south. Yeah, this is over. There's no way this castle goes up. It's triple Nesabees. No textiles either. That's going to be an absolute massacre. Scatterbrain staying in this game any longer would make you seem like a masochist. Game 1 going to Sass. Oy. Well played, Mr. Sassy. Good starting game. Using Nesabees to get ahead. Is this foreboding, considering that the winner of this will be going up against the man called B himself? Quite possibly. So, point on the board. Kind of interesting, actually, with the granary transitions on that map, though. You saw how difficult it is due to the terrain. I kind of like that. Now, Dry Arabia or Borderland? I think Scatterbrained is probably going Dry Arabia here. Okay, so here's my worry. I think his draft looks very predictable for Delhi, right? It's a good feature? Yeah, agreed. Like, I don't think farms should just be able to be placed behind your base, right? Makes games, some matchups anyway, too easy. Like, that's something I do like about Bohemia, is all those little cliffs, just, they mess with the functionality of your base. Oh! Now, that is interesting. It's going to be French Rus on Borderland. Bruce Mango's beat Knobs? Yeah, I mean, if you go Imperial Age, but who the hell's got time for that? Just kill each other in Castle. Just keeping an eye out, by the way. I don't think we've had any more series scheduled so far. So, winner of this against B hasn't been scheduled. Voldemar versus Cat is scheduled for tomorrow at 4 p.m. CT. So, we'll definitely cast that live. Jumu versus Numedan hasn't been scheduled in yet. So tomorrow, what we'll likely do is we'll go down the Elio Nakazi Johan arc. And then we'll hop into Voldemar versus Cat. And then we'll follow through on the core series, right? So should line up quite nicely. We'll probably have like 4, 5, maybe 6 series for tomorrow. All right, let's hit a little bit of fast forward for the other game. Now, this, I don't know, hunting cabins just feel a little bit sadder on this map, right? I guess you don't have the overlap, so it balances out to be the same as like a dry Arabia spawn. Maybe. Like, what, 16, 16? So it's okay. Usually you can see like, what, 20, 24? But you have to walk wider, I guess, is the trade-off. All right. Anyway, let's get to game number 2 of the series. SAS off to an early lead. But now it's time for Cavalry on Cavalry. French going up against the Rus. Definitely Rus feeling like they have a timing here into fast tassel type plays with the horse archers. But never discredit the French. If you don't end the game quick enough and you reach that hyper late, Arbitrary, French Knights, they're a scary, brutal bunch. And also on a map like Borderland, even the landmark has a lot of value. Blocking plays, getting value. Look at this spawn as well. Double gold vein this tight to the center. If we get to the late game, a red pass comes in here, good luck, Scatterbrain. But we may be getting ahead of ourselves. We still have early mid-game to get through. Scatterbrain, of course, has gone for the double hunting cabin opening on the north and south side, already generating 34 gold a minute for him. Passively means, oh no, this gold is on the 4. The French are going to kill. You don't need to touch this. But this right now doesn't exist to you. What might be a bit tricky for Scatterbrain is going to be a lack of wood long-term. You know, in some ways, Borderland takes very... I don't know if people agree fun because you have to be tortured by it, but very interesting elements of Prairie in terms of the exposure of wood. Same as Himiyama, right? Safety of wood doesn't come until mid-late game. So we'll stick on the 2x speed for a few minutes in. First Knight is going to be coming out. Sass actually went for a Horseman as well. I kind of like that to chase away the Scout. Guarantees that Pro Scouts is going to be a little bit harder to hit with. And I think we should be getting Pro Scouts on his side as well. There we go. Let's get queued up. Like this approach, though, you always want to open Knight. He just kind of recalibrate his eco to get the Horseman as well. So as long as he just sticks on that Scout, that's just taking time away from Scatterbrain to win the Pro Scouts race, rather. Me looking forward to Micro Knight Duel, but in reality it's Streltsy versus Arbitrary. Yeah, like... I think it's more likely going to be Arbitrary versus Mass Horseman. It's quite interesting, actually, because I think Rus... The statistics still give them more health of Boy's Fortitude in Imperial Age, right, than Royal Bloodlines. I don't think that ever changed. So, you know, they are King of Horsemen, but obviously King of Knights goes to French. Royal Bloodlines, Cantor Saddles. I think something that is interesting is the potential for Rus to play Knights at that phase of the game because of poleaxes. Like, when a unit is that tanky, poleaxes +4 just consistently through the fight can be good in an A-click extravaganza. But once again, like, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We have to get to that phase. I don't know. I think this Horseman play is quite intriguing. I don't think I've seen anyone do this on the French opener so far. But it's already reaping benefits, right? Like, if you kill 2 Scouts, the Horseman's paid for himself. And also just slowing down and contesting the deer more, right? Makes sense because the reality is in this matchup, like, French can't compete with Rus's Scout timing because the hunting cabins give you the advantage, right? But where they can compete is the follow-up units. Scatterbrain has no units because this is your greedy mother ducker fast castle Rus boy. Yeah, they're obsessed with this build. Should be seeing Archer Rangers coming in pretty swiftly here. Wouldn't even be surprised if he just sets up a tiny tree line protection around here with the wood. Right, just get a palisade here. You can even get a palisade down here later. Like, in some ways, actually, Scatterbrain got a really good tree line spawn for this map because both of them are very organic to kind of set you up safely. Not only does it protect you against rotation of the trees, it then gives you backup golden berries later. Aren't much maps with trade bows, or it's just stream resolution? Oh, this one has trade bows. They're right here. One here. One here. Yeah, the trade posts are just pretty reasonable on this map. I actually like it. Like on this map, trade posts on a rush play, right? Like you're not going to open feudal trade. There's something when you've ran out of gold, you can scrape the bottom of the barrel with. I like that. I don't think trade should just be an immediate go-to choice. Or if you want it to be, it needs to be maybe more risky than it currently is. Oh god, that is horrible though. Well, a negative of playing Roost on this map and fast castling, you're seeing here. Yeah, you can't go out, say, here against French or out to the primary tree line. Because Knights will just destroy you, right? And also, to anyone thinking, well, why didn't Scatterbrain just add in a few Knights to contest the age? Roost Knights suck against Royal Knights. Multiple reasons. The damage buff, but also then eventually Chivalry. Like, it's an unwinnable battle unless you completely outclass your opponent in a micro. It feels like Scatterbrain is suffering a little bit with this on the Pro Scout side of things, right? And Sass should be stockpiling himself as well. It's not a bad idea to add a few Knights, because the reality is you can just upgrade them once you age up. Might be worth switching Horsemen. Imp Knights better HP. Yeah, we were saying about that. And then the damage from the poleaxes. Like, French Knights, I think, can win that if you can keep getting cycle charges in, because Cantled Saddles, at least for the opening 5 seconds, gives you a huge damage advantage. And then Chivalry, right? Like, if you're A-clicking fights, yes, Roost Knights. We just haven't really seen it often against French. But if you're microing, I think French Knights still feel a little bit better. Even though statistically they can still lose. It just feels like it forces Roost to overcommit, should we say? One thing I'm curious about, and this is what I always love when we're watching from replays over lives, because we've got Sass in here. Looking back at this play, Sass, do you think it would have been better to have just added in more Horsemen? I mean, this part's good, right? Like, you could have still had Knights to dive, but for intercepting the scouts, I feel like the Horsemen would have been good, and then the follow-up play to counter the Horse Archers would have been sick. That being said, dive is looking good. A lot of out of time being achieved here. Scatterbrain can't protect the villagers, so already going to be losing a few to this. And the Horse Archer count really isn't blowing up. Sass, I thought he might just try to skirt Castle off of this, but he's full on just continuing to send it. Yeah, it feels like Horsemen would have probably been the nail in the coffin, right? Because I think you would have killed all the scouts if you had, say, 6 Horsemen instead of, like, 3 Knights, right? And then for the dive, like, you already have the counterplay onto the Archer Rangers. Like, I don't think even Scatterbrain feels like he can go there. At that stage, he has to play Feudal. So, like, it's the whole idea, I guess, is if you just want to block his Pro Scouts play, or if you want to force him to build Knights. And, like, obviously, if you just flood Horsemen, he's going to react with Knights. So, 31 villagers to 38 right now, by the way. That's enough for Sass to catch up. Scatterbrain needs some damage, and he needs it stat. I mean, the gold seems like a good target normally, but Sass just a great read to set up 1 outpost. This trickle of Horse Archers won't be able to dive easily. That being said, there is 10 villagers out here, so someone's going to have to draw the short straw. Sass. Oh, Garrison's the injured. Does end up losing 1. Looks like the Pro Scouts will get intercepted. So a little bit of return pain here, but we already see the Horseman coming in. The nice thing about this is why going Horseman feels great here. Before, he was pumping Knights. That was draining his economy, slowing down attack timing. Horseman kind of accelerates the arrival of Castle here. Meanwhile, he still has enough Knights to keep his opponent contained. Scatterbrain's second wave of Horse Archers is building. The tricky here, right? Like, the issue with Horse Archers is Horse Archers feel good when you are out on the map. When you defend in your base, they can really just lose you the game. Because when you're out on the map, kite, 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 you know, choose where you fight. When French Knights are diving this, if you try to kite, these people pay the price. We're almost down the way, so we are going to be getting the Royal Bloodlines. I mean, Sass kind of alluded to this a little bit. Like, if you go into the hyper late game, Roost feel better because they are going to have more health, more damage with their Knights if they manage to scale that. So the whole idea with this is you're able to kind of peak very aggressively in Castle Age in a way that Roost can't. Now, it's not going to be just an immediate "Whomp, I've got you" moment. This is a lot of Horse Archers, and the Horseman count isn't really scaling fast enough yet. The other issue is because you're now having to skirt around these Horse Archers, Scatterbrain can start going for relics. By the way, this terrible high trade house is only worth 1 relic. Oh. And wait. Oh, wait. Did he just take that from the... Sharon's Karen. Ah, yes, because the cool thing is that the high trade house provides infinite value to pro scouts. I can't believe he just done that. I mean, it was a cool idea. Didn't quite go according to plan. Scatterbrained did get his refund in time, so we'll be bringing that one back. But tech up complete, right? Like, he brought all the horse archers home to stop that. We do have a spin transition coming in. The next play for Sass should be Archer Rangers, and boom, shakalaka, he's already on the way. He knows. Arbitrary is your king, your queen, your whole court when you play French here. Great against the horse archers, phenomenal against the spears. Keeps your opponent honest and away from knights. Just can't really go wrong with the good old Arbitrary. Is that the saddest high trade house ever? No, actually. The saddest high trade house ever we've ever seen. You can actually go find it in the Bronze League of Legends series. It was a zero gold high trade house. We've actually seen a 0 high trade house before. And by the way, he done that on 4 lakes. I still to this day do not know how he found a spot with 0 trees on 4 lakes. Flash coming in. Looking for the horseman. Veterans, he did just kick in here. Although he may need to reset. I think maybe that was a little bit late for the tech coming through. Horse archer count still looks reasonable, but Scatterbrained, where are the spears? He only has, what, 2 Raxes here? Might want to boom that up a little bit further. We actually have archers coming through instead of the Arbitrary. I mean, it makes sense if you need numbers, right? Like, it's more efficient. It's 66% of the cost. And Arbitrary, although they are the god tier unit, it's kind of like saying, oh my god, 100 cataphracts can beat 100 anything else. Well, that can be true, but you have to build 100 cataphracts, and that's very, very expensive. You've seen some team gamers plop it down the stealth forest, so it could be worse. I mean, but that's secretly genius. If you put your high trade house in a very big stealth forest, they'll never find your food. Right? Sass, like, if you put your high trade house in the middle of a giant forest, Sass can't steal your deer. Are you... Oh, for God's sake. This has got to stop. We still have... we still have 0 walls. Alright, Scatterbrained. Either wall it up or eat it faster. The double deer yoinking from the high trade house. And Sass is at least doing what Scatterbrained should have, right? We've got walls coming in now. Oh, dude, this is hilarious. Yo, what's up, Fabla? Thank you very much for the gift of sub, mate. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Yo, when you signed me up to watch a French Roost game, I wasn't exactly expecting high trade house yoinks. But I'll take it. Alright, we'll speed this up a little bit because we've got the stalemate moment. Boys Fortitude's coming in. Really effective tech. Basically gives you a 25% extra health ball on the horse archers. Actually, it's more than that, right? Because it's 25 health on 85 health. It's almost a third extra HP. It's really, really bloody strong. Meanwhile, other side, Sass, of course, is already able to chunk up if he wants to. We still don't have it. It's finally on the way. Raw Bloodlines is coming in. Mass Horseman should be able to just beat this. But the problem is the spearman count is just kind of getting fat, right? We're up to 20 now, soon to be. Sass, what is the plan here? He's limited on gold. Mangoes, maybe? Wait. I know the answer, and you're not going to like it. Can anyone guess what the answer is to what Scatterbrained is doing here? Springholds. Big archers. Springholds is actually decent against this. and quite cost efficient. Archers is tricky because he doesn't have wood. Springles are fairly cost efficient for the wood you have. I don't think he's going to do it. But if there was a comp to do it against, like this is actually the one. Horse archers with one-shot it, you have to gap close, right? So if you have horsemen waiting, like the whole idea is these spearmen have to come in range, they die, and then your horsemen push forward. Like springles have 8 range, horse archers have 4.5. It's just you have to hunker down. Instead, what we've got is Sass is trying to contest. Spear count is still looking good for Scatterbrain, though. I don't think this is the fight for Sass. Maybe? 7 knights remaining. Royal Bloodlines might make the difference here. Yeah, Scatterbrain is going to have to back away. Okay, so that looked uncomfortably close, but the extra HP really making the difference there for Sass to stay here. And really important that he does, because the gold is going to be running out fast if he keeps pumping knights like this. Basically has 1.8k gold left. He needs to secure this. No stone gathering means no keep either. Sacred Site timer just got started by Scatterbrain. We need to have berry gathering a little bit exposed here, but realistically, Sass should just mirror the move north. Problem is he doesn't know it's happening, and also if he does go north and there's more troops coming, they're going to go into the base, right? Oh, no! Wait. Oh, this is fine. Just don't look at them. Are you kidding me? So instead of killing 15 villagers, he settles for 5. I can't believe that. That's ridiculous. Are you kidding me? And that's all because he got walled off. That wasn't even intentional. That could have been the definitive moment in the game there. And Sass, dude, like, he doesn't know. He legit doesn't realize still. Okay, there is still an opportunity here for these horse archers to kill these villagers. Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Wrong room. Don't mind me. Yep, I didn't see anything. Not looking. Yep. What? You gathering berries? Nah, I wasn't gonna gather berries. I don't know what you took. Bye. Oh, this game is hilarious. It's like, it's an easy mistake to make. He's got horses, I've got horses. I don't know who we are anymore. Sass is like, I play so much Roost, I thought I was the Roost. More eco chip damage going on here. Knights are starting to rotate in because we still don't have real walling for Scatterbrain safely. He's walled the flanks, but like he can't control the center, right? This idea from Scatterbrain is cool if you have 2 keeps. Not so great when you don't. Stone gathering down the way, so Sass is going to be going for that keep drop. It should be coming in here, and then you can build full production around it, right? Lean more into archers. The new French tech, French resistance. Yeah, why is that not a thing? Why is there not an option to just make my peasants vive la révolution and arm themselves? But you know how you balance it? It's like Berserk, where they attack anything near them, so you don't actually control them. You've convinced them that democracy is the way and they should be in control of their own destiny. So, veterancy coming through for Knights. Scatterbrain, a very curious transition at this stage. Into French Royal Bloodline Knights, I'm not entirely convinced about this course of action. Keep drop also is just going to give the gold for Sass to just keep pumping. He does need to worry about farms, but that's already been resolved. 13 deep, still needs a lot more here. We'll need to consider extending to the south side to get this tree line, so he has the late game economy. Why does he not build castles? What, Scatterbrain? I just don't think he has the economy of what he's doing here. He's so tunnel vision on horse archers. Knights now going to be able to shuffle in. Village is a little bit slow to pull away. More knights are arriving. And remember, there's no textiles here, so should be a few going reaped. Horse archers are coming home. Like, it feels like every time Scatterbrain in the last 10 minutes has been getting ready to make like a deep dive, there's been this tiny raid that just forces his whole attention. Before it was stealing deer, and now it's turning into stealing souls. 17 worker kills now. The lead really starting to build. The walls are going up, so they are poor man's walls, but against mass horse archers, poor man's is good enough. right? Big stick beats lots of tiny sticks hitting it. Now, I know in life I've been told size isn't everything, but in this case, yes, the big log does beat the tiny fletched log. All right, what do you reckon, guys? Ones if you think Sass is going to win, twos if you think Scatterbrain's going to win. We're getting pretty deep in the game. Imperial is seeming more and more likely as the minutes tick on. Knights are just going to rotate all the way around the back. The fact that Sass is getting away with the ball snatch is a pretty big deal here. Just mirroring the plan on the other side. And also now the village is getting caught. He didn't build a wood. There's no wooden fortress out here. Wait, and that's your safety plan? All right, boys, get the shivs out. I mean, you can just rally a new knight over here, right? So congrats and welcome to No Man's Land, the demilitarized zone between the two. He did actually buy time for the two knights to arrive, so well played there. But there's still just more and more trickling through, man. I mean, the idea from Scatterbrain was cool to turn it into a funnel point in the center, but this wall wasn't here quick enough. Had it been, I don't think any of these knights could have got through. Another crazy thing, guys, is like Scatterbrain doesn't know about what's happening down here still. This is a hidden ball play. Like, even though you wouldn't expect it, right? There's no reason for you to expect your opponent to run around your side of the tree line. We have another keep drop. That's going to secure the wood. And we do have mass arbitrary on the way. Oh, boy. Buckle yourselves in, boyo, because this is the scary point in the game. More so than you think, because the cool thing about Royal Institute, it seems wasteful if you know you're going to go Imperial Age, because, oh, man, I could have had Guildhall. And the discount isn't, like, crazy, right? It's decent, but it's not crazy. The reality, though, is what this gives you is when you eventually pull the trigger on Imperial Age, all of a sudden, you don't have to wait a minute and a half, 45 seconds for all these extra texts. They're just there very efficiently. Same with Royal Bloodlines. I think that's one of the big values of Royal Institute that doesn't maybe get praised enough, is the timing window. We've seen how impactful those can be. For example, Chinese and Juji with their supervised research speeds. Well, the fact that you have these things already in place makes your transition very aggressive, right? You're pretty much Imperial Plus a minute into Age 4. Whereas for most civs, the best they can do there is 2.5, 3 minutes. And yeah, there you go. Sass is talking about, like, it keeps him alive. It's interesting as well because it's a landmark that became full meta and then disappeared, and now it's kind of wiggling its way back in again off of Pro Scouts. It's just, you have to remind yourself these type of things. Like, think about it this way. English Council Hall. Why would I take 2 archery ranges? I can just build archery ranges. Timing window. Now, admittedly, like, maybe not the best example right now because Abbey of Kings is just king. But, like, it goes to that idea of the reason you do these things is to protect you. Like, why would I build a white tower as English when I could just build a third TC and then get the stone for a keep? Ah, there's the problem. You now need to wait longer. It changes the state of the game. So yeah, just Royal Institute can be not just a game ender for a win, it can also block the game end for your opponent. So, Fourth Secret Workshop coming in. Scatterbrain knows he needs to deal with his keep soon. Because his late game timing just doesn't really look competitive right now. He has at least got the relics to pad him, but just look at the raw villager count. 2 TC on 2 TC, but that doesn't actually balance it out at all. That just amplifies the problem, with each of these TCs being better for French. Well, now being gathered, but there's just no dive point with Mass Horse Archery anymore. I mean, this is the thing, like, if it's a Palace Guard, Mass Horsemen, Mass Knights, like, these walls are just worthless, but Mass Horse Archers just can be ideal. Great raid in here, though. Great timing as well to block the safety of the outpost. A little bit of a culling there. The ball was finished off, though, so Sass had got the maximum food out of that. You hit the fast forward a little bit. Farms are starting to get laid in more and more by Scatterbrain. These are his first, actually. That's 7. Meanwhile, Sass is up to 25 and growing. And Red Pass drop is coming in. This is the big deal. He could have actually dropped it south side, but I don't think the castle would have offered enough protection. Realistically, you could have probably slivered it here, and that would have blocked the gold entirely. which screws Scatterbrain's plan. But this guarantees that Sacred Site win condition is not going to be happening, and an easier way of decapping. So tech up coming through. In the meantime, Scatterbrain hasn't been saving, right? Like, he waited way too long. All the limited food is gone. Horsemen are now shuffling around the flanks as well, which is going to draw more attention. Crossbow stirrups just got queued up by SAS. Yo, where are the scouts? SAS, look, come on. Look at this. Look at this. That's 5 deer. 5 deer right now. 6 deer. That one just had a baby. Call the scouts. Still got 2 of them. Worth the journey. In the meantime, we've got layers to the cake here. Scatterbrain not going to be able to get the wall up quick enough. So we'll better wrap around. That's going to be more villager losses. Scatterbrain now over 30 villagers behind. I mean, this one's looking toast. SAS has the gold to play late game, right? If Scatterbrain can drain this enough, that's where, like, the Roost passive gold income will be a game changer. It's just so far off. Also, interesting thought here is French can compete with trade better than a lot of other civs because of the Merchants Guild. Remember, that's the one where all the walking generates extra gold. So, like, don't think that once the gold veins are gone, because there's no guild hall, this is over. So what's Scatterbrain's plan with this keep drop? Like, once it's gone, like, what's the follow-up play? Because SAS still has a lot of wood down here you can access. So you're not going to starve him off of this, right? And the Sacred Site win condition just doesn't seem doable anymore. Like, this is going to be a very organic opening due to the Red Palace. More than enough time to just get in there and decap. Let's go for the 2x speeder gear again. In fact, we'll 4x it up. Because Scatterbrain needs an age up, right? Decap has to be happening. Horsemen are going to try to raid to the north side. There's just nice layering to walls here. Scatterbrain is kind of going crazy with them at this stage. But it is working to keep him at bay. Go! Take the deer! Okay, come on. I swear to God, if this scout is here for deer. I think you just keep him in the forest, right? He is seen, though, so unfortunately he's going to lose the advantage of vision on the back. Kind of interesting how much SAS is slow rolling this instead of just taking the decap. However, you will find value elsewhere. Scatterbrain just can't touch gold, man. I mean, he's got 3.4k, and you'd think that's enough, but remember, 1,200 to go for the tech up. Then he has to get all these uni-techs, elite techs. They all add up. Worries me, because if his plan is to go mass knights, whole axes, the elite tech, biology, that's all the gold gone. Great find here as well. Villagers do have textiles, but it doesn't matter at this stage against the vet horse. Elite tech is also coming in from them, so you're just seeing SAS optimize his economy, right? So the arbitrary is pretty much infinitely producible. And yeah, we've talked about like high trade house so much on these streams recently. Remember, even when it looks like it's 89 gold, it's actually not. It's 89 plus the 35, right? Like, you have to add that extra in, so it's 124. Because the deer, you can get through 1 a minute, because you can spawn 1 a minute. And if you do that, well, 10% of your food becomes gold as well. So ridiculous when you look at it that way. And then you add in the fact that by gathering all the deer, you're unlocking your higher bounty. Yeah. Stand by what I said before, that high trade house did not get nerfed. It got buffed. And that's the most deceptively small gap I've ever seen. We do have the decap, so looks like that isn't going to be the win condition anymore for Scatterbrain. We have got a few mangoes. With high armory, there is the play into mass mangonels here. We do already have cannons being prepped by SAS, but unfortunately for him, he did not go college of artillery, which means he cannot 2-hit those mangoes. It's going to take 3, right? Looks like the Trebs are at least sieging on the north side. We'll go 2 times speed again. Red Palace can just be repaired forever with wood, though. Crossbow archers are going to be able to step up. We'll go to force them away. Mango shots are coming in here. But no adjustable crossbars, so the damage is kind of a shrug right now. Military Academy on the way, so We've kind of reached that stage where Sass is going to be looking to flood Horsemen. Farm count isn't quite there yet, though, right? We're sitting... Okay, 38 farms. This feels like a little bit low on the food income for 38 farms. Oh, God, it's coming. All right, who wants to change to the Roost way of life? Adjustable crossbars is kind of a game changer. On Borderland, as long as you don't overdo the siege count, with all the walls that he's doing, he can just force really hard fights for Sass to try and take. Oy, oy, oy. These worker kills, man. This keeps happening, and straight back in return. The amount of bodies dropping over this gold vein as the game goes on. I mean, Sass is not as big of a deal because he's already at 100 plus, but Scatterbrain, man, this guy's struggling to keep up. 60 villagers and more going down. He hasn't noticed. The 4 Musketeers, the budget version, are doing everything they need to here. He's distracted in the center. And Sass is going to keep it that way, despite the fact that Scatterbrain has a substantially larger army. It doesn't matter because of the damage done here. Unbelievable game right now. The amount of raid damage that Sass is getting in. I mean, if you looked at the minimap, you wouldn't believe he'd be able to raid with the amount of walls here from the Roos. He just keeps running by him and in. Scatterbrain almost just becoming a little bit too tunnel visioned on that Red Palace. As a result, it's costing him the game. Yeah, bar a miracle, this is really hard now to back Scatterbrain. He's kind of slipping up, and also, like I said, he has more military, but is that really the military you want? Right, 42 horse archers doesn't really feel like the late game Imperial Roost were promised. Where are the Streltsy? Where is the mass horsemen? Where are the knights? Where's the mass siege? There's a lot of lacking elements here. And the only upside, of course, is that the few mangoes he has does have adjustable crossbars. That will be the scourge of Sass's existence. But we've really yet to see him reach that true Imperial form. And it feels very difficult to do now with such a tiny economy. Triple cannon will be capable of just sniping mangoes, as are the horsemen. Nice micro there. Finds 2, might even find a 3rd. Wait, where are these going? The reload comes through, he gets both. Great micro by Sass. So all mangoes removed. Scatterbrained, he does still have gold to work with. There's 4k, 4k. He's just not going for it. On the tree. I'll give me jump. Sass maybe a little bit of an overstayed moment there. Overstaying his welcome in these engagements. Now, funnily enough, actually, Sass might be better off just getting some spears in to exist in the fight. That's a lot of arbitraries being lost. The game just kind of getting a little bit weird. It doesn't feel like Sass's economy is as big as it should be in some ways. At least the production isn't there. I think that's maybe the key issue. More archery ranges are getting added in. He's currently at 7, so it's probably going to go up to like 10 to 12. The reality is in these fights, arbitrary can do a lot of damage, but they can also get damaged and killed fast. The mass cannon strategy is getting a bit ridiculous. I mean, this is a counter to Mangonel play, right? You don't want to get into a Mangonel race against High Armory because it just makes it so much more cheap and efficient. Not to mention Siege Crew training is phenomenal, right? The instant pack time. This is getting a little bit comedial. And the Bombards aren't bad at dealing with spears either. Look at the damage. They hit for 110 damage. So, 2 hits, Spivin easily dead. In fact, are we missing any Unitex at this stage? What are we missing? Yeah, I wondered, like, is gunpowder worth getting here, actually? I'm trying to remember the math. So 25% increase. I don't think that's enough to insta-kill a spear. Right? Could you get an extra 12.5? Or 13.5-ish? Yeah, so sadly, depressingly, you're like 7 health short of killing them at that stage. Okay, that's a gift horse. Horse archers getting more than they're ever rightly entitled to here. We'll be able to chase him for the 2 cannons, but I mean, Scatterbrain, it's just all gone. I'm just watching that military account never go up. Game 2, another win for SAS. Gonna make it a 2-0. Interesting game. I think this one's definitely gonna get uploaded. The deer yoinking alone kind of makes it worth it. What do you think, guys? Do we just need to see more high trade houses so we can see more deer yoinks? Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next chapter. Mangonels are overrated? Yeah, and like eating your own deer is overrated too, right? Like, why would you eat your own deer when you could just eat his deer? Right? Eat other people's deer, not your own. Big brain. It's well played, Mr. Sass. So, guys, that means that Sass will be getting a matchup against... Drumroll, please. B. So, all known but the Eliona Kaiser Johan series. I think... Oh, wait, you're playing now, Sass? Oh, okay. Well, in that case, guys, we have one more series. I was getting ready to go off. I guess I'm not now. So, we're going to have B versus Sass. They're live drafting now. This is a live series literally happening right now, so let me update the title. Awesome. Thank you for letting me know, because I was about to go offline. But we'll do one more series. One more series! And then tomorrow that leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4... Probably 5 series? 4 or 5 series. So it might be a short Tuesday. We'll see. I will... Like, it kind of works out the way. There's a possibility I might be live a little bit later on Tuesday. So we should be live by the time we have that live series between Voldemar and Cat, which is at 4 p.m. CT. The reason I might be delayed going live is I'm having a new PC, a new internet line rather, installed tomorrow. And for anyone who's had them done, like it varies. They've given me a arrival window between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. I'm hoping it's towards like 10 a.m. And then it only takes like 2 hours, hopefully. But I can't guarantee that. So yeah, we will look to go live tomorrow. It's just it might be a little bit shorter than usual, okay? But keep your ear to the ground. That's why I always say have notifications turned on. I think a lot of people on Twitch don't have them turned on. Turn them on Twitch. Also join the Discord, !Discord, because we do ping there when we go live. Also follow me on Twitter, because we will be doing a giveaway a little bit later this month for a Shure microphone, a really cool microphone, a USB one. And I also announce when we go live there. So, draft underway. Let's have a look at it. We should already have map draft as well. Yeah, so Rocky River and Dry Arabia. Okay. So a lot of quite open maps. Very similar maps, actually. Hope they come at 7:30 so we can go live giga early. Well, I don't know about giga early. We'd be, like, usually on Tuesdays we go live between, like, 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. CET. It's usually a nice time to get online for them. But yeah, fingers crossed. I might even go back to using enhanced broadcasting. It did crash me before. We had to stop using it because it was crashing OBS. But I don't know if that's because the internet wasn't stable. And, like, with this new line, it's equal upload, download, 1 gig line. So we're good. Whereas right now I'm with Virgin Media and they have crappy upload to download ratio. So I think it was maybe limiting us a bit. Oh. Oh, we wait a sec actually. I'll put the music on. Some good Okora. Okay. B getting Roos. Well, there is no King of the Hill, so it's not that damning. Delhi is a nice counter to Roos from what we've been seeing so far. Usually China just removed from the equation. Like, at this stage, actually. Yeah, B's going to have to ban Chinese. This should be Japanese. Oh, wait, sorry, no, B ban Chinese. Okay, so he's got China and H3 available. I don't know, man. I feel like he got a better draft, right? Like, you're kind of handcuffed at the end here. Yeah, so he goes to the H3 ban. China's going to come through. Cha-ching. You just have to get that Delhi matchup. And then, I don't know if you round it out with Abbas's here. French is solid if you can get it. Ibis could also be good if your opponent takes French. English kind of feel like they've gone down in the rankings, especially with this type of map pool, right? Oh, he goes Malians. And then again, like B, I think B has been very cozy with the Malians. He's had these really cool Furima builds. I think B's been one of the most impressive people for the Furima builds because what he does really well with them is the delay upon pushing, right? He basically waits until the unit choice he wants is going to counter something, and then he surges it. So yeah, Mongol French from SAS. I mean, of course, he's got to have his Mongols, right? I mean, Japan feels really good against Mongols, though. And yeah, there's the Chinese rounding this out. So we open on Bohemia. Is SAS going to go Delhi? Because if that's China, you have, like, you're going to have a hellscape, right? So, like, assuming it's China, Byzantines? Or do you just try and mirror French China? Because the more I'm watching China and French, like, if it's a long feudal, granted, French destroy you because they're able to just rotate out injured knights and win over time. But, like, China doesn't hang around in feudal. They just rush castle. What if this is Japanese game 1? Wait, I'm trying to think through that. Like, I don't think you Japanese game 1 because of the risk of French, right? Because we've seen how that goes if it reaches the arbitrary phase. But then again, like, Bohemia, is that defendable of a map? Oh, this is going to, like, I think game 1's choice is going to give it a ridiculous advantage potentially to be. Okay, it's fairly orderly. We've got Rus versus Byzantines. Let's switch over to the other scene. Rus versus Byzantines. I mean, Rus should feel quite good here, right? Just because you play Pro Scouts, your opponent can't. And then Horse Archers follow up. Like, yes, your opponent can go Javelins, but scaling enough Javelins to keep you out is hard. And also with Pro Scouts, the thing we've been seeing out of Rus players is they can just bypass into Horsemen. I think Johan has a fair point as well. Like, the berry spawns are a little bit sporadic. So, like, if SAS lucks out there, he's in dire straits very early. Right? If he gets, like, double berry spawn, it gets a bit tricky. I guess you could argue if the berries are really close together, then Horse Archers can't raid freely. But if it's a widespread, Horse Archers should be easy game. All right. Lads should be getting a lobby in a second. And then what we'll do is we'll put predictions up shortly. What I'll do now, guys, actually, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads so you guys do not have to worry about ads. Is there a bigger number than 3? I don't think there is. 3 minutes the maximum. Boo. Yeah, I'm going to run 3 minutes ads because obviously we're going to have the stream delay and then we'll hop in the game. So I'll do that now so you guys then shouldn't have to worry about it for bare minimum game 1, if not game 2 as well, okay? So go get yourself a drink. Go get yourself some food. I don't get to eat for probably another hour, hour and a half. Yay me. While you're at it, make sure you subscribe. A little thanks to little KP for slowly starving to death. God damn, I love my Zelda soundtracks. You hate Twitch ads? That's why you subscribe. Then you don't have to worry about them. Yeah, YouTube is like, I have YouTube Premium. Dun dun dun. Well, look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants. You know what? You know what being a subscriber on Twitch gets you though? All those emotes. YouTubers can get some of them as well. I think I need to look into the YouTube membership stuff because I don't know if there's extra things that I should really be adding there. I want to add more of the emotes across on that platform, but like you can't until you get more subscribers there. So it's like how Twitch works. For those who don't know, Twitch, when you first become partnered or affiliate, you have like 5 sub emote slots, and then as you reach new high scores of subs, you'll unlock additional slots. Ads are not available to you? Wait, where are you? Maybe start, but check out the Beast in PC. Oh yeah, dude, people should 100%. Oh, starving? Oh, that's true. That horse does look tasty. As a British man who shopped at Tesco's for years, damn, that horse looks tasty. Yeah, we're going towards the end of the sponsored month of including the brands. It's been a pleasure to work with them. I'm going to look for ways to work with them more in 2025. They're all listed down there. So like if you guys are thinking about getting a new PC, which now could be a very good time, AMD, Micron Crucial, Corsair, Gigabyte, Kingston Technology, and Haven, of course. came together to make that beautiful PC there. Well, I made it with their parts. So we got the Aorus Gigabyte motherboard and the 7900 XTX. We've got the 9950X CPU, which is an absolute beast. I recommend a lot of you guys get 9800 X3Ds, better for gaming. And then, of course, we have 64 gig of Kingston RAM, the Beast Fury series. Love the RGB on those. And then, of course, all the cooling and the power supply is from Corsair. I really do like their IQ system, by the way. Like, I heard some bad things about IQ. Maybe it was that way years ago, but it was a breeze to work with here. And by the way, one of my favorite things of those fans is they're modular. You connect them to each other. So, like, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 wires going between them, whereas, like, we have 8 fans. So anyone who's done like RGB fans or whatever before knows that's usually 8 fans. It's a nightmare. And then, yeah, the Haven case, man. Like, there's loads of small details. I'll talk about a little bit in the video that we should get done at some point this week. Very small details about like the type of fastenings, the magnetic like lock-ins that make that the way that I think most PC cases should be built now. Yeah, really big props to all those brands. So, we are T-minus 2.5 minutes. China being 4th pick as well, right? Like, it's kind of crazy the way that draft played out. Almost felt like Sans had choice paralysis. And, I mean, did he really get anything that good? Byzantines in Delhi. And then, like, in response, you had Rus, and then you round out with Chinese. I kind of prefer B's draft. Japanese is a little bit perplexing, but I think maybe part of the idea of Japanese is it being there blocks the desirability of certain other picks. Not the best matchup for Biz? No, because it's like Pro Scouts meta, and this is one of the best at doing it, right? I think you're probably going to see Sass just try to fast castle. Jabs are going to be high value here, though. That's a positive for you. It's like your opponent can't play horse archers into jabs easily. Now, we're like in a nightclub right now. Let's get the chill vibes. Chill. Only the start of the series. But yeah, I should... I definitely have the video going over the components in the builds and a little bit of insights uploaded on the YouTube by the end of the month. I was aiming to get it done on the weekend, but things got busy. So, like, we'll probably look to get it done sometime this week. Basically, it's a sponsor video with the brands that helped us build the PC. But it should give a little bit of insights about the components. I've been impressed, though. The frame rates have been across the board in all the games we've been playing. I think going, like, full MD, I was a bit skeptical, but it exceeded my expectations. He loves Japanese. He's definitely one of those players, right? Like, him and Mia Micah are probably the 2 most avid lovers of picking Japan, I'd say. I don't want to say obsessive, but yeah, they're kind of obsessive. Oh, god damn it. You know what I could have done? I could have, like, eaten a snack in this 5-minute window. Ride the hunger, baby. Ride the hunger. Woo! You know what? It's good for my figure, starving, I think. No, that sounds very unhealthy. That sounds super monka. Oh, we didn't even update the graphic. I'm a plonker. Let me do that quickly, 1 sec. Fasting is super healthy? Yeah, I know. I've done it for a little bit. Fasting is not, like, super healthy when you burn through calories like I do, though. Because, like, go try commentating for a few hours, and you would be surprised how many calories you burn. I'm not even capping. Like, it's actually... It sounds weird to say out loud, but for real. Casting burns a lot of calories. I think it really helped me get through my chubby phase. I used to be incredibly heavy, like 100 kilos. Can we make predictions? No! You're going to sit here and not gamble. Okay, maybe I'll let you. Well, this is almost an Lipany-esque looking map. What the hell happened to Bohemia this time around? And what the hell are you all doing in here? Ladies and gents, welcome back to Midweek Muster. Quarterfinals upon us. B versus SAS. Best of 3 to see who's going to make it to the deeper phases. And an interesting start to this. We actually have Rus going up against Byzantines. As I said, this is going to be Bohemia. Probably the weirdest spawn I've seen, though. I kind of dig it. Super stretched sacred sites. A lot of open terrain, I'd say. You almost have like a Lipany level of effect between the tree lines and the cliffs along the center. Yeah, definitely a very different type of spawn. Byzantines versus Rus is going to be very intriguing, though. In the current meta, Rus should be quite favored here because of the Pro Scout shenanigans. SAS is going to hate this map. Why? I feel like SAS is the type of guy who loves Gorge when it gets walled all up. There's a way you could wall this map up. It's just going to take some serious effort. B's going to love life. Like, looking at the deer split, it's fairly wide. There's options all around. And that's what you really want here, because, like, Pro Scouts is deniable when everything is funneled. We have seen a few spawns of Bohemia where it just kind of clusters everything super tight. And, oh, is he doing it? I think we're getting Byzantines Pro Scouts, guys. Hell. We haven't really seen this build look insanely oppressive so far, right? Maybe SAS can show us the way, though. I think we've seen it against Delhi. We've seen it against... Was that French? I didn't like it in either. Rus is a little bit different, so there's some potential. But oh my god. Can you find food, please? What? He has free. He has free sheep. And B sees where he's at as well. B is dominating him right now. 18 sheep to free. Oh my god. Can he at least get... Okay, he gets one over here. But he's been cut off. B has completely outplayed him on the rotation. We may have an incredibly quick game on our hands. I mean, I'm wondering now, if B sees the amount of sheep he's got, do you even Pro Scouts or do you, like, attack? Is that maybe an option here? Likely we'll be still seeing Pro Scouts, but, like, considering the starvation element here, if you block SAS's first deer pull, he's dead. His berries are on the front side. He's got no sheep to work with. He's in Danger Town Central now, and to make matters worse, by going for Hippodrome, that puts more burden on your food income. This might end up being the stompiest game we've seen on Bohemia so far. I mean, it's not to the drastic extreme of some matchups. I think, like, there are other matchups where being without sheep kills you even faster, but it's pretty bad. The tech up complete. What is it gonna be, B? He's gathering the wood. I mean, 5 on the tree line suggests we are gonna be looking at a stables opening mid? No, there we go. He immediately switches over. Pro Scouts on the way. Horsemen are gonna be coming in. SAS is threading a very fine needle here. Keep in mind, like, B could get really annoying here. Just open with a few production units. Probably not going to. I think he just tries to play, like, for fast castle anyway. Because, like, the reality check is, yes, you know, SAS will get some of the deer back, but long-term, which player has more safe food? I think it's definitely the guy with almost 20 sheep. Yep, that would definitely do it over 1. I guess you could, like, so here's the thing. I can't believe this. Am I about to compliment Pro Scouts? I think I'm about to compliment Pro Scouts. Can someone mute my mic? And the problem is you'll hear me compliment it because the Shure microphone is just so crisp and clear. But if there was one positive about Pro Scouts, it's that the sheep RNG game is not as conclusive as it was before. I.e., it doesn't just decide the game. At the highest level, it still kind of does. Like, the reality check is now if you 50-50 divide the deer, one player has a lot more sheep. But at least gives you a runway to find options out, right? It's like, you know, that's one praise point I give it. That was ambitious from SAS, by the way. Love that pushing from B, gets all the deer pretty much home. And then you can just, like, use one scout to micro all these back and go for the rest of the deer. How do you guys predict, by the way? 86% for B. Makes sense. For those who don't know, by the way, B is our back-to-back reigning champion in Midweek Muster. A sequence of weekly tournaments that started off with a very strong start for the Canadians is now being taken over by the 3D clan member. Could make it a hat trick. A perfect way to start off the year, especially when you consider the way he's been playing in the EGC tournament. Obviously, he didn't win that series against Vortex, but much closer than I think most people would have expected just a month ago. I'm wondering, Sass. He's got a little bit of olive oil. This likely is going to be Keshix. I know. I think you go javelins now, right? He's got Limitana getting added in. The deer is already being pulled from the center of the map. Interesting. I wonder, B, is there a world in which you do something other than horse archers here? Limitane Horseman is kind of the extreme counter to you, right? Like, you know what would be kind of vile is actually a meta arms opening. With all this Pro Scouts food, he definitely have the push point. Feel like Midweek Muster has gotten B back in? Maybe. I think it's worth it. The practice is invaluable. I think it's also just nice and necessary for the team. Like, I know there's players that try and skirt around it because they don't want to ruin the tournament elo and they don't want to reveal strats. But, like, I think the best way you can measure an esports scene isn't by its peaks, it's by its lows. And if the tournament aspect at its lows can generate great interest, the scene will be 10 times healthier for it. Nice denial there on the deer. Won't be able to stop it for long though, right? Scout's going to come over and pull it back. And high trade house on the way. Get your numbers in, folks. How big are we going here? So yeah, like, you know, my goal is obviously, I guess I'm calling myself the nominal low here. But like, obviously compared to big S tier tournament, sure. But I'll be able to grow this as my goal. But if we're able to build a baseline for the tournament ecosystem that is, you know, eventually say 1,000 watches strong, that is a very promising sign for the future of like growing it, right? Whereas like the baseline currently, you know, is like maybe 100 people is what you would have expected at first. So tech out complete. Horse Archer is already in the way. B is not going to go for something different like we furied. Sass is catching up fast. And remember, he still has those triumph tickets to pull. So if he sees the horse archers overextend, expect the activation to come through, at which stage these horsemen are going to be buzzing on top of B. Maximum movement speed and extra damage will feel cursed, the 3D clan member. It's really just a double archer range opening. And looks like we're going to get 122 gold here. Or it might be wrong by 1 for poor Julie. Is there any deer left? I think that's everything. That is indeed all, folks. But, I mean, now we talk about the negatives, right? No Grand Winery, no escalation there. But the High Trade House is just going to give a beautiful trickle of... And I'm sorry, Julie, you're wrong. 123 gold. What do you win? The ability to say nothing in chat because you lost. The horseman is threatening, but the horse archers are a bigger problem, right? With only 6 horsemen, you can't really compete. You need to add in more. Cool thing is, there's a really easy peasy play here into Limitane horsemen with pro scouts that could work quite well for Sass. All things considered, like after that sheep opening, his game doesn't look as bad and bruised as it should be. However, one thing I would be worried about is B's timing of going into the monks. And Monka Esfer is arrived. Remember, Byzantines without Grand Winery don't have that organic transition into their own religious units. So the relic race is on, and it's one where B will have an edge. Another sad thing is you just can't really leverage mercs at all. This is watching Byzantine not play Byzantine, right? Especially when they go Golden Horn Tower as well. Because like the reason why he can't leverage the mercs is the berries. Like they're all forward spawning, and against horse archers, that's just a death sentence. Veteran Seafood Knights is also coming in. I mean, if Sass overkills into horsemen, he's dead to knights. You have the veterancy being researched. What did he even go for? Oh, wow. So he's actually going Silk Road. So he's gambling on getting the Camel Riders straight away over the Javelins. Interesting choice here. That's a really cool strategy. We haven't seen that in a long time. But remember, if you don't research a contract, then you can actually just get vet first. And it gives you the potential to get the secondary tier unit immediately. Another way that I've seen this used, by the way, is like when you go Golden Horn Tower, you don't actually vet tech straight away. You just wait until you get loads of free mercs, and then you rush vet tech. Because, for example, if you're playing the Western contract, you want loads of longbows. You don't really care that much about lands. Why wouldn't you want jabs? I think the Camel Riders just gives them the gap close to the Horseman a bit better, maybe, right? Also, we have Knights coming as well. It's like, if he's paranoid that B's playing a full mobile comp of Cav, Camels are going to be better. Why is the research time so long? He hasn't put Dialecticus on, right? It follows the same functionality if you're in production, but you don't increase the research speed, right? Second relic's already on the way home, and I'm starting to think this map is spread a bit too wide for SAS. We do have Cataphracts getting added in. Still too long. You might be right, actually. Because it's 22 seconds. Isn't it 20 seconds base on the contract? So Golden Horn Tower, is that because they changed the research speeds and whatnot, but they didn't adjust Golden Horn Tower? No, it's 10. Okay, yeah, you're right. It's 10. So, yeah, it is a lot longer. What? Alright, that's weird. Report that to the devs. And report B for tax evasion. I bet he hasn't been paying for all this gold. Look at this. It's 5 relics. This is a pretty harsh position for SAS to be in now. He has no scaling economy, really. Like, the system's the only positive you can talk about. He's not really leveraging mercs much. He's got the olive oil, right? He hasn't got Grand Winery for a good olive grove transition. He needs to attack. If this turns into a stagnant game, it's just a B win. It may already be. 19 horse archers and no golden solution to them. That's going to be chasing. Limitana get baited out of position. The horse archers can whittle away at them. If you have a lot of Limitana, you can actually just break this, but he has 6. And that's going to be all Limitana dead. At which stage, it's just going to be a chase. So he's going to retreat home. How do you defend this, SAS? The Cataphracts are at risk of just kind of getting kited out, I think. Like, the Knights are just a complementary element. They're not the backbone, right? This is really about horse archers. And SAS, because he doesn't have the olive oil to get mass javelins going, because he doesn't have mass archers coming, like, he doesn't have a golden solution. He even blocks the grab on the berries. Wait, is SAS already out of food? Oh, God, he is. This is over. B has more food. SAS is now dry. Boy's Fortitude is coming in. Saint's Blessing activation comes in. Triumph to try and counter that out. Trample through. Maybe this could be good enough. He's been saving up those points. It's 40 seconds to play with. But the target fire from the horse archers may be simply too good. The Cataphracts, like, this is the issue. The cannons countered onto the horse archers, but it left horsemen to deal with knights. That was not the fight that SAS needed. Not the one he wanted. And now B is just able to kite him out. Once this ends, once Triumph is gone, B will be the one triumphant. An opening win for the reigning champ to kind of be expected here. SAS kind of took a different angle. There's definitely a build that we haven't seen as much. I think usually when we're seeing the pro scouts for the business teams, limited amount of games we've seen, they play quite a bit of feudal, whereas he just tried to skirt the edge. But you see how hard this matchup can be, man. The sheep most definitely didn't help, though. I think this game was decided at minute 2. More than anything else. Because even if you got a 50-50 divide on the deer on the map, you were always going to run dry quicker. And yes, Triumph gives movement speed, 2 HP per second, 4 damage. It's bloody powerful. Like, when you read those stats, you're like, this is broken. But the problem is, in the early and the mid game, it actually kind of sucks. Because you generate a ticket every, I think it's 30 seconds, right? And the other way you generate tickets by killing units. The problem with that idea, as cool as that is, you're only going to kill units when there's... you're not going to get a lot of kills, rather, when there's a lot. I mean, it sounds very dumb to say out loud, but the point is that in the early mid-game, there's not many units to kill, so you can't generate many tickets. In the late game, in theory, Triumph is giga-busted, because when you're meat grinding 200 army to 200 army all the time, you pretty much have perma-triumphing. The issue I see quite often when I see Hippodrome is, how the hell do you get to that stage? Right? Grand Winery just feels so much better in the late game because of the effect of all the olive groves. But that's it. GG gets called. Game at number 1, a win for B. Sass is going to have to go back to the drawing board, and I can already imagine the clicking of the keyboard as he rants about sheep spawns. Oof. Yeah, that was... I don't know if it was as much just the sheep spawn as him just getting out-rotated. B just kind of got his scent very early on, and you saw in Mirror, he even cut off on the other side, right? So it just felt like you were rotating against the winds at that stage. Okay, so game number 2. Let's see where they're going to be taking us. The berries usually spawn mid-map. It's not always guaranteed. I feel like a lot of the berries do spawn mid-map, from what I've been seeing. I feel like Scatterbrains being so safe was a freak spawn the other way. All right. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads, guys, and then we get into game number 2. It's going to be Chinese versus Mongols. I'll start predictions now. So Chinese versus Mongols on Dry Arabia. Okay? We'll add that to the overlay. But this guy is just a really bad matchup for Mongols. Maybe some sort of small Magadai raid play could yield rewards, because if this is like your classic outpost rush opening, it's not a fun time against China. 3-1 scouts, not about sheep spawn alone. I mean, dude, like you can be 3-1 scouts, but still getting like 4 sheep, 5 sheep is crazy. How am I liking the new... this isn't a new headset. This is an old one. I actually have a Shure headset being shipped to me this week, so I'll let you guys know how that one sounds. This is an old-ass headset, though. I had this one 10 years ago. The new microphone is banging, though. Need to post my beard care routine. Your beard looks like a disaster. So I actually should use, like, beard oils or whatever, but I don't. I really should. Sometimes, like, it gets quite dry. I just shave. So, shave here, here, under here, and then boop, boop. And then with your lips, just didn't so you trim it above lips, then smile, so you can get the extra little bit of hair hanging over. That's it. It's always comical when people ask me these type of, like, I remember I was at an event and there was this makeup artist. He's like, "What is your skin routine? What is your skin routine? Your hair, like your God, I'm getting it wrong. What is your skin routine? Your skin is just so nice." And I just looked at her, and in the most British voice possible, soap and water. It's still crack. Like, that was years ago. I tell that one still cracks me up to this day. It's like, that was very British the way I responded, but no, really, it is just soap and water. Ta-da! Oh, man. Water. Yes, water. Good old water, Belton. You know what would be the arrogant asshole statement is when someone asks you, like, how do you get your beard like that? And you just go, genetics. Whoa. I mean, there's weaknesses to my beard, right? Like, I can't... it gets a bit patchy if you try to connect the sideburns to the chin strap, sadly. And I also don't have that perfect shade look that, like, the Gillette ad man has. Damn, I wish I did. Damn, that would be good. Why do you hardly see Juji in pro play? Because it always gets banned. That's literally why. It's because it's so good. Yeah, like, Juji is a top 2 civ right now. China and Juji are, like, the best, in my opinion. In comp play, anyway, they are the best civs. They fit pretty much any map. They do it really well, and the Pro Scouts better. Like, the Pro Scouts made them better than Deli and HRE. We saw 100% win rate of Magadai yesterday. Could we continue that on Monday? Let's find out. Game number 2 between B and SAS. Good old Dry Arabia. Ambitious to pick Mongols here. A little bit of an RNG coin flip, because if you don't get some good trade posts, trade isn't really the most optimal option. And neither is a Rax Rush opening. So I'm wondering what SAS's game plan is here, because a while ago, it was discovered that China actually just take a giant dump on Mongols for their cheesy shenanigans. Do you guys remember when we had the earliest days of AoE4? Mongol outpost rushes was the bane of everyone's existence. China wasn't an exception. Now, though, China doesn't care. If you Rax rush them, they just out-blob you in spears. And it's why we're seeing SAS, despite the Uber being close by, only add in a pasture. And thank God, game number 2 is an improvement. He has got 15 sheep. And B, okay, this is ironic. B only has 5. Reminder that these are basically the 2 best civs at scouting for sheep, right? Because China has more vision, and the Mongols not only have additional vision via the Falcon, so they can check one direction, but they also have the maneuver speed arrow. Damn, this is huge, though. I mean, he's going to have to follow this up. The reality check is that B is definitely going to be going pro scouts, and I honestly don't think Mongols is a very good pro scout civ. Did B scout the pasture? He did indeed. He rotated around, so he doesn't know about it. And that means he's not going to overreact. He did already gather the wood up. A little bit overkill, but he'll eventually want a village anyway. Yeah, I've seen a few people try pro scouts Mongols, most notably was B, and every time it was a horror show. Could play aggro into B wood with Falcons. That's a good call. It's a little bit tricky on the early trees, but definitely down the line with Magadite, it can be really annoying. Like, what I'd love to see from B is just a wall here. You don't really see it as often anymore since the wall nerfs, but this type of wall removes a lot of aggression options from SAS. One big threat, actually, just you see the spawn, right? SAS could basically leverage north side, push in from there, and block 2 deer stacks while attacking. There is still going to be a grab near your base. Like, optimally for SAS, the cool thing to do now would be shoving these deer in, so that at that stage, Pro Scouts only has 1 deer option left. Imperial Academy is going to be on the way, though. This is ridiculous landmark. A top 3 tier 2 landmark in the game, in my opinion. Deer Stone on response makes a lot of sense. SAS doesn't want to turn this into a macro game. You can technically try to trade your way to victory if you have the perfect trade posts. But if you don't, Pro Scouts just feels a little bit better. Especially for China, right? Because they'll just be opening stables already. They'll flood a lot of horsemen and chase it down. And if they play long feudal, Zhuge Nu, probably the best thing in feudal age at killing traders. After Magadai and Night Nerf, Mongol or Broken Sith? I think Mongol do okay. You just have to be creative. Alright, and we've seen like some early Magadai can do a lot of damage. We saw that at the highest level, right? From multiple players yesterday in the EGC Masters Winters. And the cool thing is because you got Deerstone, like Magadai can be really good with a Khan Hunter. 3 or 4 of them, maybe. It's a little bit risky if your opponent is going to start flooding horsemen. So like the way you open it should not be Magadai. You're likely looking at opening maybe with a stables, build 1 or 2 Keshiks, which then forces China to go spears. Yeah, actually, what do you mean by Night Nerf? I mean, Keshiks haven't had any nerfs for a long time. I don't know, I think people overrate this idea of Mongols being a dead civ. Maybe in like pub level games where you can just keep picking the same civ over and over again, but in comp play, I think Mongols are still a reasonable mid-tier civ. They have some great counterplays. There's some maps where they are very dominant. They're fine. So Calm already being a little bit annoying. And we have got a lot of stone stockpile for this, so it is going to be the Magadai beginning. You can see by the amount of stone he's generating. This is the cool play. By doing pastures, it sets you up for this nicely because you're just sitting on all this stone. And the amount of gold is just guaranteed. I think one thing that helped quite a bit is when they rebalanced the Magadai cost to be a bit more gold heavy, less food heavy. That did kind of change things. Like in the early days, using that much food just didn't feel good. So Beat doing the right thing, actually, just checking on what his opponent's doing. Tricky thing is, like, Magadai is actually a blocker to Pro Scouts. is what we've been discovering, right? Because you just run around Gatling gunning them down. I think was it in the interview with Wham, he highlighted it. He thinks Magadai are coming back in because they inherently play into this well. It was either Wham or Papa Boy in the interview. Means that B actually needs to be rushing Horseman. And yeah, he is seen. Scout is going to get chased. Now, the good news is he moves quick enough to get away. And B, he isn't even going to go a Horseman. It's going to be Archer play. Okay, this is sick. So, the reason this is quite creative is actually because of the taxation. If you go Horseman, you don't really feel as good about the taxation pump because you don't want to have to blob like 30 Horsemen. 30 Archers isn't a bad idea. Not only do you count the Magadai, but you also have blumped up an army to just get a lot of gold out of this as well. I like this. And also, this type of spawn benefits the Archer play because he can just sit on this, right? If this was a split deer spawn, then the Magadai can just rotate away from you constantly. So I wonder if this is like a pivot play partially due to the fact that B did get that type of spawn. He's keeping vision on this, so he's kind of aware of what Sass is up to. That amount gold gathering, yeah, only means one thing. Keshiks are getting added in as well. So we'll need to go to Spears to get that blocker play. Down the line, this can turn into Song, and that's when we'll be seeing Gatling Guns Yuganu. Not a bad idea, even against Keshiks, considering their lower base HP of 45 compared to a standard knight. How do you guys predict in the end? 92% for B. Alright, once if you would have changed your bet if you knew it was a Magadai opening. It does give a cool layer of control for sure. We'd have Blacksmiths being dropped, right? Undermesh has already been prepped. Steel Arrow would definitely be worth it to just dent the Keshiks a bit quicker. He really needs that in. He will have the Falcon punt to see over the tree line, but we already see Archers at camp. B is aware of where he's weak. Quick reactions out of Sass. That could have been pretty ugly fast, especially with how low HP you are. I'm just going to hold on to this Magadai just for the rally point. It's hilarious to watch. Oh. I mean, in fairness, you have to keep in mind B is doing this a bit blind, but he's pretty much just going back and forth, guesstimating where you're coming from. Barbican drop soon would be big here, especially in the middle. Secures the tree lines. It also just sees the angles, so you can't get ambushed by the Magadai anymore. Extra stables coming in, so we are going to be flooding Keshik. I mean, B is just basically looking at this and saying, Sass, you have to break me, right? And I think Sass understands that. Like, with Barbican just being organic for the Civ, that's going to then lead to more villages. So the only other way out for Sass is like 2 TC, but you don't want to be 2 TCing against Pro Scouts. Like, you just lose control to block them. Kind of feels like he's already lost control to block him. Right, it's 2 deer stacks home. We did get mirrored Pro Scouts, right? I don't think he took anything from the north side, though. But guys, he left the best thing on the table. No improved Pro Scout. Yeah, guys, don't do this. All it does is increases your bonus damage by another 100% against boars and wolves and deer. Which is sick, because it means that instead of one-hitting deer, you one-hit deer. Wow. Yeah, it's kind of surprising, right? Like, great eyeballs by Kazi Gohan. This scout has still not been seen this whole time. And this is sick, because he sticks on Tang Dynasty, he sees this, right? Like, without Tang, his vision is, I think, here. And instead, he sees everything. He sees the tech coming. B can now mirror. Step read out on the way, but you can already see him stockpiling for his own tech up. Does need to cut production. I think this is getting a bit overkill. Then again, maybe B considers just attacking. In fact, he's already here. Hold up. Disaster needs to be averted here. The scout knows. It's interesting, though, because instead of diving into the TC, B just blocks the gold. He says step read out is great. Not so great when you can't use it, though. I'm really shocked he didn't go for the dive. I mean, admittedly, Yam means he can kite you out, but you could idle him indefinitely with this positioning. Because Sass, due to the pasture placement, ended up pushing it too far away. Yeah, I'm shocked actually B isn't going in here. He's going to have the castle play follow-up of his own. So his tech timing isn't going to be that much worse. And still, after all this time, Sass still completely oblivious to the fact that he's always being watched. Poking a punt here as the archers are going to start moving in. We do have walls coming up behind this. That's going to mean he doesn't have to worry about this small Magadai raids anymore. I mean, what do you go for now if you're Sass? Yeah, you have to go archers, right? When your opponent's going Castle Age? Because that just opens a floodgate of lancers, right? Keshix is the dream. And to be real, with step readout, it's what you need to be building. That and crossbows. The good news, at least for Sass, is the Pro Scouts has kept him home safely. He does have that one pasture that's been stockpiling, so right now he has got 16 sheep to work with. So it does have a lot of safe food underneath his TC. I think he's going to have to come out, because B's next goal should be to make this about relics. Monastery hasn't been dropped just yet, but it should be coming in soon. If you're ahead, get further ahead? I think it varies. So the whole idea that newbie, fewer dives, right? Like, we were talking about this in a game where Marino was in chat discussing it with us. He was like, B still goes mind work in matchups where it's not necessary, which basically isn't playing more strategical for, like, you know, you're ahead, get further ahead. It's actually playing more all in. But I like that. Like, I've talked about variance play being important. If you're this calculated player that has this optimal small percentile uplift idea, that's predictable. And that's where crazy monkey mode moves can kill you, right? Like, you know, there's a reason why Marino always used to flame Vortex's all-ins, and it's because it could actually sometimes just catch him off guard. Because, like, there's what you expect the player to do, and then when they contradict it, it completely spits in the face of your strat. But yes, definitely this one is extending the game, understanding that China just feels really good as we go deeper in the ages. Like, what does Mongols really have? In Castle Age, not much. Especially without Kurotai. Barbican is now available, so B is going to lock it in the north side. So that's going to stop rotations to Magadai. That's going to give the option for 2 TC, which isn't a terrible idea here. He has got a reasonable amount of deer left over. Probably like 4 or 5. And then he's got the berries in the back. More likely, we're going to be seeing him try to get into farm soon. Knock at the main door. A little bit surprised B isn't answering. I'm just inviting him in, actually. Really surprised by this. Sass is like, am I really allowed in? Are you sure? You're not just tricking me? This isn't like high school all over again? When they said I was like invited to that playover, and then I turned up a dusty, empty warehouse, and no one was... Okay, I'm definitely projecting. Back on the tree line. Yeah, great reaction that'd be. This is always the thing that's annoying with the Khan. I think the Khan screws you so often because of this. Having the 6.75 tower range means that he's just going to trigger an alert before you can get in range with your actual raiders. Sometimes you wish like you could take his bow away, you know? We do have planned relics from Sass. I'm still surprised that B was so late going into this. You can maybe get 1. More might be difficult here. Funnily enough, though, Central Collision Course coming here. Nah, I think they're going to 1-for-1 exchange. So there should end up being 4 relics for Sass. Great advantage, one that's definitely needed here. And you can see B is just trying to block quality into a push. Has got Nesta Bees coming. Very valuable if you think this is going to turn into a crossbow war. Which it kind of has to, right? Like, both of them feel threatened. The Keshix on one side and the expectation of Pal Scout on the other. And we have sneaky trade. Okay, this is getting a bit better for Sass. If he can get this online unnoticed, things look great. And B isn't going into mass lancers because, like, when you see Keshiks and Magadai, it's a bad idea. You get Kaya, you get kills, you get mobilized by Yam as well. I've talked before about how I prefer like this approach for trade over Silver Tree. You know, if there's a long feudal, you can still add it in. It's a bit more expensive, but can be worth. Or you just wait until Castle and do it. And can definitely make sense off the back of step readout. Especially if he thinks that he can't play into the 8k veins as the game goes on. But he's getting caught at the weak point here, right? He hasn't actually got the trade online. He's just beginning it. He is marching forward. Backstab attempt is not going to work out nicely for the Keshiks. Usually there's a Kurultai which stops the Chinese player from considering going in, but that doesn't exist here. We do have the farms now getting added in. The granaries on the backside. Sacred sites are now going to be decapped. Yeah, in a lot of ways, SAS definitely hit the jackpot with this spawn. 4 tree lines, back gold, makes it very difficult for a Chinese player to block you. And by going step readout, he just has a lot of longevity in that play, right? Like, on this back, he's sitting on 12,000 gold. Do we have step lancers? I'm sure we have step. Huh? Well, wait, is that an oversight, though? I mean, step lancers at this stage has to be worth it with 20 Keshiks. Pretty lofty oversight. A lot of DPS removed in the fights. I mean, you could argue he's more focused on getting the trade online, the Magadai, etc., like crossbows. But he's sitting on enough gold to get it anyway. I think it's just one of those easy ones to forget, because it's not like it changes the look of the Keshiks, right? So Relic Split in the end is going to end up being 4-1. SAS is doing a good job of keeping eyes on the flanks. Just aware if there's any sort of shuffle out here. If B thinks this game's going to have to go much later, he's going to want to go for a keep drop towards the golds. And that's where SAS could get royally screwed. Look at where the gold is. Realistically, the upside for SAS is this is the gold that B should be looking for, right? It cuts the middle of the map, moves towards your opponent, gets everything you need with a keep drop. If he does, however, drop it down here, no trade, no bueno. You'd have to take this more underwhelming trade route on the north side. And it has just begun. 73 gold each way. A lot of Keshiks, but I mean, the spear count is quite high. The interesting part for B is like the ideal comp, and I can't believe it, I thought this comp was dead, is pretty much Spears Nesta Bees. If he just builds Spears Nesta Bees, SAS doesn't really have a way of fighting that. So by him going Palace Guard, it's kind of giving a little bit more hope to the Mongols. You ever get that feeling that whenever B is playing, every like 10 seconds, he's looking around going, is it time for Springles? And there we go. I fill in the gap. So we do actually have Step Lance come through now. Horseman queued up now. I mean, surely you want to be shifting away from Cav here. Especially when you see that spear count. So if this does go into Imperial Age, very different looking game, right? Mongols, in theory, with max trade, should be pretty good at just keeping pressure on, but like the Chinese farms are ridiculous. The goal for SAS is he has to stop a keep drop. If B gets 8k gold, it's his late game secured. And that's where it starts to look a bit scary. Especially if it ends up being a roll of dice in that south side claim. Meantime, he's just going to settle on the back gold. Second granary has been added in. He's even supervising to get extra food drop off here. This should be Yuan. With a PG switch, it does make a lot of sense. I've seen B do it quite a bit in Castle Age, and it can be worth. Usually in those type of games, he's sitting on 3 relics for max pagoda. This would be a little bit depressing with only 1. It looks like he has indeed scouted it out, right? I think he might have got a glimpse on that. Either that or SAS came in clutch, but At this stage, you've got to be questioning why the hell is SAS sending all this army down here? SAS needs a cannon tower? Man, let me just pull out a cannon tower in Castle Age. I'm sure that the UI will let me do that. Wait a second. Yeah, like, you're living in La La Land, right? Because he needs Imperial first. Okay, B now marching out. Nestabes is going to slow his rotation, but with trade, it kind of just anchors your opponent to one position. We have got an attempt to breach in coming through here, but the Falcon is going to reveal the rotation. It always feels so tricky to trap Mongols because of this Falcon detail. You have ball play as well, so SAS just doing everything he can to extend life, considering he only has, what, 3 pastures? Not really going to compete with mass granaries. The army is reacting here, but the Nestabes might make this a difficult fight for SAS to take. It's going to reach back towards the tree line, get behind the wood wall. Nestabes are moving out, looking for those shots. Backline archers might be in a bit of trouble here. Attack speed arrow does get activated, but he needs to brute force his way through faster than this. Extra Nestabes are starting to arrive. The Keshik count, it's just been a race. This is won by Nestabes. There's no way. SAS, he punted all in and all in and learned the hard way, as I'm sure he's experienced so many times at this point with Keshiks. Mass Keshiks just really isn't all it's cut out to be. Yeah, the crossbow backline just made quick work of them. The spears, pass guard, at least making an okay exchange. And really just the chef's kiss was these units here. Perfect counter to the mass crossbow, mass archers. And although, you know, you might be looking at the military count and bio is similar, the difference in losses is huge there. That was a lot of dead ponies, 200 per pop. And it gets worse now for SAS. He's switching into horsemen with PG coming the other way. He still hasn't really solved the knobs issue. When the army gets this big, it's hard to dive onto these things. And unless he goes Imperial Age, he's not going to have something to easily snipe these out. We've talked about it a bit before, where Nestabes right now can feel a little bit ridiculous in Castle Age, but a joke in Imperial. And vice versa, Mangonel's a little bit of an underwhelming fart in Castle, and then a giant thump and trump when you reach Imperial with adjustable crossbars. So yeah, very different kind of role exchange between those two units. Now the push is on. SAS's base. Relatively undefended here. This is going to block everything. The TC, the traders, everything passes through this funnel. Army's going to go for the rotation around the back. Outpost is not up yet, so he doesn't have the YAM to extend deeper. And B is hiding in the beeries. Well, SAS is going to need a beer after this one. He's just not letting him in. This has to be so tilting. The shot's coming in here. The reload's going to be there. I mean, this is just unwinnable. SAS, he's got a new line of Kershiks, but there's just no entry point. This feels impossible. He needs time, which he doesn't have. It looks like he was prepping for Imperial Age instead of Mass Horseman. But, like, you know, if you tech here, he's going to dive you. Right now, the hesitance is because B is like, oh, he must have, like, rebuilt the army. We're even again, right? No, not at all. B has double the military strength, and he's looking to swing it. Knob shots onto the pasture is definitely worth it to starve off your opponent, but he's going straight after the sheep. Preps the shots. South side hits first. Forces the garrison. Rest are running for their lives, but this is a massacre. And it's going to be a 2-0 sweep for B. This man is looking to make it back to back to back midweek musters. What do you guys think? Is it going to be him all the way? Look at that bracket. Let me know who you think is going to be crowned champion in midweek muster 10. And I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Yeah, your sheep rotation may have ran into some issues there, Sass. We caught it. That did not like a fun game. GG's, mate, though. An ambitious effort. I mean, B is just looking so scary right now, though. Like, I'm trying to think, like, who could actually take him down here? It's tough. I mean, Dimu, maybe if it's early in the day, maybe? Cat? Actually, remember, guys, when Cat and B fought, it went 3-2. So it was really, really close. So that could be an option, yeah. Oh, blimey. What a series, what a day, though. So we've been live, how many hours now? Nice, 7 hours. Look at that. Happy Monday. Good way to go. So, guys, we are going to get ready to raid someone. Tomorrow, we have a live series between Voldemar and Cat at 4 p.m. CET, 3 p.m. UK time. We should hopefully be live a little bit earlier than that, in which case we'll be able to catch the Eliona Kaiser Johan series and probably the winner of that up against Core. And then we'll follow through. We should have the rest of the quarterfinals. So Dumi versus Numidan. We'll have B versus Saskatchewan. We might even have one of the semifinals at that pace. And then the other one will likely be before the grand finals on Thursday. So that should be the plans. I can't give an exact live time because, as I said a little bit earlier, we're having a new internet installed. We're switching provider. So they've given a window between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m., which really tilts the crap out of me because it's like, that's a huge window in the day. But hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll be arriving at like 10 or 11 and then be done in less than 2 hours so we can get live for 1 or 2 p.m. But I'm fairly confident we should be able to be live by the 3 p.m. mark, bare minimum. So guys, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to get ready to raid someone. YouTube, I'm going to end the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Remember, check in tomorrow because we are going to have quarterfinals and the semifinals. So I'll see you there.